Check, check, check. Good morning. Would the translators just do a quick 5 to 10 count on English and then French? Thanks.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the English channel. Just doing a test, interpretation test on the English channel.
English 1, 2, English 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's great. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. We'll get started in 1 minute. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. I'll call this meeting to order of the Community Services Committee for Tuesday, November 28th, 2023. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Nation, dont la culture et la présence enrichit et continue
Their
enrichir.
presence continues to enrich this land.
We have not received any regrets for this meeting, and I will ask the committee coordinator to call the roll.
Councillor Brown,
Here.
Councillor Carr,
Here.
Conseiller Desroches, Councillor Hill,
Present.
Councillor Kavanagh,
Present.
Councillor King,
Here.
Councillor Lowe, Conseillère Plante,
Ici.
Councillor Troster,
Here.
Vice Chair Bradley,
Here.
Chair Dudas.
Ici.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you very much, Eric. So we do have a declaration of interest from Councillor Hill. Councillor Hill, are you able to read that in?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, Councillor David Hill, declare a potential deemed indirect pecuniary interest on the following portions of the Community Services Committee 2024 draft operating budget, Department, Children's Services operating resource requirements, wage advancement, and Canada-wide early learning line items, page 11 of the CSC budget book, as my wife is employed by an organization that will receive funding from or would be eligible to receive funding from these budget line items, and recreation, culture, facilities, services, community recreation, culture and sports programs, complexes, aquatics, and specialized services operating budget, pages 33 to 36 of the CSC budget book, as my daughter is employed as a lifeguard in the service that receives funding from this area of the budget.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. I don't see any other declarations of interest. Confirmation of the minutes from Tuesday, October 24th, 2023. Is that item carried, or does anyone have any questions? Carried? Carried. We have a response to inquiries, 4.1, that's Service Prioritization Decision Assistance Tool, the SPDAT. Does anyone wish to hold that item for questions to staff? No? Seeing none. Is that item received? Wonderful. We'll move on to the draft operating and capital budget for Community Services Committee. We are going to commence with a presentation from staff. Following that presentation, I'll ask that anyone who has any motions about the budget, speak to them, put them on the floor, and then we will move to delegations. That will provide delegations an opportunity to also comment or provide any thoughts on any motions that are before us. I will also note that we are speaking about the budget today. So any items that come forward, whether it's from committee members or from delegations, should be on topic. We are discussing our budget, and there's always opportunities to discuss other items and policy outside of that. So I will ask staff to take the floor and present on the budget.
Merci, Madame la Présidente et membres du comité.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. We'd like to thank you for welcoming us today to talk about the operational budget for services that are under the purview of the community services.
Members of the committee, I am pleased to be with you, joined by my colleagues at the table here to present the 2024 draft operating and capital budget for the services that report to the Community and Services Committee. Joining me this morning is the interim city treasurer, Cyril Rogers, General Manager for Community and Social Services, Claire Friere, as well as Allison Downs, who represents Public Works Parks Maintenance section as well. We have a short presentation that will highlight some of the changes and important notes to the 2024 budget that we will take you through, and I'll turn it over to Cyril to get us started.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. You can go to the next slide, then the next slide, I think slide 3. Yeah, there we go. So as Dan had mentioned, so this is the budget that reports into the Community Services Committee. There's an $142 million capital budget, and a $1.2 billion operating budget for a total just below $1.4 billion overall in the preview of this committee. We do have over 42 projects in terms of the capital side of the equation, of which about 58 million do have a contribution to our climate change initiatives. One thing too that I would like to highlight for the capital side, we do have $1 million in this budget for additional generators for emergency operations. And then we have the big, the $66 million project for Riverside South Complex. On the FTE side, so we are seeing a growth of 43, just over 43 FTEs. There is some ins and outs there. From a long-term care perspective, there's approximately 60 FTEs, mainly driven from the increase in hours of service and care. We do have a reduction of FTEs related to the social services alignment, which this committee has been briefed on. We also have additional investments in equity, diversity, and inclusion with 3 FTEs. And another one I would like to highlight would be in Dan's shop. We do have 4 new FTEs, actually bringing a savings to this budget. So they're at Rafe Real, our janitorial services was outsourced. And actually, we're going to bring those services inside. We're going to bring on 4 FTEs. And then net is a $65,000 savings. So that's an important thing just to note in terms of some of the things we do in terms of trying to be effective and efficient at the city. Next slide, please. On this slide, I'll give you an overview of the different service areas that report through this committee. This is mainly, or these are the ones that report through community social services in Clara's shop. So the net operating requirement for 2024 is just shy of $260 million. That reflects about a 3.2% overall increase on the department-wide perspective. The gross requirement is just below $1 billion, $990 million, of which 72% of that is funded through provincial and federal agreements. On the couple of the changes on each of the service areas, in the general manager and the BSS structure, we do see some additional investments for human service integrations and community social services operations. On the community safety well-being, that reduction is mainly driven by, or it is driven by, if you recall, in 2023, we did have a one-time funding of just over around $2.4 million for the pilot project for the mental health and substance use crisis project. So that was one time in 2023. So we take that back out in 2024. So when you do a comparison year over year, that's why you're seeing that significant reduction of 26%. Moving over to social services, we do see some increases there in terms of the Ontario Works program. And we also, within that budget, if you go through the details, there's some savings in our EquiPass and Community Pass as we're trying to align that pass to the ridership that we're seeing. On the childcare side, that little reduction, that's mainly from the one-time reversals of the COVID pandemic. So in the previous budgets, even in 2023, we continue to have additional funding for mainly for cleaning in the childcare portfolio. On the housing side, we'll speak to in later slides, but the one thing to note there is the $5 million increase for the base budget for transitional housing. Long-term care, again, reduction there is driven mainly by the reduction in COVID budget that we had one time in 2023. And as I mentioned on the previous slide, in the big GRE IRSD portfolio, that's mainly the 3 additional resources supporting EDI initiatives. Next slide, please. On the recreational culture facilities services budget. So again, the $163 million increase overall, that reflects roughly about a 5% increase compared to last year. The majority of this budget is supporting, cost of living and inflationary pressures across Dan's portfolio. There is additional FTEs that I did mention previously, the 4 FTEs for Rafe Real, where we're insourcing. There's also additional resource for Atasoki support on the maintenance side. Next slide, please. On the parks, this is the parks component of the budget. So overall, $43 million budget, which is roughly a 4% increase, 3.9% increase compared to last year. And this is the maintenance of our parks across the portfolio. There's over 500 sports fields, over 300 ball diamonds, over 1,000 different play areas, splash pads, wading pools, over 330 courts for basketball, pickleball, etc. Also funding in here for over 400 outdoor rinks that we have within the portfolio. Next slide, please. On the capital side, so the majority is kind of on the growth side. On the renewal, the $52.8 million renewal budget. This is for renewal of all of our parks, our facilities related to mainly in Dan's area in terms of the culture facilities and recreational facilities. On the growth side, the main component there is the $66 million investment for Riverside South Complex. That's all funded by development charges, half development charge cash, the other half development charge debt. And then on the service enhancements, there's a little bit of investments in terms of accessibility and our minor and major partnership capital program. Next slide, please. So this slide right here, so this is at the preview of tomorrow's committee, but it's important for me to just give a high-level overview today. We will have a more detailed presentation tomorrow at Housing and Planning with a refresh of our housing long-range financial plan that I committed to. But I felt it was important just to kind of bring it here, just to brief this committee. I know most, or if not all, will be watching it or joining tomorrow as well. But as I've communicated in this budget, I did commit to coming back with a refresh housing long-range financial plan. In this budget, you're seeing significant increases in our housing capital program. As you recall, in 2023, we did add $1 million to get to $16 million. The previous 2021 long-range financial plan committed to getting to $15 million each year. So in this budget, what you see is $23.8 million for 2024. If you recall on tabling, I highlighted that it was $21.8 million. That increase since tabling was as a result of the Lansdowne motions that were through that debate. And this is the current plan right here going to $25 million by 2027. We'll have a more wholesome update tomorrow at committee. And we're planning to come back with a deep dive update on the full plan for Q2 2024. There's most, if not all, the assumptions in that plan is still very fluid. There's lots of changes going on in this sector, as you all know. That's why we couldn't commit to having a more wholesome update right now. We just need a bit more time because literally every day when we look at our financial assumptions, it changes, it goes up, it goes down, it goes sideways. So I think what's important for this budget cycle is the immediate actions we're taking today. Again, more details tomorrow, and then what we'll come back with Q2 of 2024, hopefully with a more solidified, robust plan. So now I'll pass it over to Claire, I think.
Thanks, Cyril. Bonjour à tous et merci encore, Cyril. It is my pleasure to speak to you today about the Community and Social Services Draft 2024 budget. We have taken great care in Community and Social Services to invest in our relationships with community partners, with members of council, in speaking with people with lived experience in order to understand the community's most pressing needs right now and into the future. We are confident in our way forward and believe that the budget before you will help us get there. As we contemplate the budget today, I wanted to take just a moment to contextualize some of the work we do in CSS. As you are keenly aware, times are tough. For example, we are experiencing, as you well know, a housing and homelessness crisis, the backdrop of which is that in Ottawa, not one single neighborhood is affordable to low-income or minimum wage workers, with the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment being over $1,900 a month. In addition, as revealed by the Food Bank last week in the 2023 Hunger Report, visits to food banks have increased by a staggering 68% since 2019. Depuis quelques années, l'importance de notre travail est...
For the past 4 years, our work has been important for social services, and that goes without a doubt. The budget that is presented before you will have more investments for childcare services in order to implement the national plan for childcare and to improve access to affordable services for childcare and those that are of quality by highlighting more equity in those communities that are poorly served.
The budget is prioritizing vital core investments in housing services in order to provide more transitional and supportive housing and move us closer to ending chronic homelessness as part of the council-directed integrated transition to housing strategy. Connected to this work is a proposed core investment in critical outreach services, both through our community engagement team and through other vital outreach programs. These services are a critical link to housing and other life-saving services. In terms of long-term care, the budget continues to invest in our people to give them the tools they need to continue implementing the person-centered care approach, which will enable us to expand that approach to one additional home and to implement the provincially directed additional 4 hours of care. Our 2024 draft budget also proposes a greater investment in community-based food bank services and both a one-time and core investments in staff in order to move forward on important corporate-wide initiatives, including the older adult plan, the corporate diversity and inclusion plan, the women and gender equity strategy, and the anti-racism strategy. Notre budget préliminaire de 2024.
This preliminary budget to 2024 proposes an additional investment for community services, for food safety, and temporary investments to move forward on the different initiatives within the organization.
These investments will contribute to our work on poverty reduction, food security, alternatives to mental health crisis services, and improve community safety and well-being. Finally, our budget reflects what service users have been telling us. We need to simplify our services and create greater barrier-free access. That's why we are focused on human services integration, to find service improvements and efficiencies that meet the changing needs of the community we serve. En conclusion, je souhaite prendre un moment.
To conclude, I'd like to take a moment to express my deep gratitude to the staff of Community Services.
My profound gratitude for the community and social services team. From the shelter support worker who extends a warm welcome to individuals seeking respite, to the outreach worker who intervenes to prevent an overdose, the intake or caseworker who offers life-giving financial and social support to a family in need, the childcare worker who continues to demonstrate a love for her kids and colleagues after decades at the same center, and to the personal support worker who assists a resident in enjoying their meal despite their diminished cognitive and motor skills. The work we do is not easy, but we do it well. Our staff's commitment to providing essential services to the community is inspiring to me. It's an honor to work alongside such a remarkable group of professionals. So finally, the Community and Social Services Department and I look forward to collaborating with Council, community partners, and others as we move into 2024 and to continue to contribute to positive impacts to the health, safety, and security of our city and our communities. Merci beaucoup, miigwech. Thank you.
Thank you, Clara. Membres du comité, cette année, le fait saillant du budget d'immobilisation.
Now, the main points are based on investments in a new complex facility in Riverside South.
A highlight of our 2024 capital budget is the investment in a new recreation complex in Riverside South. This is a project that has been on the books for quite a while. I think the first term when Councillor DeRush was first in office. So it's been a long time coming. It's desperately needed in the South for all of you who have talked to me about a shortage of aquatic facilities. One of the critical areas where we are short is the south of the city, and this will provide much needed relief when it is built. It is a $66.4 million investment, and the funds in next year's budget allow us to get into detailed designs so that we can move to construction very quickly and get this facility built. The 2024 budget also includes a long list of facility renewal investments, both buildings and parks, recreation and cultural buildings and parks, to help continue to maintain our buildings in good shape. The budget also includes targeted capital investments, including the major and minor capital funds that many of your community associations apply to, but also very specific recreation and cultural capital investments, things like rink bunkers, park signs, fitness equipment. All of those things are included in this budget to the tune of just under $10 million. There are $15.6 million investment in new park development through growth funding that will see more parks added to the municipality. 4 new generators. We're in year 3 of a 4-year plan to install generators at some of our critical facilities that act as shelters during emergencies. We have done 8 so far, and so we'll be doing 4 more in 2024. This is an important component of our response to emergencies and being able to accommodate residents in the time of need. There is a cost of living increase to both our recreation and cultural funding partners for 2024 to help them keep up with the cost of living, as well as a just under $1 million investment in the very popular Play Free campaign that was started last year, which provided free drop-in swimming, skating, open gym programs, as well as discounts on summer camps. And so that is back for 2024 as part of our budget. You will also see in our budget the initial savings from the service review component known as facility use optimization. And this comes from the decommissioning of several city buildings that by taking them off the book, we will now be saving the operating costs of running those buildings. This is the initial slice because we only just got started in 2023, but we do have a robust plan to look at other facilities and to look at where there's an opportunity for more savings in that. Likewise, as part of the service review, my department is looking at both sponsorship and advertising. And in 2024, we will be looking at both interior digital screens for advertising, which we have a pilot going on right now in, I believe, 9 facilities, which we hope to expand, but also looking at renewal and expansion of our outdoor, both traditional and digital billboard advertising, as well as a series of other potential revenue generating opportunities. With that, I'll turn it over to Alice.
Thank you, Dan, and good morning. As Dan mentioned earlier, my name is Alison Downs, and I'm the Director of Parks Maintenance and Forestry and Public Works. And I'm here today to present the Parks Maintenance portion of my budget for 2024. L'entretien des parcs dispose un budget annuel de...
There's an annual budget of $43 million to maintain 4,505 hectares of parkland. This includes approved pathways. Our work is under the mandate of the council, having a city with affordable facilities and where it is great to live. The parks are used by residents, and we know that green spaces improve health and well-being. And so these spaces offer a public space where communities can gather and create links.
Includes $250,000 for temporary positions that will support new parks and their amenities, as well as increased grass cutting on roadsides and boulevards. In terms of continuous improvement, our staff have heard that residents need more parking options during winter weather bans, and our teams in Parks Maintenance Facilities and Allocations is looking at additional parking options at city facility parking lots during those bans so that residents can get their cars off the road and our winter maintenance team can better clear the snow on the road. Next slide. So with that, we conclude our staff presentation. We're available for questions. Thank you to my co-presenters, colleagues, the chair, and committee members.
Thank you very much for that presentation, staff. I will now ask for motions to be read in. We're going to hold on to the roadmap motion until after delegations because it's a long one and Delegations don't need to sit through that. That's more process than anything more. But I will ask for other motions to be read. And Councillor King, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Chair. I have a motion that explores initiatives with an anti-hate focus. Whereas Council approved the anti-racism strategy, a 5-year plan to proactively identify and remove systemic barriers in city policies, programs, and services. Whereas this strategy proposes an action plan with 7 areas of focus, 28 recommendations, and 132 actions to be implemented over the next 5 years. Whereas the priorities of the strategy is to engage with community partners, residents, and city staff who played a major role in shaping the priorities of the strategy. It includes 7 priority areas of focus, including governance, housing, economic development, health outcomes, child and youth development, achieving racial equity in the workplace, and institutional practices. Whereas the strategy will be implemented in 2 phases, with phase 1 currently underway, with a focus on building internal support and awareness in the workplace and collecting race-related data. Continuing to engage and build relationships is important to this phase, with the goal of applying recommendations and actions from the strategy. Whereas anti-Indigenous racism, anti-Black racism, anti-Asian racism, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia, among others, are real forms of racism that affect Ottawa's residents in many ways, both in acts of hate as well as through systemic barriers. Whereas there has been a 23.5% increase in hate and bias motivated incidents in 2023, based upon reporting from the Ottawa Police Service, with a notable rise in both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia across the city since the start of the conflict in the Middle East. Whereas the Community Services Committee portion of the 2024 operating and capital budgets include an increase in funding for the Gender and Race Equity, Inclusion, Indigenous Relations, and Social Development Office, including funding to add 3 full-time equivalent resources to the office. Whereas there are currently no specific dedicated resources for the anti-hate initiatives outlined in the 2024 budget. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to explore the opportunities within its additional resources to enhance and develop specific initiatives with an anti-hate focus, and therefore be it resolved be it further resolved that staff focus on including A, engage and bring together important community organizations, stakeholders, and partners, including the United for All Coalition. B, implement training initiatives to address common hate-motivated concerns. C, help identify specific opportunities to reduce hate and promote awareness about the negative impact of racism. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor King. So I don't see that we have any other motions at the moment. Does anyone have any motions they want to bring to the floor right now? No, seeing none, we'll move to delegations. We'll start with Danny Roberge. And we'll wait for staff to vacate the space. I don't see Danny either online or in the room. We can always come back to him. So we'll move to our second speaker, and that is Shakir Isaac. And Mr. Isaac, as you're settling in, just so everyone is aware, everyone has 5 minutes to speak. At that point, we will cut you off. I will let the next 2 speakers know so they can be on deck. Following Mr. Isaac, we will have Helen Molima and Mary Flores. Mr.
Hi,
Isaac?
good morning. Bon matin. Bonjour. My name is Shakir Ishak. This is my first presentation to the council. So I'm here today to advocate on a really important topic as I was listening to the staff presentation about mental health specifically. A little bit about myself. So I come from a large family. I live in, Councillor Brockington's ward in the Uplands neighborhood. And I'm also a caregiver to 2 younger siblings that I live with mental health and developmental disabilities. Over the last, since the pandemic or even before then, some of the things that I've noticed happening in the neighborhood is the lack of sort of access to mental health. This is a topic that is talked about in the news a lot when, you know, people are told to, if they're not feeling well, to go for help. Now, if we go and what does that help actually look like? So over the course of a little bit about my sister, where I can share her story briefly with her permission, is that she was a UFT law student. This is back in 2010. So she started, while she was in her second year of law school, she started exhibiting symptoms of schizophrenia. And she was a very, you know, talented, very intelligent, she still is. But we went through almost a 10-year journey of navigating different hospitals. And she was, you know, very courageously able to complete her last year of law school, graduate, but with a lot of, you know, difficulty and almost 50 to 75 hospitalizations between Toronto and Ottawa. And the journey, what I learned from that journey is that without constant support and consistent kind of assistance, someone who's very talented, very bright, mental health doesn't discriminate based off of age. It doesn't discriminate based off of your socioeconomic status. You can be someone and quite often, people who are very gifted, who are very talented, are sometimes more susceptible to these types of conditions. So in my particular neighborhood, what I've noticed is that it's an Ottawa community housing community. We have a diverse group of people from different ethnic backgrounds. And since the pandemic, what I've seen is a very steep rise in mental health, especially some of the youth that I work with, their parents, their siblings, not understanding how to talk about, especially and this covers both racialized communities and non-racialized communities. And so what we were advocating for as part of this process, as the engagement with local community sort of advocacy groups, is using city infrastructure. So in my neighborhood, I have the Riverside Hunt Club Community Center. And the proposal we wanted was to introduce a crisis management team embedded in every community center throughout the city of Ottawa. Potentially, we would start with a couple of community centers, but idea is right now the best resource is a lot of the people suffering from acute problems would be sent to the Ottawa, you know, emergency rooms, which are currently completely inundated. Oftentimes, they're given, you know, if they're lucky enough to be given any medication, there's very minimal outreach because of the shortage of psychiatry. So the question is once a person is discharged, where do they go if they're struggling for services? And the idea is to do sort of a pilot project, you know, in light of sort of the inflation and some of the pressures, touching on the city of Ottawa's goal about the 15-minute city, the walkability of a city where within 15 minutes, you can access different services. And to me, mental health has to be at the top of the list. So the idea is to use city-run community centers, which already house many community organizations, and to create with Ottawa Public Health, with provincial funding, an embedded, you know, psychiatrist, a psychiatric nurse, a team that can quickly go into the neighborhood that they're embedded in and to deliver acute services, you know, especially outreach. When someone needs help with their medication, oftentimes it's just somebody starting the medication and then stopping. So the goal is if we have somebody in the community who's there Monday to Friday, it will cut down on the need for ambulance. It will cut down on the need for sending them directly to the emergency room. And oftentimes, someone that lives in the community, they can also receive a letter when they go to the emergency room so that to help the emergency room doctor find out what is this person's background. So oftentimes, the services are either through the phone or online. And people who are going through mental health sometimes don't answer the phone, don't maintain their cell phone. They don't check their email. So the question is we need to be a little bit closer as part of the outreach services, create a pilot project to embed different mental health workers in the community so they can go out, get to know the community, and hopefully long-term that's actually more cost affordable than continuing calling you know, the ambulance and taking to the emergency room. So I appreciate the council's time and merci beaucoup à tous.
Thank you very much for your time.
Presentation. You have don't go anywhere.
Oh,
We have
I gotta
questions
say.
for you. You thought you were off the
Thought my
hook,
time
but
was
you're
done.
not. You're not. Première question pour
First question, Councillor Plant.
I just wanted to say, first of all, I just texted your counselor to say you sound like an amazing human. So if ever you want to move toward 12, we would love to have you. I just, because I feel like we're like what we heard a lot actually it was February when we did the first budget, and now we're doing the second budget, was we absolutely have to expand mental health services across the city. You know, we always say from Carp to Cumberland, because right now a lot of people who are suffering from addiction or mental health issues have to come to the Byward Market area to access them. And people were saying that, like, why can't I have it in Orleans or Barhaven or Stittsville or whatever? So you're sort of reinforcing that message, which I really appreciate. But I just wanted to know, because some of the things you did touch on are provincial. So, you know, I just wanted to acknowledge that. But the second thing I was going to say is I encourage you to read, and I'm not suggesting your sister has overdose issues, but in the overdose strategy that Ottawa Public Health recently put out, they do talk about needing to expand these sort of health-related services across the city. And I love your idea of starting with the resource centers. We have just going to shout out our Vanier Resource Center waiting in the crowd right here. They are a wonderful, they sort of provide these types of services without even realizing they provide these types of services. So if ever you wanted to chat or you wanted to look into this further, I would love, you know, and of course, bring the fabulous counselor from the River Ward as well into the conversation. So thank you so much for being here. Merci.
Okay, yeah, so I think the rate is 200. All right. Thank you so much, Councillor. A lot of the issues of mental health are provincially regulated. And so some of the things that I really want is, and not just in my neighborhood, you know, I work for the CRA, but please don't hate me, but I don't do tax auditing. Please, I don't do tax auditing. A lot of the idea is just different types of service delivery in a high inflation market. So the question is, we mentioned the lack of affordability. What I really just want to see is how can we use existing infrastructure to just deliver services a little bit differently. I know about the Byward project. I was talking to Ariel. She told me about the pilot that's happening there. And the idea for this one is mental health. Obviously, mental health and substance abuse sometimes go hand in hand. And the idea that I just wanted was to advocate for, you know, oftentimes people like my sister, different other people's sisters, other people's brothers, who don't necessarily have somebody to speak on their behalf to try to tell their story. And I just want the services, the people who are wonderful, especially in the mental health crisis line, I just wish that they were a little bit closer to the community instead of being over the phone, just to figure out how can we, especially in a post-pandemic era, how can we restore some of those, what they call the person-centered services, where you get to actually meet the person in person and get a feel for them. And I think that it can go a long way in getting people to have a little bit more faith in the medical system. And maybe the city of Ottawa can advocate as part of Ottawa Public Health, obviously more provincial funding, try to get more resources in that regard.
Merci beaucoup, and all the best to your sister.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so much for that. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Chair. I was lucky enough to sit with Shakir when the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers came to City Hall, and I was in a breakout group with Shakir. And just so you know, that not only does Shakir support his own family, he also wakes up at 5 a.m. to do community cleanup of his Ottawa community housing community. And he's been doing it for years.
You weren't supposed to tell that.
No, it's very, very impressive. I just wanted to, when I was part of that deeper discussion with you at City Hall that day, so just to be clear, is your proposal to place mental health workers in community centers? Like recreation centers?
Yes. So the Hunt Club Riverside Community Center currently houses the Southeast Ottawa Community Organization. They also house different other types of organizations. So what I was advocating for was using one of the existing sort of rooms that they have to create an office for an embedded mental health workers. So either it could be a combination of outreach nurses. It can be the mental health professional, depends on obviously the needs and what's available. But that's the idea, to create a pilot project maybe for 1 year to try to have an embedded team that can deliver sort of outreach after a person is discharged from the hospital, just to do a bit of follow-up, because a lot of times follow-ups are almost impossible to find until you suffer another acute mental health and you go through the cycle again. So that's the proposal, is just creating that pilot project.
Well, I think it's a great idea. It's certainly not reflected in this budget, but I would invite you to get in touch for us to have a conversation. I love a good pilot project. And just as you mentioned, we do have the pilot on non-police crisis intervention that's coming to Centertown. And I hope to be able to scale it across the city, because it seems your community is very much in need too. But we want to get good data. And then once we know that it works, be able to offer that service more broadly. So thank you so much for coming today. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd also like to thank you for your contributions today, and also at that session that was organized by the Community Resource and Health Centers. The contributions and the input are invaluable to us. And I didn't have a question so much as a comment that I think that your idea is quite incredible. And right now, there is, as you might be aware, an organization called the Ottawa Black Mental Health Coalition. And I think that your powerful idea should be relayed to them, as they're right now working on a regional mental health strategy specifically for African, Caribbean, and Black community members. And I think that they're looking at different goals, strategies, and initiatives to incorporate into this strategy. So I'll be happy to relay their ideas and your contacts to them. They're working hard to ensure that mental health opportunities are more equitable and are more culturally appropriate for many communities in Ottawa. So I really just want to thank you once again for your contribution. It's a great idea, and I think it deserves greater consideration.
Thank you so much, Councillor King. I just want to say, so as part of I'm actually part of the Black Mental Health Coalition. I did a presentation last year as part of a presentation for the CRA's Mental Health and Wellness Committee. They did a really good presentation, and I just want to say before I leave, just to the council here, the reason this is my first time coming before any form of City of Ottawa committee, and what prompted me beyond kind of what gave me a lot of optimism to feel that the council previously, we didn't have a lot of interaction with the city staff and city councilors. I think there was just a bit of a disconnect between not really believing that the people who are here would necessarily be able to kind of help directly in the community. There's a lot of bureaucratic sort of red tape and things like that. So the reason I'm here today and what gave me a lot of hope is I've seen a lot of the councillors here, including Councillor King, Councillor Plante. I met Ariel, a lot of other councillors, Councillor Brockington, just the very open and very positive sort of sentiment and attitudes that we experience. And I'm just speaking on behalf of a lot of people in the community that I speak with who feel that the council is this particular committee, they're very sensitive to the issues of sort of the inequality, the lack of resources, and there is a strong desire for you guys. And so that gives me a lot of optimism, which is why I came this morning, to really have faith in the committee to do the best they can, to try to find those hard to find funds, to try to create those alternative, what they call service delivery projects, to really touch on people who are very disconnected from City of Ottawa services in terms of coming to City Hall, not knowing even where City Hall is, just believing that the people who sit here today are sort of empathetic and want to try to reach out to those people to try to create that connection. So it gives me a lot of hope, a lot of faith that good things will be coming around the corner. So I just want to say that, and thank you so much for all your hard work. It doesn't seem at times you get the kudos, but you can't, pat yourselves on the back, but I can do it for you. So thank you so much for having me. And I know there's other speakers who are waiting to speak as well. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
You're still not off the hook.
Oh, okay. I thought.
Nice try, though.
I tried to get out, yeah.
We do appreciate the kind and generous words. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much for coming out today.
Thank you.
I think what you're emphasizing is partnerships, and that's very much what we need. If you look around the room, you can see that we have a lot of partnerships with a lot of organizations, and we need to build them and make them strong. I'm the chair of Ottawa Community Housing, and Ottawa Community Housing recognizes, the need for their communities to get help at times. And I've seen some great work happen, such as in Britannia Woods, where they have mentorship programs for Black youth and family counseling, et cetera. So in fact, the biggest concern is space and trying to find places. But I like your idea about integrating it into what we have. And you're familiar with the community health centers, obviously. And I really appreciated their coalition meeting with us. Yeah, it's very much teamwork. Do you see a role like for community housing, the community houses and the Ottawa community housing communities to be part of
Absolutely, Counselor. So I live in Ottawa community housing. My family have grown up in the neighborhood. And one of the reasons I haven't left the neighborhood is, as you mentioned, I work very closely with a lot of the Ottawa Community Housing Corporation is a housing provider, but oftentimes it's being asked to deliver social services in terms of assisted living. So what I've tried to do since the pandemic is start with small pilot projects such as, picking up garbage, trying to encourage you really using the children, because oftentimes their parents may be living with mental health. So what I found was that by sort of getting the children and some of the younger people to work with me, we've been able to sort of help people who are living with mental health remain in the community. We tried to help the community housing to try to pick up, for example, litter in front of their house. I partnered with the Hunt Club Community Association that surrounds us to provide, for example, instead of leaving different types of debris in front of their house, to plant cabbages and different types of fruits. So the goal of that is obviously mental health requires a sense of dignity. So I work with Ottawa Community Housing, especially we went through in my neighborhood, a big refurbishment in terms of updating the backyard fencing. Originally, the plan was to create chain link fence. So with the community, we actually advocated over the course of a year to say, no, let's replace the fence with an existing wood fence. The reason why is because by introducing chain link fence, it's going to feel like an institution that people are living. And so by creating these small things relatively at the time and making and Ottawa Community Housing, the staff were wonderful. It took a little bit of time because they weren't used to constantly having that feedback, which they're always looking for. But we were able to update all of the community. Now the neighborhood is refurbished. There's a lot of money being spent. I'm preparing sort of a nice thank you proposal. But the goal of that was to support oftentimes the people that are living with mental health who are using from the shelter to Ottawa Community Housing. And then how do we keep them, reduce antisocial behavior, support them in living in the community? And the only way to do that really is by getting neighbors to sort of support those other neighbors by doing things like beautifying the neighborhood so that Ottawa Community Housing doesn't have to feel like they don't have nurses on staff to provide everyday living. You get, security calls saying someone's yelling in the middle of the night. Well, it's oftentimes just because they need support. And so our goal is to support Ottawa Community Housing by providing more different areas of support to sort of wrap around the community.
Sounds fantastic. It's a great partnership. Thank you for all you're doing.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
You're still not done. Monsieur Plante.
Yeah, hi. So I'm just going to put this out there. So I've been doing budget consultations in my schools. I go to grade 5s and grade 8s and I present to them sort of a kid's version. And thank you to Cyril and his team who made a really cute PowerPoint with like GIFs and emojis. But I was just going to suggest if you want to accompany me just to hear what the kids have to say and some of the things they want, I would gladly have you in the school because I think everything you're saying, they are saying, and it's nice to get that sort of reinforcement loop. So for sure.
I would love to. Thank you, Counselor. Absolutely. Okay. Am I dismissed?
Yes.
Thank you.
And you're welcome to stay the entire length of the meeting. Even if it goes far into the night, you're always welcome.
I took the day off work, so officially I'm out of school. So yeah, thank you. I'm excited to hear all the other speakers as well. So again, thank you to the city staff, thank you to counselors, and merci beaucoup à tout le monde.
Merci beaucoup. Our next speaker is Helen Molima. Is Helen present? No. Okay. Then we'll move on to Mary Flores. Wonderful. Thank you for being here. Feel free to commence.
Hi, good day. My name is Mary Flores. I also live in Ottawa Community Housing, and my topic today as part of the coalition is focused on poverty reduction. So I'll just give you a little bit of my background. My name is Mary Flores. I am 38 years old. I live in Ottawa Community Housing in Lower Town. I am on Ontario Disability Support Services as after a car accident, I was left with a lot of mental health issues and physical issues as well. I was born in Mexico. I'm a woman of color, Mayan descendant from the Yucatan Peninsula. I moved to Canada in 2004 after I met my son's father in Mexico. And now I have half Mexican, half Canadian, 18-year-old son. So during my time here since 2004, it was unfortunate that I had to go through a lot of difficulties navigating the system as my English wasn't great whatsoever. I had to spend 2 years and a week in 3 different shelters because I couldn't find, of course, affordable housing. And as I was a non-resident, I didn't qualify for OCH either. So I had to struggle with the lack of housing. I ended up in an abused women's shelter where you can bring your own children. I wasn't able to work without a work or study permit, which I couldn't afford, as at that time I was receiving Ontario Works, and it was only $200 a month. So I wanted to talk to you today about the intersectionality of social determinants of health, which the Government of Canada, quote, social determinants of health and health inequalities are social and economical influences of health, where we are born, grow, live, work, and age. Social determinants of health heavily influences our health, personal, social, economic, and environmental factors, end quote. The World Health Organization has also determined that the social determinants of health are social determinants of health intersection in the themes of health. Sorry, I'm nervous. Okay, the World Health Organization, Ottawa Chapter 1986, which has a mandate to promote the process of enabling people to increase control over and to improve their health through multidisciplinary, quote, themes of health care providers, community workers, health promoters, early childhood specialists, social workers, end quote, striving for, quote, peace, shelter, education, food, income, and a stable environment, sustainable resources, and most importantly, social justice and equity. So what I wanted to talk to you today about is some suggestions to poverty reduction, especially amongst Ottawa communities and lower income communities. So I have a list of 14 items that I hope you will take into consideration when you talk about your budget for 2024. Number one, I would like to strongly suggest that OW and ODSP be doubled, as right now ODSP monthly benefits is about $840 minus rent, which I have subsidized rent. But at the end of the day, I end up with just on less than $600 a month for my living expenses, which include rent, cell phone, transportation, and I'm also putting myself through school. I'm paying tuition at Carleton University, full tuition, because as of I owe OSAP a lot of money, so I need to pay that money back before I can qualify again. So okay. So awesome, thank you. So number 2 will be free banking for OW and ODSP recipients, as well as low-income people. 10 to sometimes $11 a month in banking fees can take a toll on a budget, even if it sounds insignificant, $11. Number 3 would be automatic free subsidized access to recreation, fitness, swimming, sports, museums, movies, art, and galleries. Food bank, better food distribution on site, back to school supplies, and not only for children, but as well as adults who are pursuing post-secondary education or even are willing to finish their high school. 6 would be low computer and phone repairs, low cost. 7, exercise equipment at each location with free access.
Ms.
Number
Flores.
8.
we've reached your time. I actually gave you a couple more seconds to make up for the power outage apparently we had.
Yes.
But I am looking around the table. I don't know if anyone has any questions. We have one question for you. So.
Hi, thank you so much for being here. And what you have to say is really important, and congratulations on your success. I just have a question for you. So, this year in Ottawa, one of our intimate partner violence shelters, Interval, has had to turn away 900 people, 900 women fleeing violence. And very often those folks end up in city emergency shelter systems. So we're certainly working to make those shelters safe for survivors of intimate partner violence. I'm just wondering, did you move directly from women's shelter into community housing? Were you on a wait list for a period of time? I'm just wondering how you got to where you are now, because that is a really coveted position. And I'm so glad you ended up with affordable housing for your family.
Thank you. It's a little complicated situation. I came here when my son's father, who's English Canadian, then we separated, and then unfortunately the legal system wasn't kind on me. I actually ended up in jail the night of the separation, which is from where I was taken to a shelter because I had no place to go. From the shelter, I was put into another shelter, into the waiting list for Ottawa housing. So now is how I landed in housing after 2 years and a week in a shelter.
Okay, well, I'm really glad that city services were there to help you. We want to make sure they're there for everyone who needs help. And thanks for showing us what can be done with affordable housing to support your family. I know it's hard. I know it's really hard. So I just think you deserve a lot of credit. And I really do appreciate what you had to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question for you from Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for delegating before us this morning. Both myself, the chair, as well as Councillor Kavanaugh recently attended an event around poverty reduction that was held by the city to work on the poverty reduction strategy. And I think one of the key lessons that we learned was that lived experience and listening to people with lived experience is the best approach towards informing policy. So recognizing that we have a wide number of delegates today, I'm still interested in the 15 points that you were going to outline. And I'm hoping that you're able to either circulate that in written form to the committee so that can inform our policy development. So just asking you to hopefully submit that to the clerk of the committee so that we could have those 15 points on record. Thank you, Chair.
That's an incredibly good point. So what I'll do is I'm going to ask Josh from my team to run over to you after you've left and give you Eric's contacts. So then you can submit it via email. Is that okay?
It is perfect. Actually, my deputation was about 8 pages long.
Oh,
with
wow.
A lot of
Okay.
research.
Can't fit that into 5 minutes.
I couldn't fit it in, so I would be more than gladly to email you the original deputation.
Wonderful. So I'll have my team member just come over and give you that information, okay? Thank you very much for being here. It's greatly appreciated. We're going to go back to Helen Molima. She was actually in the queue and we didn't see her. She's online. So as Helen is getting teed up, I did want to note that Joanne Kilby-Koulis will be next and Alta Boriscu. Je m'excuse. Borsiku is up after that. So if everybody could just be on deck, and Helen, when you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Hello. Oh,
Helen, welcome.
Hi. I was just having some technical difficulties on my end.
We all go through it. You have 5 minutes, madame. Please proceed.
Okay. I am going to talk as a resident and as a parent in my community. So my name is Helen Molema, and I am a single mother of 3 boys, 2 who are teenagers, and we live in the Bay Ward. So I would like to bring your attention to the seriousness of mental health crisis and the tremendous impact it has in not only my community, but in the city at large. Due to the increased mental health crisis, along with many other issues caused and increased by the pandemic, there has been a significant increase in conflicts between neighbors, substance misuse, loitering, vandalism, and lack of self-care and community care. While some of these changes existed before the pandemic, there has been significant increase due to the pandemic. I know this because I see it, and I live it. These challenges and struggles that exist in my community and many others in our city are not going away without necessary resources. Communities thrive when needs are met and important services such as mental health support are accessible in a timely manner. Therefore, access to trained professionals such as social workers and counselors working directly in the community is extremely important for people who need immediate access to mental health support. We need more supports in our neighborhoods, support for single parents, especially those who already deal with so much stress from caring for their children and making sure that the children succeed in school. We all want the best for our children. We need support for parents to help them in order to support their children to get through school, regardless of their social class. Therefore, it's imperative to allocate more funding for accessible mental health services and resources directly located in communities and neighborhoods. So I ask the council to allocate the necessary resources and experts to help our communities. I would also like to see more treatment facilities and supportive care when patients are discharged as they recover from home, and also support for their families to help them with the recovery process. I want to see the opportunity of being available to those who don't have the funds or insurance to pay for these. Those whose lives are harder due to the systemic racism, members of the BIPOC community, street-involved youth, and those with no means to help themselves. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you and hearing my thoughts and ideas around how we can increase mental health support in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen, for your delegation. And we have a question for you from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Hi, Helen. I'm your counselor. So it's good to meet you. And thank you for coming out and telling us your story and the need out there. We're hearing a theme today, definitely, of what's needed in communities. And again, this is about our partnerships. I'm also chair of Ottawa Community Housing, who is also working on some of these aspects as well for the communities they operate. I appreciate what you're saying. Where are you suggesting these services be? Because it's kind of a wide variety. You're also talking about for children, et cetera. Obviously, they're not getting things at school that they need. So
as one of the previous speakers has said, these services are needed more in like communities, like where we have the community or the community houses or community centers. There could be somebody there. And as I work with the Catholic school board and in daycares, that service is needed too with children in schools. It is just too much for just teachers to handle, especially in schools.
Point well taken. There are services that have been established, such as Britannia Woods has got a mentoring program for Black youth as well as for families for exactly these reasons for mental health concerns. But obviously that's not enough. That's a community that's in Bay Ward. I don't know if you're aware of it.
That's the other thing. It is not easy for us, especially as single parents, to know of such resources and supports until it is almost too late to access such. So knowing where to go is key.
Yeah, I totally agree. And it's important to get that message out. So maybe we can talk after. And if you send me an email to my office, which is bayward@ottawa.ca, we can work with you on what's available right now. But also I want to hear what you think is needed.
In my opinion, I feel like sometimes having peer support within communities can actually help, because not all of us will show that we are struggling mentally in the same ways. Some of us struggle quietly and you won't even see that that's happening. But if there's like peer support within communities, I feel some of us would be more open to opening up to our fellow neighbors. And that wouldn't be easy unless community members have been trained in such fields, like taking the mental health first aid course. I feel like that would be a very useful way of getting peer supporters within communities.
Yeah, I like that. Can we talk offline and then we can talk about what's needed in the community, because I think there is a need, and I think that we'll see what we can do. But thank you very, very much for coming out. This is important to hear your story. And I think what you're telling me is we need prevention. We don't want to wait till after.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you so much for being here, Helen. Our next speaker is Joanne Kilby-Coulis.
It must be so painful to say your story. It's so.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors and special guests. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to address the community and speak about the important issues concerning Centertown and Somerset Ward. First off, I would like to do an acknowledgement for the traditional, ancestral, unceded, and unsurrendered territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people on which we live, work, and play together today. My name is Joanne Kilby-Coulis. I'm an Algonquin Indigenous woman from Western Quebec. I am European Jewish, Scottish, and also Native American. I am a client of the Canadian National Institute of the Blind and the Canadian Council of the Blind. I am a survivor of domestic violence. I am a present caregiver of 2 adult children with mental illness. I am a 30-year resident of Ottawa Community Housing in 3 different wards. I have lived in Central District for 13 years. I am here to talk about community safety issues affecting seniors, newcomers, and vulnerable populations that stem from mental health illnesses and issues and drug misuse. Personally, being vision impaired, I don't feel safe walking down my street in the evenings. Everyone deserves to live in a safe community, and support needs to be given to those struggling in our community. The problem we have is safety and drug misuse that come from mental health issues and lack of supports. At-risk youth loiter in private areas with little access to youth, welcome places, programs, and supports. This leads to seniors and other community members feeling unsafe and even isolated. There are many individuals with mental illness, including one man who was assaulted, both women and seniors, by throwing rocks at them, acting erratically, and has tried to break into private buildings. There was no follow-up about this man to the community and the building. We are worried that he and other people in crisis are in danger to others and themselves. In addition to the alternative response to mental health, there needs to be more funding for mental health outreach workers and community organizations so that those struggling have somewhere to turn to, such as community centers, recreation centers, stuff like that. The police and Ottawa Community Housing Security have different roles, and even when called, there is often no response in our area. There are diverse communities with language and cultural barriers. It becomes more concerning when dangerous situations happen, and there is no one we can depend on. Who do we call? Will there actually be a response? There needs to be consistency and more resources to support mental health crisis, a consistent mental health mobile crisis unit that people can rely on and would be a great alternative to 911 responders. We need to ensure everyone in our community feels safe and supported, especially during the winter months. I also want to mention, I see Mr. Tilley in the gallery. I'd like to thank the Ottawa Mission for coming to my unit every Sunday. We have about 150 people who need food desperately. And I'd really like to thank him for having the Ottawa Mission truck come to our building every Sunday and every second Thursday for these vulnerable people. That's my personal thank you to him. Thank you for your time, and I really appreciate you all listening today. I look forward to getting your support on these issues, and we'll be checking back to see the meaningful change happen in Centertown community. And lastly, quick note, I got 37 seconds. I am presently training to be a team leader for Centertown Community and Health Services. I thank you for your time.
We thank you for being
Make
here.
which.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful news. There's questions for you. First comes from Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Joanne. Nice to
Hi.
see you.
Good to see you.
I really appreciate your presentation, and for those listening on the committee, it really reflects a lot of what we've been hearing in Centertown. For those of you who don't know, we held a large community forum on neighborhood security in August, and more than 200 people came in person and 100 people online, and that was on very short notice. So this is a hugely challenging issue. What we've heard from a lot of our frontline workers is that, you know, the intersection of mental health, poison drug supply, hunger, and homelessness is creating a lot of erratic behavior that can be very frightening when people are not cared for. It compromises all of our security. So I do appreciate you coming to this committee to talk about solutions beyond just policing, because as you know, we want to deal with these problems at the root as much as possible so that people are cared for. I'm just curious, so you did mention wanting more mobile crisis outreach teams, more mental health support. Are there any other city services that would fall under community services? So aside from policing, that you think would be helpful for improving community
I
security?
prefer the mobile unit, and I'll tell you why. When my son had an episode years ago when he was 17, there was a mobile crisis unit for YSB and the Robert Smart Center, and it worked wonderful. The psychiatrist came right to my house and escalated his issue, and so that he didn't have to go to the hospital. So if we could get that in for adults in our ward, that would be fabulous in my opinion.
It's great. So I just wanted to report back on some of the things that the community was advocating for at that meeting. We actually see in this budget, which is great. So you did mention the non-police crisis intervention pilot, which will be coming to Centertown. It's a $2.5 million a year project. It will offer 24 hours a day, 7-day a week assistance with the kind of some of the crisis support you're referring to. And I also just wanted to let you know that I worked really hard with city staff and with the mayor's office to lobby for additional funding for the Somerset West Community Health Center's homeless crisis outreach program. So there's $200,000 in additional funding in this budget, which will allow them to help scale up specifically in your neighborhood. I know where you live. So I know where you live, but I'm really hoping that it'll bring some real much needed.
I know, Ariel, you've
helpers.
been working really hard in our ward and I'm really grateful for that. I hope this pilot project in the new year does help us. Because I know that with YSB, it does work.
Yeah.
They have a number, you call them, they'll be right at your door, especially for youth. So I'm hoping that we can incorporate that for the adults as well. We have a lot of, as you know, homeless people in our ward that really need help, especially on Bank Street. And also down Donald Park as well. And they really need that assistance. But I wanted to mention about the food truck because I'm telling you, we see every Sunday, I'm even in the line, to be honest with you, and I see about 100 people needing food every Sunday. And it's the same people too. It's not just different people. It's the same people, different backgrounds, different culture. They're out, in the elements, in the cold. Thankful that this food truck actually comes to our ward. So I see Mr. Tilly there. So I wanted to thank him for that because if not, people would be starving in our ward. I mean, it's heartbreaking.
It absolutely is. We know the statistics. It's 68% increase in food bank usage in Ottawa since 2019.
Well, the other thing is our food bank has now moved. They moved to the welfare office on Catherine Street. And a lot of people have mobility issues that can't get there. So, I mean, for me, I live at 453 Cooper. It takes me about a half an hour to 45 minutes to walk there. So just imagine a vulnerable senior has to walk there. So they would rather use the food truck. And that's the reason why I mentioned that. It's because now our food bank has moved. And so mobility is another very big issue.
Well, thank you so much for being here. And I know Councillor Carr at some point will speak about the additional investments that this budget makes in food security, which is something that she lobbied very hard for. But community hunger is definitely.
But Ariel, we will keep in touch and we will talk about things for sure.
Absolutely. I have no doubt, Joanne. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Troster. Councillor Plante.
Je voulais vous remercier pour votre délégation.
Thank you very much for your delegation.
Que quand vous avez commencé,
I appreciated that when you began, you mentioned that you come from Quebec, that you are from a minority community, Indigenous. Should I continue in English?
You just said you were from Quebec, so that's why.
I speak a bit of French, but not too much.
I am Algonquin Indigenous from Western Quebec.
No problem. I just want to say, I wanted to thank you for starting your presentation, sort of outlining a bit of your background and your history, because one thing we know for sure is people who are from minority communities are also more likely to be victims of crime. So I always think about that in the context of the kind of supports that we need to provide for people living downtown, because there's just a different need down here that I think a lot of people don't realize, and you articulated it very, very well. So thank you.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it, Councillor Plante. I wanted to state that we need more Indigenous services in the downtown core. For your comment, especially in Centertown Ward and Lower Town, we need more services, especially for Indigenous population. So I wanted to also address that as well.
Yeah, and I'll
It's,
just make a quick
you know-
plug for Minwashin and Wabano because I know they do a lot of great work in the community
I
and
was-
PI as well.
I was with Minnewacan for a while and so they're changing a lot of our services as well to different cards and different services and stuff like that. Some are federal, some are provincial. So we'll see what happens in the next year or so, what's going to happen with that. But I would like to see more Indigenous. I would like to see more Black, all different kinds of cultures, be supported, because I'm also European Jewish as well. So I'd like to see more supports in all communities, whatever culture you are.
Yeah, so and if ever you want to chat specifically about the Indigenous file, I have the largest amount of Inuit outside of Nunavut living in Ward 12. So we want to give them the best supports that we can. So reach out anytime, for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alta Borsiku. And as Alta is getting set up, I am going to mention that our next speaker following would be Chris Becker, followed by Katie Brookholder Harris. So just to notify everyone who's up next.
Good morning.
Good morning. You have 5
Okay.
minutes.
Okay, can I speak now? Bonjour. Yes. Bonjour. Je vous remercie pour votre
I'd like to
attention.
thank you for your attention about services for those in Orleans.
I've been a resident in Orleans for 22 years. I am addressing the issue of isolation and how it affects our mental health and physical well-being. We need more social activities that are accessible for seniors in the area. I used to go to yoga and exercise classes at the YMCA. Now the YMCA in Orleans has closed and there is nowhere to go for affordable exercise classes. We need funding for public space with activities which contribute to our physical and mental wellness. The lack of socialization causes isolation. Many seniors live alone at home because private retirement homes are unaffordable for the majority of residents. We don't have subsidized retirement home with assisted living in Ottawa, except for Residence Renaissance Montfort, which has limited space. Affordable subsidized retirement home with assisted living would offer seniors space with activities and support, enhancing their physical and mental abilities and keeping them in good health and less isolated. There are not enough subsidized retirement homes with assisted living in Ottawa. These need to be addressed to help seniors who need healthcare services but do not need to go to long-term care. It's also necessary to regulate and to control the price of private retirement homes in Ottawa. For example, residents are charged for every help needed, such as reminder to go to lunch or delivery of meals on their homes. Staff are already being paid a salary to do these tasks, and the retirement home shouldn't be charging resident extra fees for these services. The charges for private retirement home with assisted living are increased all the time. There is no regulations on that. They appear luxurious, but they charge for any extra service to cover and maintain the comfy appearance of those places. Residents are not receiving services for the price that they pay. Please look into this and make sure that something can be changed to regulate those places. Merci de prendre le temps de donner suite à notre demande.
Thank you very much for your response to our request. We are waiting awaiting your response. Thank you. Conseillère Plante, go ahead. Thank you very much. I didn't hear all of the comments, but are you just looking for funding for a building or for an entire program? The problem is that there used to be a YMCA. Are you talking about exercise classes?
I don't understand the question.
No, I was just wondering, I wasn't clear on what your funding ask was. Was it specifically for a program or the building, like capital funding? I was a little confused and I had stepped away for a second. So
Qu'est-ce que je veux demander, c'est une place où les
What I would
personnes
like to see is a place where seniors, my age, 65 years old, that can go and for exercise courses or classes rather. We used to have the YMCA, but since the pandemic, it has not been there. The YMCA was used for vaccinations, and then now it's closed. That's where we used to have a space for seniors, people like me, who could go and exercise and instead of staying home. But now we no longer have that YMCA. And we need to go in very expensive centers, things that people can't afford. Are there also linguistic issues that you're looking for? If services for francophones? Yes, for francophones as well. There are many immigrants in this area, and most of them speak French. We used to have the pool. We used to have yoga classes. We used to have exercise instructors who spoke French, but now we don't. I have many friends who I have not seen because in the past I would see them at the YMCA. I know a lady who also used to go to the YMCA to use the pool or to meet up with their friends, but now they can no longer go. We no longer have access to this space. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madame, for your presentation. Given that the YMCA was closed in the community, it affected programs significantly.
Certainly in this city budget, the City of Ottawa is investing in increasing programming and services for everyone, et aussi en français aussi.
They're investing in services in the French language as well.
That with that closure of that private entity and the recreation facilities in the East End, it's had a ripple effect on all services in the East. So I wanted you to know that that is certainly a point of conversation for the city and for le conseiller dans l'Est. So merci beaucoup pour votre présentation.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
Okay, merci beaucoup.
Our next delegation is Chris Becker with the Ottawa Baseball Infrastructure Improvement Group. And I know you have some slides as well, so we'll tee those up. I did not mean to use that. I am the queen of puns, but
that's a good start.
Yeah, see, it took a moment. It took a moment. All right, Chris, please take it away from me.
Thank you. I know we have a limited amount of time, so I'm going to go briefly over the decks. But first, I want to say thank you for having us. My name is Chris Becker. I'm a representative of OBIG. We say OBIG because the group is quite a mouthful to say, so we don't want to squeeze that in all the time. To the right, I have Peggy Pratt of the South Ottawa Little League, and behind us in the crowd, Clark Adams from the Ottawa Nepean Baseball Club, which is an elite baseball club in Ottawa, and Hank Beelan from the National Capital Men's League. And the reason why I'm bringing up everyone's name is the group that you have here for baseball today is for many different levels: Little League, competitive youth baseball, and men's league. And between all of those members that we have in OBIG in our 17 groups, we definitely have thousands of different players playing baseball. And what we're here today is to present to you with one voice some of baseball's concerns in Ottawa. And over the past couple of years, baseball has probably done itself a bit of a disservice because unlike hockey, you're well aware of Hockey Eastern Ontario, they have one advocacy voice. In baseball, one of the problems is there's many different teams playing in many different leagues, and what that's led to is fragmentation. So maybe if we could get to slide number 1, and I'll start with the background info for you today. So what is OBIG? We were started in 2019. We're here representing the interest of baseball. Our infrastructure in the city of Ottawa is lagged behind other municipalities across Ottawa, Ontario, and Quebec. And what we want to do here is stop advocating in silos and come as one voice before City of Ottawa to make our recommendations. Next slide, please. So our goal number 1 is the improvement of current field maintenance practices and standards. And I know Mr. Chenier is here to my left. I just want to say thank you to him and his group. We have made some strides since we started our outreach. We've been better at coordinating grass cutting schedules to maximize playing time on weekends and communicating when high profile tournaments are taking place. So we have had some wins, and thank you to Mr. Chenier for that. We do have some issues we're trying to work through, and I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but the biggest one we found this past year was we had a delayed opening spring 2023. We lost up to 2 weeks of bookings. That might not seem like a lot, but for little leagues like Ottawa South, that's 25% of your spring season. We also have noticed that across the city, some of the issues of lips on infields, I don't want to go too much into the details on that, but basically, so we have some recommendations on how we can improve maintenance and fix those. And the other one is when clubs do make investments either through the minor or major capital programs, sometimes we're seeing that those investments don't stay as pristine as long as they should because of the maintenance standards we have now. And we've been trying to work with the City of Ottawa to better coordinate maintenance so that our investments are at a higher level for a longer period of time. Next slide, please. I do know I'm not an expert on the city budget, but I do know the Parks and Recs master plan that came out and its recommendations for baseball. I know these are very aspirational in terms of what they want to have by 2031 to meet additional growth and demand. This is great, and we welcome this, and we'd love for our group to engage with City Council on how we can best strategically implement these goals. One of the problems we have right now when you talk about budgeting in baseball is that there's currently no details as to how we're going to move forward and how we're going to get the best value for taxpayers and baseball organizations. Some examples, we have a new field being built in Capilmore in South Barhaven. That's fantastic. One of the issues there, though, is that our group is a little bit unclear of how new fields are chosen and how the funding is allocated. And the other thing, we all talk a lot about equity and equality, but the way the system's set up right now with the minor and major capital grants, individual clubs who have better resources are better at applying for grants than others. So what you see is an inequitable distribution of funds from the city based on who has the resources and the volunteers who can apply for them. And this essentially leads to unequal, unplanned growth and ad hoc improvements. So what we want to do is we're really hoping that out of this meeting, we can collaborate more with the city and more with you and have a plan going forward about how we can get the best value out of investments. Now, I see we have 46 seconds left, and I'm by no means going to be able to go over the next slide in the next 46 seconds. But we wanted to really treat this as a conversation with both this committee and the staff about our recommendations. So we have a list of 7 recommendations here. And what we're really hoping is that we can improve our coordination with city staff and come up with an action plan where we can work through these. And we understand getting all 7 of these enacted is probably not realistic, but we're really hoping over the next couple of years, we can work and build on some of the successes we've had and really improve our infrastructure for the good of all of our thousands of members. So with 7 seconds left, I think good time to stop.
Thank you for so diligently staring at the clock. I appreciate it, but that doesn't mean you don't have questions lined up for you. So you might have the opportunity to elaborate about that a little more. And I will note too, and I appreciate your referencing an ongoing conversation with city staff about maintenance standards. That is separate from the budget, but I'm glad you brought that up. It's important to note. We have a question from Councillor Hill for you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I would ask if our coordinator, could you just put that last slide up for a minute? Because I only saw it for about 3 seconds. And while we put that up, I would just ask, could you provide perhaps a wave top of, what's What's the bottom line of what the city could best do to address the concerns that are raised by your group? And perhaps just having the slide up while you speak to it is a value add, but I'm just interested to see what we can do as we're, contemplating our budget right now. What's the key thing the city can take away from this delegation for us to consider going forward?
Excellent. Yes, we obviously have our 7 detailed recommendations, but if I had to break it down to 3 key things, the first is collaboration. And we've seen the start of that with Mr. Chenier and his staff. And I think we really have made some good momentum that we can build on over the next year. The biggest one we're hoping to collaborate with him is making sure that the fields get opened on May 1st of next year so we can maximize our playing time. We don't live in Florida and we have to make sure that we make the most out of every week that we can play baseball. The second is awareness. And I think the mere fact that we're here with recommendations is fantastic. And I know Peggy's sitting beside me, and I don't think baseball has had this type of coordinated push before. So it's great to be in front of this group, making recommendations and pushing on that front. And I think the last one is baseball hasn't really advocated well as a single voice for itself. And I think what we're hoping, and I've been talking to Hank about this, is just having the same level of attention that indoor sports get. Hockey doesn't have to make these type of presentations. And I think there's a number of reasons for this. Baseball's outdoors. It doesn't have the same registration number as hockey. And also we're operating in silos for years. So I think if we can get the same level of attention and just having that conversation ongoing about how we can really build on this, and we're not going to improve infrastructure and maintenance overnight, but over the coming years, if we chip away at it, I think we can make some really good progress.
Well, thank you very much, Chris, for your delegation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chris, for your advocacy. I think that it's important. We're starting to see a number of advocacy groups emerge around different sports in the city. And I think that that's healthy to ensure that we have clarity as to what the community wants, especially those who are engaged in especially youth sports and bringing teams to utilize our facilities. So I really want to thank you for that. And I'm really encouraged about the fact that you're saying that city staff is working with you. I know that when we took office, your organization had circulated a letter asking and requesting that the city form a working group with baseball stakeholders to strategically implement the recommendations that were put in our latest park and recreational plan. So my question is, can you elaborate as to the work that you're doing with city staff? It sounds like it's positive around some of the recommendations. So I'm just wondering if you could speak to that a bit.
Yeah, for sure. The first thing we have, I'm just going to flip to my notes here, is that a lot of it's been execution focused, little things. One area where we've fallen short, I think, in the past is, and if I can leave you with one note, is youth sports is a very lucrative area for the city, hotel rooms, restaurants, and in baseball, Ottawa has the opportunity to be a leader, and we are behind the curve on that. And what I mean by that is teams from Toronto don't want to come up here because our fields are not as good as other fields. So what we've been doing with Mr. Chenier's group has been looking at how we can better coordinate our communication of tournaments so that there can be appropriate things in place like washrooms, staff on site, garbage disposal, so that Ottawa looks as good as it can when we host like major provincials, which is Little League's biggest tournament. The other thing is we've been applying for grants, and I know we have a couple from the Ottawa West Little League that Councillor Cavanaugh will be aware of, and also ONC has put one in to fix Hamilton Yards, and we are encouraging our members to apply because we understand that we have to go through the existing processes, which would be the minor major capital grant process. But the one, I think, frustration from our members is even if we get a $10,000 grant, it's then up to us to find the remainder of the funding. And that's a barrier baseball groups in other cities don't face. It's all funded by the municipality. So we are working. It is ongoing. I believe we're going to have a meeting in December. And I think at that point, a lot of it's going to be execution focused, not really on policy, but how do we get the fields open on time? What can we do to allocate resources? But they've been fantastic. I just think we have to communicate well with the city. City has to receive the message, and we have to just work together. And we've been trying to push people to file 311 complaints, not because we're complaining, but because that's the way you can best communicate with the city and get those going. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's.
It does. I appreciate that. I think it's important for us to listen to our stakeholders to improve the quality of the facilities And I know that staff does reach out to organizations and works definitely work with advocacy groups. And so I have one last question for you. And as you might be aware, of course, the Ottawa Baseball Stadium is probably in my ward. And I take a lot of pride in the fact that we have professional baseball there with the Titans, and I know that during the last term, at my behest, we did open consultations regarding the long-term vision of the Ottawa Baseball Stadium. And I know that your organization was calling on City Council to take necessary steps to allow greater community access to the valuable resource. I'm just wondering, for OBIG, what does that look like?
Okay, that's a complicated question for me to ask on behalf of everybody. But what I can say is that, and we did write you a letter at the time. I don't have it in front of me. That stadium, other cities, I know Saskatchewan, I think, was building a stadium much like that. It is really a community gem that's not used as much as it could be. I'd have to go back and survey our OBIG members. I believe a couple of things. Peggy said, you might be able to answer the question better than I can.
Sure, we would like to use it more. Many of our members would like to use it more. It is very difficult to book it. It's and rightly so. The organization that uses it, the team that's there, wants to make sure that when it's time for them to play, that that it's in the best possible shape. So if there's any chance of rain, they cancel the contract. So it makes it very difficult for some of us who would like to use it more to have predictable access to it. So we would look forward to an opportunity, and it's they book it now themselves. The city, our allocations people used to book it for us. Now it's more complicated because we have to go through that organization. The price is higher now, and so on and so forth. But it's not a price thing. It's largely because of how unpredictable it is. You can get canceled just like that.
Well, I appreciate that input. I think it's important to note that we are still pending the results of that consultation. That's going to come back to both committee and council. But I'm looking forward to the input because I know that council as well as staff had dedicated itself towards a path to ensuring that the facilities are more accessible, especially to community groups, to ensure the continued viability of the stadium. And I know that you've been central in terms of providing comments. So really appreciate that and appreciate your contributions to the conversation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Chair, and nice to see you, Chris. I'm keeping my camera off for vanity reasons, but couldn't help but to join in. I'd love for you to share with this committee a little bit about your experience in working towards your your championship tournament that happened at the Pinecrest Recreation Center. I know you had organized for tankers of water to come in and try to water the lawn in anticipation of this tournament to improve the quality of the fields. And I found that to be a really strange and interesting story when it comes to the maintenance required for these fields. I know that maintenance standards might not be part of the budget, but certainly the investment in maintenance for these types of the size of these facilities and the impacts, as you say, of them being outdoors. So you've both got drought as well as, the spring. The spring things were slow to open because of the soddenness of the fields, right? So you almost can't catch a break. Could you describe to us the work that your group had done to try and create your own watering stations for these fields in anticipation of your big tourneys?
Yeah, and that's a really good point. So for those of you who don't know, I know Councillor Kavanagh would know well, is Pinecrest, we really have tried, and this is me taking off the OBIG hat and putting on the Ottawa West Little League hat, to make that into a central baseball facility, and it's been a complete success. We've had 2 fields upgraded, a new batting field, our batting cage. One of the problems, though, is for baseball to work, you're totally dependent on the weather, and in that particular instance, we don't have a watering system at that site. So we probably invested $200,000 to $300,000 in that site. There's another field being fixed, as you know, Councillor Johnson, Pinecrest Senior. So that'll be three of the 6 diamonds fixed in about 3-year span. But without water, the club had to take on its maintenance by bringing in water trucks for that high profile tournament. I think what you're touching on is a bit of a broader point though. And I think having a club having to go above and beyond by like that to host a major tournament is not just a problem at Pinecrest, not just something in the city, but it's some of the obligations that you see that our groups have to pay for in Ottawa, you don't see in other organizations, in other cities. For example, my son now plays for the Ottawa and Canadians. We go to tournaments in the United States and they have full turf fields. In Ottawa, we don't have a single turf baseball field. And we have, I think, what's the last count? 13 senior diamonds in the whole city. That works out to 1 for every 66,000 residents. So I think when you look at the budget, I know this year's budget is passed, but having it aligned so we can really look at what is funded in Ottawa, what does baseball bring in by terms of revenue and user fees, and how is it serviced? Because to put it mildly, part of the reason why this group was formed is because we're fighting an uphill battle. And if you look at that instance, the Ottawa West Little League had to put thousands of dollars of its own user fees to make sure they successfully hosted a high profile tournament. And the tournament was a complete success, profiled the all girls league. People were left raving about Ottawa, but it is a bit of the burden that Ottawa baseball has to pay that other municipalities, quite frankly, don't have to worry or deal with.
Thank you for sharing that story, Chris. I appreciate it. You also had a pretty amazing first pitch at that tournament as well. Not to compliment my own arm, but it was pretty darn good. I would like to continue. I think you're bringing in examples of how other municipalities and jurisdictions do it could be a strong role for your organization. Because you're right, like we're not going to be able to control for weather, and I don't think that is the expectation of your organization. But there are other jurisdictions who have weather, predictable weather. I think some of the things that Ottawa struggles with is that we're really just starting to experience some of these larger climate events, and so the acclimatization to our new normal is tough. So the more examples you can bring in, that collaboration piece that you've described, I know I can't get enough of Dan Chenier and the work that he does to try and be all things to all people. But we do need help when it comes to these specific sports and standards. So I would ask you, to keep bringing in those examples from other places so that we can be inspired and we can think about what is the art of the possible. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Carr.
Hi, thanks. I don't have too much left to say. I think my colleagues have covered it off, but I just wanted to acknowledge Peggy and I met earlier this year. And if there's ever anything that you need in the community, I know my ward has a lot of important baseball diamonds to the league. But other folks have commented, I think they've covered it, but given my colleagues' enthusiasm for baseball, do you think that you could organize a tournament? There's 25 of us total. And I think in order for us to experience the fields and see these challenges, it might be best if there's something that you could do for us.
You're on, Marty.
So I'll go back to our group who may or may not be watching, and I'll say that in between one of our games, we're going to organize a baseball game between city councillors, and we'll all come and see how it goes. And we may take you up on that. We can take that action.
Thank you. I look forward to that.
I will
Great
say,
idea, Marty.
pitching a baseball is a lot easier than harder than it looks.
Councillor Carr might be looking forward to that, but I might not be. My arm is not steady. I've tried. It wasn't the best experience for me or anybody watching. You look like a good shortstop. I'm a good shortstop. Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Hill, you have a question.
I just wanted to conclude my points by saying congratulations, certainly to the East Nepean Little League Seniors champions for Canada this year. So, I mean, it goes to show, you invest in the infrastructure. And I know a lot of that was borne by a number of volunteers that came out and spent, evenings and weekends getting those fields to a standard for a national championship tournament. And Ottawa, came out on top. So congratulations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here. I did want to note too, and we're talking about budget in my ward specifically, with the collaboration of city staff and Orleans Little League and other groups that are playing baseball, we were able to see netting put up at the Blackburn Arena, Lois Kemp Arena now, and we're seeing improvements in this budget with at Tovett. So it is appreciated when you come and you delegate and you highlight that ongoing conversation, because as you note, while we have a budget before us, it's a year-long conversation, right? Because it's a work in progress and there's always these evolving needs. So I want to thank you for being here, as well as your ongoing advocacy for the families that play baseball in our community. I know it's a growing sport, so thank you very much.
Thank you. And just one other thing to say, I know we've talked a lot about accessibility, in terms of coming out of the pandemic and inflation and all the pressures on everybody. Baseball at the youth level, particularly the Little League level, the reason I'm here is because the opportunities it gave my son, my daughter as well. All girls baseball is booming in Ottawa. And when we talk about helping youth out, just want to reiterate what Councillor Hill said. Giving kids and families an affordable option to play something does tremendous good for everybody too. So
Very much for being here. Next, followed by and then after
I think that's a bad idea. Good morning, members of the committee. Over the course of this year, as the city faces the full impact housing crisis that is out of control, I want to start by pointing to acts that are working. In June, Council approved an integrated transition plan to rapidly move out of subsidies. We enable people to stable housing. The increase in food security budget, and I commend Council for stepping up, particularly level of government is doing so. Foods are also entry also to move quickly and effectively. Of the find ourselves in. A lot of our places are far more expensive to the city than long-term. Money is being spent on bunk beds, extra short-term shelter spaces, and sprung structures. $1 million every year. The overflow hotel system is over 16 million. 25 homelessness. Actions results in a ticket that will never be paid. A charge for making another form of emergency shelter that we have. And I assure you, we can much. 7.9 million. The cost of permanently housing the four currently experiencing chronic homelessness with generous rent subsidies. Spread 95 social service agencies to people. Well,
some more last year since this council was elected. That includes the purchase of 1245 Kilbourne Place, which is a tremendous investment for the city to make. You also highlighted that transitional allowance where we're getting people out of the PDCs and getting them into housing quicker. I also would like to acknowledge staff's efforts with respect to Corkstown Road, which was the leasing of a facility that was able to close down a number of hotels and motels and get people housed better in transitional housing facilities. So I think it's great for all of us around the table to see the level of progress that's actually happening. And we hear so much about housing and homelessness, and I know we all talk about it around this table, but we really have made some notable progress this year, and I'm quite impressed by those 3 actions alone. And I know there's lots of work underway, and we, obviously as somebody who feels it deeply in my ward with 2 community centers in use, we don't really let people sleep on the streets here. We haven't seen the impact that they've seen in Toronto, for example, what happened on Peter Street. We provide housing to people. I'd like to ask a couple questions from your delegation. You spoke about the effective governance, need for that, and the data-driven decision-making, as well as system-wide coordination. Could you just give some examples of what that would look like if those things were to be implemented?
Yeah, so I'm actually fresh from the Canadian Alliance to End Homelessness Conference a few weeks ago, which, by the way, Ottawa is hosting next year. So we'll be on the national stage and get to show off the good work we're doing. But a couple examples across the country, Red Deer, Alberta has basically a council-approved governance structure. And they do have, it's basically community experts and city staff. There are 2 councillors that sit on that, that basically are guiding the strategy for how we can reduce homelessness in the community. And so there really is a sense of, okay, there is some sort of brain over the system that's doing that thinking and that work, and then connected to all the different groups that are doing work as well. So right now we're mapping the many different groups. I think everyone speaks about silos in our sector. We have a sector that's collaborative but not coordinated. And we've mapped, I think, 50 groups that are all just doing their own coordination. So the coordinators are not coordinated. And that's something that we're working closely with city staff on, developing a new governance structure and bringing that to council. And I think the key here is, will it have teeth? And that's only going to happen if council is backing it. So I flag that now because we are doing good work on it. But that is the model that's happening in communities across the country. Kelowna has a similar one, Thompson, Manitoba, Edmonton has one, Calgary, like it's pretty common. We don't have that yet, but it is in progress. Oh, data is great too. Sorry. So just the ability to look at, we were in some ways with the PDCs, we're flying a bit blind for a number of months because we didn't yet have the numbers on who's low acuity, what are their populations. Like, we're not able to make good decisions about what kind of housing needs people have if we don't have that data super clear. And it has to be real time. It has to be, I'm printing a button on Chrysalis reports and HIFIS, and I can see exactly what I need today, this morning, in terms of supporting people. And we're not quite there with our data. And I think that's something, there are in some lists for sure, in the by name list that the city's working on, but each agency needs to be able to have the ability to do that as well. So I think there's work ahead on strengthening data. I think that right now the city's rolling out HIFIS amongst more agencies, which is great, and we need to do that. But data culture is a big thing. It only matters, if the person who's entering the data cares about how they're entering it and doing it accurately. And that's a lot of kind of culture change that we need to work on. And we've seen that particularly in the complexity over newcomers, refugees, and asylum seekers. And as we know, that's the biggest pressure point in our system. And we're just getting our arms around the complexity of that data and making sure that that information is correctly identified. And then coordination. I mean, all of that comes from having the data in hand, being able to make really smart decisions on the fly as well.
Yeah, I certainly appreciate that. And, we talked a little bit about the tangible things that we can talk about in terms of what we've done around the table, but without having that data for us, it's difficult to be able to see the progress that we're making too, and the success in keeping people housed and in getting them housed. So Appreciate the delegation. Thank you very much.
I do just want to say, I think we undersell our housing numbers. We've housed thousands and thousands of people, but it's not always counted cumulatively. Like we house more people as a community than is captured. And I think getting everybody under the same data umbrella helps us to tell that story. So yeah, it's totally appreciate that comment on success as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Troster.
Thank you for being here again. Yeah, I mean, I'll say my office deals with multiple eviction prevention situations a week. That data is not captured anywhere. So I agree to understand the scope of the problem and also how well we're solving the problem. One central data source would be great. I actually have two questions based on some of the intersections associated with our homeless population. So as you know, right now, more than 40% of folks in our emergency shelter system are refugees or newcomers, and then it's over 70% in our overflow physical distancing centers. So based on your interface with refugee serving organizations, what do you think is the best strategy to help address that, to ensure that our homelessness services are first of all, preventing refugees from ending up in shelters and also having more culturally appropriate services for them?
Yeah, I mean, I think I usually don't try and single out individual organizations, but I'm going to because community partners and alliance members are pretty unanimous. Matthew House and Catholic Center for Immigration. Like these are the agencies that are equipped, have the experience and the expertise to support people. I'll focus on the two sides of the spectrum. On Matthew House, you have a model where it's a single family home in a neighborhood. Nobody really knows it's there. You don't get the same reaction sometimes from neighbors. And as people just living there, they can create about 10 spots. We're actually costing out what it would look like to just outright purchase homes. And within like basically 3 months, we think we could get about 120 spots. The pressure on our shelter system is immense, and that would all be diverting people from shelter. It would be tackling the flow issue. So that's a piece that we're excited to be working in conversation with the city on. And then CCI has been for the last year, 2 years, been really diving deep into partnering with volunteers in the community and refugees coming in, specifically Ukrainians. And so they've been able to do some really significant partnerships. Community partners like around the table are just increasingly like, get them here. If they're not at the table, they need to be, because that is the pressure point in our system. Yeah, so that's a huge one, and it's diversion. Like it really has to be about ensuring they never hit the shelter system, because as I'm sure Peter Tilley can attest, you know, it's folks who really should never be in a shelter. No one should be in a shelter, but you know, we lose as soon as people enter shelter who are often even middle class and like fully were professionals in their country, coming and immediately being exposed to an environment that you know, people experience trauma pretty quickly. And so how do we prevent that from happening and people getting stuck?
Thank you very much. I have a particular interest in this because I've been part of many private refugee sponsorships, and the difference in the outcomes is quite traumatic. So thank you so much. And I know the city staff are working with you in Matthew House and the Catholic Center for Immigrants. So I'm very excited about that project. I think it holds a lot of potential, and we're hoping for federal funding to help us do that. Just one more question. So in my capacity as Council Liaison for Women, Gender, Equity, and LGBTQ Affairs, I met with some organizations that work in the intimate partner violence space, including women's shelters. I'm just very curious because I know we do interface with them, but it is kind of a completely different track in terms of that system. So I'm just wondering, from your perspective, are we integrating them enough into our shelter strategy? Because whether it's a women's shelter or an emergency shelter, it's still the same folks who need housing. I'm just wondering if you had any feedback on how we can improve that data sharing.
Yeah, absolutely. So that is an area of work, I think, ahead of us if we want to have a really coordinated system. And there's definitely ways to share information within, you know, HIFIS that is protective of women fleeing violence. And so that's something that there's a lot of work on that. But I think ultimately it starts with the choice that we have a VAW system where each individual shelter enters the data separately. So within even the agencies, they're not coordinated data. And again, I think that's more legacy from the fact that safety is really the drive behind that philosophy. So it's understandable. And then you have the registry where the provincial priority is on people fleeing violence, intimate partner violence. And that's a separate list from then the shelter list with HIFIS. And so to your point, Councillor Troster, people are absolutely using all of those systems. But when we talk about the Emergency Crisis Task Force, we're actually not including women fleeing violence in those numbers. And I think that's something that is a big gap that we need to address in our planning and our thinking.
Councillor Troster?
Thank you so much. Sorry, Councillor Carr was just asking. So yes, thank you very much. I do agree that we need to coordinate those sectors a little bit more to ensure that we're serving folks properly. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Councillère Plante.
Yes, hi, Kate. Thank you for being here. I had a couple questions. Some of them, they kind of come from different spots, but I'm hoping at the end we can just bring it all together. So one of the things that I'm kind of slightly obsessed with is the acquisition part of this issue. We simply, I mean, you know, stuff like the rapid housing fund, that's great, but we do not have time to wait for all of these things, these magical buildings to be built. There's a shortage of workers, there's a shortage of material, interest rates are really high. Can you maybe talk a bit about the acquisition piece and where you see we can make some progress on that front?
So for years, I've been saying 7-to-1 is our not Ottawa number. It's 7 units of affordable housing that we lose for every 1 new purpose-built rental. New update, 31-to-1. That is Ottawa, 31-to-1. These are the most recent numbers from Steve Pomeroy's work. And those are basically units below $1,000, 1,000 or below. And that's reflective of, I think, 2011 to 2021. We're in real danger. We can build and build and build. And there are some great capital plans ahead for this city. Unless we acquire, we're actually not getting anywhere. We're actually falling behind. So I would really encourage the city to look at what's the mechanism that we can quickly acquire low-cost rentals. And here's the thing, REITs are a partner in this. They want to offload those buildings. They actually are advocating at the federal level to have an acquisition fund so that they can offload those properties. So the moment is now. Like, this is really an opportunity to lean into that. And that was actually one of our platform planks for the Starts With Home campaign. But at the local level, we do need a mechanism to do that. And I know that, you know, the land trust, there's been one opportunity, which is fantastic. But to do the work on figuring out, okay, how do we do this? How do we do it quickly? Because 31-to-1 is a very scary number.
Great. And I've been in a couple community association meetings just across the province and even in Quebec. And some people use the term low barrier shelters and some people use the term high acuity shelters. I was wondering if you could unpack what that actually means or if they're the same thing. I actually don't know, but I've heard in other communities a lot the term low barrier. So.
Yeah, I feel like I don't have an official answer for that, but my assumption is high acuity would obviously people with significant needs. Low barrier is when you really do your very best not to have anything preventing someone from entering shelter. I actually was having a conversation with the former mayor of Edmonton a few weeks ago, Don Iveson, and he made a comment that during the beginning of the pandemic, they created the program that they didn't know they needed. And it was opening up the conference center for the most low barrier of services possible. And that included, you can bring a pet, you can bring a partner, because those are often reasons that people are staying in encampments and they're not going to go to a shelter, as well as looking at safe substance use. How does that happen in shelter? So those components are critical to low barrier. And he said that winter, they had 55 people come in from the cold that had never touched the shelter system, and that basically their lives were saved because they created a context that was totally low barrier. That's a much bigger, important conversation for us to have. But I really think, you know, Ottawa is the only city in the province that's actually enforcing shelter standards, which is great. And we should have that. And then I think that gives us a framework to have a longer conversation about what a low barrier context would look like. But thank you for flagging that. It's a really important piece of the puzzle.
No problem. And I also wanted to continue on that conversation because I went to see Jitami with Councillor Carr a couple weeks ago in Gatineau, and it was like entering a different universe. So they have a maximum cap at 50 because they believe in smaller scale shelters. They have monthly, dinners with the community and businesses. And they have something called 15-15 where you're allowed to stay for 15 days and then you have to leave for 15 days. And when I asked the executive director, Elise Paradis, why, she said, well, I just don't want anyone to get comfortable here. And she said they actually have data that they rehouse people a lot quicker with the 15-15. So I was just wondering if, for the people who that might not make sense or may seem almost kind of cruel, why you're rehousing people quicker in that context.
Yeah, so the largest shelter in North America is the Calgary Homeless Shelter. I feel like I'm getting the name wrong. Sandra Clarkson's the ED there. And within a 2-year period, they switched to that model, not necessarily 15-5, but a very extremely housing focused model. They reduced their numbers by 50% in 2 years.
Wow.
And have maintained it. And it was like a very aggressive, I would say, approach to housing. And I think that we see work like that happening in all of our shelters. But I think, again, speaking to coordination and culture shift, that's a much bigger conversation, and we need to build that into how we do everything. We have to live and breathe housing first, and we all need to be on the same page about what housing first means. So I think that we absolutely have fantastic housing workers in all of our shelters, and they're turning into housing, right? We know that shelters are doing that. But I think there's a next level, and I think we should look at that next level.
Great. And I have just 2 more questions. Sorry. I love having you here. So if you could just talk a bit about HIFIS itself, maybe just do like a HIFIS 101, like what is HIFIS? And then how can we make all of this data coordination better?
Okay, because we live in a world of acronyms, I will just say it. Homeless individual and families information system. Okay. So there's that. So, I mean, I think ultimately I am not a HIFIS expert, so I would like city staff or the experts on this and community partners. But when I was working with Reaching Home with the feds, you know, just seeing the capacity of HIFIS is significant. And you can see that if the tool is not the answer, the policies that are then implemented into the tool is the answer. So if we don't have the coordinating policies and framework first, the tool's kind of irrelevant. So I think there's an opportunity, especially as there's all this work on rollout right now to more agencies, to really strengthen the coordination framework and get those policies and protocols in place that are going to enable the most amount of coordination and data sharing. And that's got to be done in partnership, right? Like that absolutely is a community conversation with the city. So HIFIS's capacity, I think, is significant. They do updates all the time, which slow poor city staff down a lot. So there is that. But its potential is good. And I think to use that as our tool for coordination is great, but we have to do the thinking work first.
And then to sort of connect that, I just think we need to do a better job of all kind of data coordination in general. So we have HIFIS, we have like an opioid dashboard with OPH, we have the community safety portal. And I would, in my world where I live between my ears, I would love if we just had a portal that had all the data from, you know, fire services, paramedics, HIFIS, you know, you could just access this without having to go to different tentacles all over our city websites. I just think that would give a better snapshot about community safety and well-being than just, you know, because we talk about housing and there's so many things that affect housing. We talk about, you know, overdoses. There's so many aspects that affect the overdose quality and our response to it. And anyway, it's just my little plug there for better data, not just in the housing sector.
I'm going to do a shameless plug for a project we're working on. It's called the DASH project with Ottawa U. And it is the idea of basically trying to pull from multiple data systems to have that kind of comprehensive picture. Yeah. And it is, I mean, the challenge is most funding streams require a different database, which is obviously very complicated for providers and for staff trying to like manage all of that. But how do we get the systems to talk to each other? That's really the question. If we can find a way to do that, that really enables us to move further on the data piece for sure. But I share your vision.
You're off the hook now. Thank you so much.
Merci, Councillère. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Kate, as always, for your optimism. These are tough times, and we need that very much. In my community, this is a good example where we're opening up a former retirement home for transitional housing. And I'd like to see those people permanently housed, as everybody would. But at least we're putting them all in one place and not in motel rooms. I think this is a big step forward, as Councillor Carr has mentioned, but we want to move forward. At the same time, literally across the street, we have people living in the park. Homeless single men, primarily. That's happening right now. And they're about, you know, there's, you know, people think, well, they're just going to move over across the street. Well, no, because that's for families. Anyway, this is an ongoing problem. And so it's hitting our neighborhoods. So they're really getting it that this isn't just a downtown problem or something. This is right in our community. And in terms of that, that's the two silos of housing people temporarily versus permanently. And we hear that from groups, why don't you just spend that money on housing people permanently, yet we have to do something right now. And where's the federal government in this if those are newcomers? So I don't know if you're working on that, if you have any.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like
Well, I know you are.
specifically on the newcomer component or encampments or, sorry, like specifically on the newcomer piece or encampments or more encampments, you mean?
More on just that emphasis on the permanent housing for when obviously it's a problem when we have to do these, incredible lengths to have more shelters.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, we certainly continue to advocate with the feds all the time, like more capital, more capital, more capital, specifically in nonprofit housing. And I know, the city's long-range financial plan and the capital plan are certainly outlining that, but I'd encourage us to think about permanent housing in the short term, and that is rent subsidies. It's the quick, easy way to get people into housing. And as much as possible, how can we as a system be nimble and responsive with that approach? And I think it speaks to the need to really clarify what we mean when we say a housing first approach. And for encampments in particular, offering a shelter space is not a choice. Like, that's not a real choice. People have chosen already to, and potentially because of barriers like they can't bring a partner in or a pet. We need to actually offer housing options. And so I think and I appreciate the complexity around encampments. I totally appreciate that. But I think when you look at a human rights-based approach, it looks like, are we giving this person real choices? So yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a conundrum. But the other thing that I discovered, and as chair of Ottawa Community Housing, I'm quite aware, the ones that are in most need, we try and house first, that are referred to us. But the issue is that they really need supportive housing if they're chronically homeless, because for a number of reasons, and all different cases. But that is where we lack, and that's not something that we offer specifically at Ottawa Community Housing. I don't know if you have any comments about that, because it's not just housing. It's not just a roof over your head.
Yeah, I mean, I really commend OCH. I know they're looking at a model that would include, sort of more complex supports for people, which I think is fantastic. And really the opportunity, and I know, counselors who sit on the board, including yourself as the chair, but the opportunity to really explore that discussion is important, and really looking at the needs of a particular population. And I think at the end of the day, I know you all advocate with the province, but like, they need to own this. Supportive housing operating funding is their responsibility, and really lean into the cost. I mean, it's $30,000 a month for somebody to stay in hospital. 40% of people in alternative level of care beds are people in need of some kind of supportive housing. That is extremely expensive. And I just say, continue to lean into that as much as possible when negotiating with the province.
Yeah, definitely a conversation with the province. In terms of data, we're talking about that. There's definitely silos in terms of, for example, violence against women shelters. And then they're often full, and then they're referred to homeless shelters. And it's all mixed together. And part of it is that it's municipal versus provincial funding, and we really don't know what's going on out there if we're counting somebody as in the homeless category, but really it's related to domestic violence. So that's something we really need to work on. And is this your DASH program going to help us with that?
I don't think the DASH program, I think it's more about IFAS, to be honest. I think that's the tool we currently have that's working. And is there a way that we can ensure that the VAW shelters are part of it? So part of it, and I appreciate this, you can only control what you fund, but you can build a culture and an invitation into the places that you don't fund. And I think that's part of the work in doing a systems-based approach, is let's get our arms around the data and the different players in the system. And that's one thing I think is really positive about a governance structure that's coming, is there is a seat for violence against women sector to be at the table. And that's not traditionally the case in conversations. And so that's critical. And I think that's going to help start to drive that higher level conversation about how we make sure those services are coordinated and the data is used to make good decisions.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all you do.
Councillor Carr.
Hi, sorry, I know I already had my turn, but I thought of a question after. You were just speaking to Councillor Kavanagh, you mentioned a little bit about needing more capital, but also the fact that subsidies, those operating subsidies can really be used to house people more. And that's something that I really struggle with. We are always wanting to increase the operating capital, get more grants from the federal and provincial government. But I guess what worries me is I wonder, we've seen a lot of disruptions in the supply chain. We're seeing delays in construction. And I'm wondering if, from your perspective, if we have a capacity issue in terms of building and scaling up that affordable housing, and where that balance is between just trying to get the operating funds to permanently house people. What is the right balance for us to advocate for?
Yeah, I'm like 20-30% of our housing stock would be great. I don't know if anybody saw the report that came out from the Canadian Housing Renewal Association yesterday, but were Canada to invest just to get us to 7% of our total housing stock, we would add potentially up to $167 billion to our economy. It's a GDP game changer. Let's think about what that would cost in Ottawa's biggest city. It actually matters to our local economy that we provide community housing, and the report is specifically community social housing. So what's the balance? I don't know. How much do you want to add to the GDP locally? Like, that's a thing. And in addition, on the rent subsidy side, we can't build fast enough. We know that. We're not getting the funding from other levels of government fast enough, despite their fancy bills about build more homes faster, faster homes built, or whatever it is. And I really think that's the area where we need to stabilize people. And this council and city staff have done a really smart thing with this enhanced rent subsidy. The numbers I quoted are the most generous version of that subsidy. And the two things that are really intelligent about it are, one, it is more money. So it actually enables us to access units that you can't typically. And two, it's extremely flexible because it's under the city's control. And that's been the game changer, is that the city's been able to determine, okay, we can be flexible for this person and actually enable them to get housed. And we're not stuck by some of the rules that govern the provincial and federal subsidies. So that's how we do things. That's not even what's the money only. It's really where are the opportunities within the system to enable that flexibility to get people housed. I don't know if I'm giving you an answer on the right balance, but we need lots and lots and lots of nonprofit housing.
Yeah, no, I think you are. So you're speaking specifically of the subsidy that we approved in July at council in the transitional housing strategy that the staff put together. You see that as a big success.
Huge.
Yeah. So those are operating funds. So excellent. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you for your presentation today and your engagement with all of us all the time.
Thanks for approving the subsidy and creative things like that.
Thank you so much for being here, Katie. It's always appreciated. Next up, we have Calla Barnett, who I believe is online.
Oh, I'm here. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Calla. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you. So good morning, everyone. My name is Calla Barnett. I'm the vice chair of Action Sandy Hill Resident Association and the coordination co-lead of the Sandy Hill Community Liaison Committee. I recognize my own white privilege and my privilege as a cis woman. I also face intersectional oppression as a queer disabled person. I'm also a single parent, as you may have assumed from my Zoom pic. I'm here to let you know about the work of the Liaison Committee in particular. For those who don't know, it's a joint initiative between Action Sandy Hill, the City of Ottawa, and the Sandy Hill Community Health Centre to bring together different stakeholders to address the impact of the toxic drug supply in our neighborhood. It includes representatives from residents, people with lived experience or living experience, area businesses, direct service providers and indirect service providers, including the public library, public health, and police services. So decisions are made there based on compromise and consensus. There's no votes, so to speak. The name of the game is democratic deliberation and solution seeking. And we recently developed consensus on a grant proposal to the federal government for the Community Overdose Response and Engagement Team, or CORE team. If the CORE team proposal is successful, we'll have funding for a community outreach team with a direct phone line. It would include and be led by nurses, social workers, harm reduction workers, and people with lived or living experience. The CORE team would be available through partnership between Belong Ottawa, the Sandy Hill Community Health Center, and the Mission. It would include patrols in the area as well, which is a 15-block radius. The core team responds to all community members with wraparound services, including people with lived experience. It's a reintegration approach to the wider community after treatment and a work and leadership experience. It's also a way to, and I quote, help people like me. For residents, businesses, and some indirect services anyway, like daycares, it is a solution to the lack of involvement in decision-making that we've been left to fend for ourselves by the city and the leaders of the misery industry in Ottawa. For service providers, it is an opportunity to improve wraparound services to people who use drugs. For people who use drugs who are still on the street, it's direct access to services. And for all of us, it's information about who's falling through the cracks and what solutions are needed. Sadly, I've heard that we are competing with the much touted Block Representatives program. And while this program is an interesting and good idea, it is not community driven, at least not by the wider community. I heard this morning that they appear to be applying in conjunction with Pathways to Recovery, the Safe Supply nonprofit. Their board of directors includes the owners of the for-profit Recovery Clinic and the for-profit RespectRx Pharmacy. Based on the corporate informations of all three organizations, which are available on provincial and federal databases. And those are agencies, or those are, I guess, businesses where they appear to prescribe and dispense Safe Supply Dilaudid in tandem, only for it to be traded for toxic drugs on their doorstep. For those who don't know, the word for this is diversion. Unfortunately, there's also reticence among residents to speak of these particular issues publicly for fear of reprisal. However, it is important to know that the Block Representatives program is being led by people who have rejected the input of wider community for years, one of whom created these issues in Sandy Hill, then left it to us to clean up. The mental health and primary care support that our program will provide are indispensable. Unfortunately, funds are limited, and even if we're successful, we will not be able to provide core team services 24 hours a day, which is what we want. If we are successful, the program will be 7 days a week, 8 hours a day. Plus, there's no guarantee that the funding application for core team will be successful at all. Given the incredible need for support and safety of all members of our community, I have some requests to make of community services. Please increase the funding for the community engagement team from the city so they can operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Please require all frontline services, including day programs, abstinence-based shelters, consumption and treatment sites, low barrier shelters, etc., to include community outreach component in their funding agreements and fund that. The only reason this is happening is that a service provider is willing to engage with the wider community. But it is currently their prerogative because the city doesn't require it. Please require city staff to consult with community associations, residents, businesses, and people with lived and living experience. Please stop supporting programs that have not included the wider community in the development of that program. This is not an us versus them situation. Residents and people with lived or living experience have more in common than either group does with service providers. We're working together to find solutions in Sandy Hill, and I encourage you to embrace what we are doing and listen to our solutions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Nothing quickens up a sentence when you know you're on the time. I appreciate you getting that out there quickly. You do have a question from Cantia Plan.
Bonjour, Carla. Thank you for being here today. I just wanted to ask, could you give a bit of an overview of what the industry landscape is just in the Sandy Hill area? I know we have a lot of providers in Lower Town as well, but can you maybe just talk a bit about what that looks like for us? And also, I'm just going to plug, what are your thoughts on sort of a good neighbor policy or a good neighbor bylaw?
Okay. So what Sandy Hill looks like is, thanks for that. Thank you, Councillor Plant. Sandy Hill is a mishmash of services. In a 700-meter radius in these 15 blocks, we've got an abstinence-based shelter, an abstinence-based treatment program, a community and consumption and treatment site, 2 meal programs, 2 day programs, a food bank, and the Safe Supply Pharmacy and clinic. So that's all a 3 to 4 minute walk from each other. So it means that everybody is sort of in this, what's been referred to as an outdoor prison. They can't leave because there's nowhere else to go for the services, but they don't want to stay. And they walk back and forth between all these services. Now, when all these services close, because none of them are 24 hours a day, they head on down to Lower Town, and the services there. And that's only 600 meters away. And there's 2 consumption and treatment sites 600 meters away. And those 2, by the way, are only 50 meters away from each other, which is like literally in contravention of the law, of the legislation from the province. So that's fun. A good neighbor policy would look like these programs, all of these programs, taking responsibility for the litter, the discarded needles, and the loitering that occurs in their area about 250 to 300 meters away. But also it would include an intention to, instead of just move people along as is done, access services on their behalf. We need services for these people. There needs to be a direct line. Now, as a resident after hours, for example, I cannot call 311 to access housing for someone. It has to be a service provider. And so having these like outreach services would allow for service providers to find the people who are not using the services and then get them shelter. So it's for everybody. Does that answer your question?
It does. Sorry, I couldn't find my button. Yes, thank you very much, Cal. Sorry. Yes, merci.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Hi, Kala. I'm just, we have to stop meeting like this. I know you delegated last night at the Police Services Board and 2 weeks ago at Public Health Board. I have one of the things that makes me unique is I'm the only one on all 3 of those committees. So I just am bored. So I just wanted to discuss some of these things. Happy to do it, but thanks for coming out today.
Thank you so much, Councillor Carr. I was like, oh no, she's going to be so annoyed and hearing this again. But no, I really appreciate your support and I will be reaching out. I talked to Councillor Plant about it last night already. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kala, for being here and for your presentation. It's appreciated. Next delegation is Peter Tilley from the Ottawa Mission.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, so was that strategic what happened a couple hours ago? You've got all these delegates showing up suggesting how you should be spending the taxpayers' money. So you turned out the lights to tell us that we can't even pay the hydro. Come on. I'll begin. Whoops, I've taken my time. Thank you, councillors and staff, for the opportunity to speak to you today. Bonjour tous et merci pour l'opportunité de parler.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor today.
Serves me correctly, by now many of you or most of you have been down to visit with the mission and see some of the valuable work we do in the community. And if not, you've had the opportunity to serve at one of our holiday meals, so thank you. And you've seen the valuable work we do firsthand, the 17 programs we offer that are directed towards helping people to rebuild their lives. You've seen most of them, so I won't highlight them all, but it's employment and education. It's the emergency basics such as shelter and food, mental health and addiction supports, primary care, and so on and so on. Similar to hospital emergency waiting rooms, emergency shelters are the entry point for many, an increasing number of people who are homeless. They come into our continuum of care every day because of their mental health, addiction, and other issues, and we provide unconditional support. In June, when I last addressed the CSC, I thanked you for your integrated housing strategy. Given the pressures on all shelters across Ottawa, we are all still at overcapacity, as you're well aware. We're pleased to learn of the city's emergency shelter task force to provide emergency housing to 300 people who are currently sleeping outside, an ominous situation now that we see the cold weather approaching. We appreciate the commitment made by Councillors Carr and Plant regarding the emergency housing centers in your respective wards. And we appreciate that this can be challenging for some of your constituents. So thank you. We will continue to work with City Council to ensure that no one has to sleep outside, especially given the tragic deaths we have seen of people in Cornwall, Kingston, and Gatineau. We certainly applaud the new money that's been added for affordable housing and housing services in the 2024 budget to ensure that more people can afford permanent homes to call their own. Very unfortunately, but not surprisingly, we are also all dealing with shocking levels of food insecurity, mental health distress, and substance use. We applaud Council's decision in July to approve a plan for a safer way to respond to the mental health and substance use crises by opening supports in Somerset Ward. Our own staff are rigorously trained in nonviolent crisis intervention to de-escalate situations involving mental health distress, substance use, and other factors, so we know how important, hopefully, this pilot project for other communities will be. I wanted to update you today that prior to the onset of the pandemic in 2019, the mission served 495,000 meals. That's 4 years ago. This past year, we served an astounding 1,057,000 meals to guests and an increasing number of vulnerable people out in the community. It's a 213% increase in 4 years, and it's because of the depth of hungers that's right across our community. Much of our increase has been due to the response of our food truck program, which I assure you was a pandemic response when so many other services were closed. We had an opportunity to open a food truck program to go throughout the city where food bank programs, church basement programs were closed, where we were hearing of seniors and vulnerable people who were afraid to take the bus or go out in the community because the vaccine hadn't even been introduced yet. It was just a concept. That program has now grown to 2 trucks, 35 stops, and 7,000 meals per week. And what was an intention that the pandemic's over, now we can shut it down. I assure you, we're hearing from the communities, as you heard today from Joanne, please don't take that away. So our board voted on a deficit budget to carry on this food truck program, and we're committed to being our role. As Dr. Cushman on our board said then, it's one city. Let's do what we can to make this work within one city. But we're feeling the pressures. Certainly the Ottawa's Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan says that it's designed to achieve sustainable communities where everyone is safe, has a sense of belonging, opportunities to participate, and where individuals and families are able to meet their needs for education, healthcare, food, housing, income, and social and cultural expression. So again, the value of this food truck program, we've been providing ourselves, coming to the table with something that's $270,000 per truck, $900,000 per year with the services we already have in an established kitchen, food services students, and we are bringing the pressures of this to city staff. So I know my time is up, but I was just going to say, given the severity and magnitude of all that I've just covered, we ask the city and city councilors and the mayor to continue to press the federal and provincial governments for their desperately needed support for all of these services. Merci encore. Thank you. I'm free for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Peter. And there are questions for you. Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Peter. First, to respond to your first point about the lights going out, if you'd been paying attention to Dan Chenier's presentation, he specifically spoke about the need for emergency generators, and he was just, he was combining that with the committee's efforts. So I don't specifically have a question I do have one question. Really appreciate the work that your food truck has been doing. I know I run into Aileen before at Heron Road Community Center when it was a community center feeding the people that use the food bank there. And it's absolutely terrifying. You know, the food bank usage, it's 68% increase since 2019 in food bank visits. 1 in 7 people are in food insecurity in the city. So the work you're doing is very important. Obviously, there's not enough money to go around. So appreciate that you've been funding that and getting it in a deficit situation for that. I wanted to actually ask about the situation. You're still over capacity at the mission. I'm wondering if you've noticed any difference since we've opened up those additional centers in my community.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for that. We've moved on at least 20 people. So realize before this happened, we've invited city staff, and we invite you councilors to come down at 7:30, 7:45 in the morning and watch as the 30 to 40 people who are sleeping in that small waiting area that we have every night, sitting on plastic chairs, waiting for a bed to open up or a mat, 7 to 8 days sometimes. We're feeding them 3 meals a day. That's coming out of our budget. It was a demand we weren't expecting. And then they come back and wait and hope a bed will open up. That has lightened by about 20 people, so thank you. And obviously that's going to continue. We're aware there's more beds. Some of them have moved into Bernard Gunmatra, some of them have moved into Dempsey, and some of them have moved to Heron Road. So we're certainly appreciative of that assistance and the willingness to persevere as councillors and city staff to make that happen. We've seen -5 days, and it seemed cold to many of the new refugees and asylum seekers in this country. They haven't even yet seen -20.
I know I can imagine what it would be. And yeah, you mentioned, you know, it is disruptive to lose a community center, but I have to admit, last night I went to Heron Road. My office is still there, and the front room is full of suitcases from people that just arrived. And it made me happy that we could offer them a place to stay on their arrival in Canada. But thank you very much for all your work you're doing. And I know around this table, we're very committed to housing people. So appreciate everything the organization's doing.
And thank you for the committee's courage on addressing these issues.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Peter, as always, for everything you do. You have more than your plate full with just running the shelter at your location. And yet, those food trucks that go out across the city have been a godsend, and particularly to Ottawa community housing buildings. I've seen them in operation and the lineups and the smile on people's faces. I mean, not only is it food, but it's really high quality, and it's just so welcoming. It's a big thank you to everyone, especially Chef Rick, who I know coordinates that program and does a fantastic job. So it reminds people that the homelessness problem is not a downtown problem. It's across the city, and I was talking about that before, where we're seeing homelessness in our parks, in my ward, very close to me. And it's a tough one. So I wanted to thank you for that. And frankly, I think probably our best job in terms of what we can do is put you out of business. That's what we should be doing. We should be not making it so that you have to do these things and I really appreciate Dr. Cushman's vision on this as well, showing that it's a city wide problem. Anyway, I'm talking too much, but I just wanted to say thank you for that. And of course, what we really want, as Kate has been pushing, is permanent housing for these individuals. So you're finding, in terms of percentage that's staying right at the mission, how many of them are newcomers that are to Canada?
So I can tell you now, of our bookings, we brought this to the city's attention, and we went to the media, as you may be aware, in early summer. When we saw it happening, I just noticed it, and I went to our housing worker, Kristen, and she informed me then that about 40% of the people booking in June were refugee and asylum seekers, and that's normal. We have 7 or 8% of the people coming into the shelter will be. September and October, we were tracking over 70% of the people coming to book in are refugee asylum seekers. Just people have been abandoned at the airport, mainly from Uganda, from Zimbabwe, from Burundi, Rwanda. Just so many people. I've been speaking to some of them, and it's just puzzling how the immigration we're recruiting, and that's great. We're a compassionate country. I heard Councillor Dudas interview recently about this being a compassionate city, and we are, but you think there would have been the federal supports in place for that. Welcome to Canada. Here's your housing. Here's your allowance, and et cetera. That hasn't happened. And now we can let the province and the feds fight over and come down to you as city council and our city staff to somehow work the magic into a budget that we're going to deal with this. And that's what we're all dealing with right now. But impressed again with nobody here saying, not my ward, not my city. I'm just so impressed with this current city council and mayor that everybody's stepping forward to support organizations like ours and find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're seeing the same with families too, like these are families that need shelter. So obviously that's a big priority as well. Now, I appreciate you pointing that out. I think we do need our partners very much to help us out with these situations. And we can only imagine what these people are leaving behind. It was much worse. And so they could be wonderful productive Canadians, and that's what we want. But we need to give a helping hand, and I appreciate what's being done, but it's obviously beyond capacity. So I thank you very much for all you do.
And just on the food truck too, further is, again, yes, we did pass that through and decide, but we have been speaking to Clara Freire and some of the city staff and just trying to find a way. You're not surprised it's going to be over $1 million this year. So we did budget it for this year, and we know the city's under incredible pressures for this year. But we do, for now, we're probably in the best position to operate that because we have the kitchen we're operating it out of. You don't have to go and buy a new kitchen and do that. We have the food services training programs. We get a lot of donated food. We've already purchased the trucks thanks to our donors, because when an organization like the Mission goes to the community, says, will you buy us a couple of food trucks? They're big shiny objects. Donors like capital investments. So we've done all that. We're finding pressures with the operating costs. We're carrying it through this year. We have been informed by city staff of the pressures they're under with obviously Lansdowne 2.0 and all this other that we're talking about now. So but hopefully for next year's budget, or maybe even something this year to keep us going, it would help alleviate my board's concerns that we can't carry on like this. And yes, it was a pandemic response, but it's sort of grown out. We're in the best position to fill this and carry it on, but it's a challenge. It's going to be a challenge. We have a lot of other things to address, as you know.
Thank you so much, Peter.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Peter, I have a quick question for you before I pass it to Councillor Troster. You were just referencing the deficit. With the deficit comes sacrifice. If you're passing a deficit budget, what does that mean to your provision of services in addition to the food truck? Will that have an impact on what you're able to provide?
No, it was carefully considered and it came out of our reserve. We have a reserve fund that's gone down. We like to inform people that has gone down. Certainly most charities carry an emergency reserve, and part of ours is operational. So we pulled it out of the operational reserve. We did purchase, as you know, we went in on 92 Florence with the city last year, but we put in our share of $450,000 to $500,000 into that project. We purchased another property as well too, which we're hoping to turn into housing, and that was $1.2 million. So into sustainable housing, it's going to need a lot of $1 million plus of renovations, we've learned. So our reserve has gone down, and the board, though, just again, Dr. Cushman led the charge and just said, we need to do this. We need to approve this. And I did send the city staff the minutes of that. It is an actually approved $600,000, $599 deficit budgets, or $597. So it'll be $1 million. Right now we're trending. We're going to actually be our 6-month financials. Our fiscal is May 1st, April 30th. We're actually going to we're trending to be about $1 million to the red by the end of this year, just because of food costs. Or almost $2 million of what we do is food costs because of the regular meals, let alone the food truck.
Thank you for clarifying that. And we heard it from another delegation earlier in this committee meeting about how much they appreciate the work that you do. I noticed some of your staff are here as well too. Your team members are here. They're greatly appreciated. You mentioned about the city and the task force that was launched and all the work that we've been doing. We couldn't do it without groups like yourself and many of the groups that are here in this room today. Groups that aren't here today. So I wanted to thank you as well too. Councillor Troster, you had a question.
Thank you so much, Peter. I echo Chair Dudas's appreciation for everything that you do. One question. So do we give you any money at all for food security or for food currently?
No, there hasn't been an envelope for that. So our funding comes from the city. It's basically the former per diems, which are the meals and the beds, 3 hots and a cot, as we used to say. But I've always considered a huge piece of your funding is obviously for the frontline staff for the intervention, because it's getting wild down there some nights, as you know, and that training of the frontline staff and that. So it works out to close to $50 per person per night now from your block funding model. Trust me, it's well into the 80s. So our donors make up that difference. About less than 25% of our funding comes from the city and province. The rest is thanks to our ability to get out there and fundraise. And we take that very responsibly. We have a good brand and a great group of donors. Today is Giving Tuesday, and I'm waiting to get back to the office and see how the numbers are coming in, but that's what keeps us afloat. And we're certainly appreciative of the funding that does come in from the city, because years ago, when I started the shelter 10 years ago, it was, oh, these shelters have to go. Hold on. What else is in place? We get it, but what else is in place? So.
Thank you so much. And I have two newcomer friends who personally benefited from the culinary training program, which is also an incredible program for people who need a fresh start. They leave that program with food services training, with all sorts of certifications, and they're able to work immediately. It really is so amazing. I just have one question for you. So something we're looking at on the shelter task force is the issue of indoor warming centers. And I know that the mission, because you clean between clients and you have kind of a revolving series of folks, people stay overnight and then they must leave during the day. Are there ever situations where people are allowed to stay in their rooms? Is that something you do on an extra cold day?
Absolutely. Once it starts getting -10, -20, they're welcome to stay. Some of them, if they're ill, they're permitted to stay like a day pass in their beds, and that happens frequently, especially in the winter. But yeah, we're not going to turn anyone out when it's cold. We do on good weather days. It's not healthy to just be crowded in there or to be sleeping in bunks. Plus, we have to clean the place. We're very, very clean, and that. So we do encourage people to be mobile. But the answer isn't just go to the Rideau Center and hang out there. We want to be a good neighbor too. So there are days, obviously, where we'd rather they stay inside.
Okay, thank you so much. And I know that city staff has already moved to help fund longer hours at some of the respite and meal programs in the city. We're already seeing the impact in Somerset Ward, so we're very thankful for that. So
I've heard, and that's a great initiative. Thank you.
Great. That's great. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Plante.
Yeah, hi, Peter. So given your proximity to University of Ottawa, and I did a budget consultation last night at the university, and there was a lot of concern for the international students. I was just wondering if you're seeing an increase in that specific area. Like, do they have housing? Are they staying with you guys? Are they using your food service program? I don't want to go into tropes about international students. I don't think that's helpful, but it would be good to get a sort of lay of the land in terms of what's happening there, at least in the U Ottawa context.
I would hope not too many international students are staying with us, but we haven't broken it down. I do know you can clearly tell the difference between the refugee asylum seekers versus some of our regular clientele with high acuity or high substance use issues. They're well-dressed. These are people who have come from other countries who probably had a profession, nursing professionals, pharmacists, whatever they were. You can tell the way they're dressed. They're carrying briefcases. They usually have mobile devices. They shouldn't be staying at the Ottawa Mission or other family shelters, clearly, but I hope there's not too many of them are students. I think most of the ones we've had are just people who have come as refugees.
And then so you guys are designated high acuity for your clientele, is that it? So I'm just asking that in the context of the students.
No, we're designated whatever acuity people may be at that they check into our shelter. The ones who can move into our substance-free, our abstinence-focused addictions program, then if we've worked with them on their mental health issues, we may move them to low to moderate acuity, and then they can go to an abstinence-free program. As Councillor Troster highlighted, some go into that food services training program. For us, that's how you end homelessness. You address the issues of the mental health to substance use issues while they're there. With us, it works out that way. Yes, we'd rather they be housed and get the wraparound supports. I don't see the province coming to the table with that. So we'll address that issue with our donors funding. We'll put them into that food services training program with our donors funding. And they will hopefully, we graduated 24 students last semester. 90% of them have graduated into jobs. That's how you end homelessness, in my view. They can afford apartments now and they have jobs.
Thank you so much, Peter, for being here, and thank you for continuing to advocate for the most vulnerable population in our community, as well as amplifying the city's voice to other levels of government. It's essential and it's appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Maintenant, je m'invite les représentants de MIFO, Mouvement d'implication.
I would like to give the floor now to MIFO. Jean-François Bourne, Arash Mutashima-Ali, Marie-Claude Doucette. Hello. My name is Jean-François Blanc. I'm the president of the board. I'm the Mouvement d'implication francophone d'élégant. I am accompanied by our executive director, Arash Mutashima-Ali, and project support consultant, Marie-Claude Doucette. We're here today to present you a very important project for our community and for the city of Ottawa. And we are also to request $1.45 million for the construction of a new MIFO. Next slide. MIFO's mission is to promote Francophone culture and contribute to its development through educational, artistic, and community activities and services. It is the largest cultural center of the Canadian francophonie outside of Quebec. MIFO serves one of the largest concentrations of French-speaking minority communities in the country and is one of the largest Francophone employers in the east end of the city. I will give the floor to my colleague, Arash. Many things have been done about the importance of community centers. Like I said, we've talked a lot about the role of community centers in different parts of the city of Ottawa. And this only reinforces what we're going to present you today, our request. We would like that the city of Ottawa, we've been together for up to 40 years. We're offering services for children and seniors, also daycare services and day camps. We have more than 40,000 users that are coming to our establishment. This provides you a little bit of information of our user base and coming to MIFO. They are either using our services or participating in our activities. Even though we're located in Orleans, you can see that many of our users are coming from elsewhere. Next slide. So right now on the left side, this is our center. This is the plan from last fall. We want to quadruple the space that we have right now. Next slide. I'll go very quickly on this one. So on the last page, so we will have to have a performance hall, a gym, and multi-purpose rooms on the east side. So multi-purpose rooms, a music school, studios. We also have a generator if we need it. Next slide. Right now,
we must act because the building is coming to the end of its life, and the occupancy rate of the space is at 90% almost. So in order to get new activities, we have to do more. So you've got all of these documents, and I'm ready to answer any questions in French or in English. For architectural plans, we wanted to make sure that we are aligned with the official plan that the city has. Here you have a list of all of our asks. So here is our calendar, and we're waiting for the responses from public funds to begin the project that could begin as early as winter 2024. And we expect to finish the project in 2026. Next slide, please. Here you have the details of our economic spin-offs. $56 million is the total of the project. We were asking for 41 million federal government, 10 million provincial government, and 1.5 from the city. The city has already contributed $1.05 million. So there's another $450,000 left. We work with donations that in our funding campaign as well. So I tried to beat the clock there, but there you have it. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you, Arash. Thank you, Jean-François. I see that there is a question from Councillor Carr. Thank you so much for your delegation. I must admit that I wasn't aware of your organization, MIFO, beforehand. I know that we need to improve and increase French language services. In my own area, Alta Vista, I believe that there are 16% of the people who are francophones. I didn't really understand the very end there of what your presentation. You said you already received a confirmation from the federal government on funding? Or are you waiting for the money from the provincial government? We have requested money from the federal government and we are waiting. We are in discussions and we should have answers before the end of December. We are also talking with the provincial government, especially the Department of Francophone Affairs, because on the provincial side, there is no designated program. So we are negotiating, we are discussing in a collaborative fashion with them to find a solution in order to get this money from the provincial government. Thank you so much. And you mentioned that you already received a certain number of dollars, a certain amount from the city of Ottawa. 1 million, I think you said. Could you just give me that amount again? That's right, 1.05 million. 1.05 million received by the city of Ottawa. What is the name of the program or the subsidy that you received from the city of Ottawa? Yes, it is in our presentation. Let me just look it up. No worries, I know I went through that quickly. $250,000 from infrastructure cultural programs and $800,000 for projects, which is essentially for the gym. Thank you for that confirmation and thank you for your presentation. I don't see any other hands up. I do have a comment to make though. With the closure of the YMCA,
without the gymnasium at Bamacori, we're continuing to see needs and demands in our community on recreation facilities such as François Dupuis et Ray Friel. The services you provide are in high demand, and durant ton je m'excuse, je parle en anglais.
Pas de problème.
During your lead up to your project, my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, was as you were also looking to serve the needs of the community by providing another gymnasium, something that would take some of the pressure off with some of the closures or the lack of services that we see from recreation facilities existing in the East End. Is this something that you suspect will be of high use, as well as not only of members of MIFO, as in autres agents dans la communauté aussi?
Oui, nous sommes très ouverts à collaborer
Yes, we're
avec
very open to collaborate with other partners, club partners, or it could be those in the city, to ensure that the gym is used to its max capacity to meet the needs of the community of those in the eastern part of Ottawa. Gyms, good quality gyms are always in high demand, especially for clubs and for tournaments, etc. So we are open, yes. Thank you. I just wanted to add one more thing. When Mrs. Boursicot presented to you this morning and talked about isolation and mentioned that she was bored since the closure of the YMCA, and I was thinking about her because my MIFO would be a great place for her. The gym, there'll be the gym, there'll also be a track inside, so this would be great to counter isolation. Oftentimes it's something that we talk about at MIFO, and this is a very exciting project for me. We want to be able to improve services and improve our partnerships with the City of Ottawa, and that is indeed many of the advantages in this project. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'd like to thank you for coming out, and thank you for offering these important services to our Francophone and Francophile community. Thank you very much.
Our next delegation is Anna M. Cruz Valderrama.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ana Maria Cruz Valderrama. I will begin my remarks by acknowledging that I am speaking to you from the unceded lands of the Algonquin and Ishabe peoples. As a settler on these lands, I am mindful of my obligation, moral duty, and civic responsibility to keep learning about Canada's colonial past and present, and especially to understand how colonialism has suppressed the development of the Indigenous people. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to provide input with respect to the proposed 2024 budget on behalf of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. Pursuant to the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, the primary role of the Accessibility Advisory Committee is to provide feedback and advice to Council on the programs, policies, and services that impact persons with disabilities and seniors. COVID-19 caused a global health crisis with severe economic impact. The pandemic brought to light the importance of keeping us connected through technology, but the digital divide was and continues to be a barrier. Senior social isolation in particular continues on the rise, having negative impact in our quality of life. From the start, I would like to convey the message that there is no need to increase taxes to address seniors' needs. However, it is imperative to apply the lens of accessibility, equity, and inclusion to the older adult plan budget allocation. We shall and must learn to be more effective and efficient in delivering services that are needed to support seniors living in our community. The older adult plan budget has not received any increase since the inception in 2012. This is an unprecedented 11 years management style, while both seniors population and seniors needs have increased. The older adult plan was established with a budget allocation of $500,000. The first 9 years, half of the budget was absorbed by dental care provided to vulnerable older adults. However, over 2 years ago, the provincial government took this responsibility. Since then, $350,000 remain to address needs to the older adult population, and $150,000 transferred to the social services envelope to be assigned to nonprofit organizations provided services and programs for vulnerable seniors. These organizations were left out of the sustainable grant allocations. Recommendations. Of the current budget of $350,000 allocated to the older adult plan, it is recommended to invest in the following areas of need. $100,000 for hybrid fitness programs from Monday to Friday, so seniors from across the city have options to participate, be active, and improve their quality of life. $50,000 to provide virtual art therapy programs at a low relative cost. This is a very affordable and needed activity. Virtual programs facilitate and foster participation by seniors. $10,000 to assist at least 10 community centers to offset the cost of drop-in programs where seniors are currently charged in the range of $4.85 to $5 per visit. The previous allocation of funds have been done by relocation of expenditure such as accessible benches at a cost of $60,000, $40,000 for an accessible wagon. Due to time constraints, I cannot go in details but I'm ready to provide detailed information if required. Although the program of aging in place is offering great activities, it's paramount to review them, especially the fitness programs. Participation in this program is extremely poor. To provide an example, in an apartment building managed by the Housing Registry, participation ranges from 0, 7 to 13 seniors. However, an activity program, the program is called Head to Toe Tune Up at 8 o'clock in the morning, twice a week, between 15 to 20 seniors participate. Also, we receive the benefit of Dancing with Parkinson from Toronto and the U.S. Senior Planning from the U.S. Many of us keep physically motivated and engaged. But what is the city doing for us? In fitness, very, very little, if you ask me. The Senior Roundtable is under review, and work is needed to make this forum more responsive to issues affecting seniors, older adults. Use of the members of the Senior Roundtable as a consultative body rather than a rubber stamp. We are enthusiastic to help. Improve the outreach to better communicate the availability of free programs financed to the older plan and how to access and participate in them. Please review the existing sustainable grant program to ensure that it's managed with the lens of accessibility, equity, and inclusion. In closing, I would like to acknowledge the extraordinary work done by the Accessibility Office and the unconditional support provided to all members of this committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much for that. I see you have a question from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much, Anna, for coming out today. I appreciate it. I think you're aware, if you're not, I'm myself and Councillor Alan Hubly are the first council liaisons on senior issues.
Yeah.
So I'm listening carefully to what you're saying, and I think we do need to listen to seniors in the community from all different parts of the city and all different backgrounds. I think that's really helpful. So this is a step forward. In terms of the roundtable, I think we need a conversation on how we use it. My previous experience with being a liaison on women and gender equity, we did work with community members, and we had sessions where we reached out and spoke to the public of, and groups that represent seniors, in that case, different gender diverse groups. So I think there's an opportunity here. So there's so much going on. I'm working on projects, as you know, that we have the highest number of seniors in the city in Bay Ward, and I've been working very closely with them.
Everywhere.
Yeah. With the NORCs, which are the naturally occurring retirement communities, and perhaps that's something that's helpful. Are you familiar with the NORC program?
Yes, but Councillor Campana, the issue to a certain point is not the consultation. The consultation takes place. Is that the people involved, they don't hear us. That's the problem. And this is the big difference. For example, I work with I am member of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. I'm member of the Senior Roundtable representing the city. So I can see the big difference at the Accessibility Office. They listen to people with disability. They hear us, and they do the best to accommodate our needs, because I am a person with hidden disability. At the senior table, they consult, but they don't hear it.
Ils nous consultent, mais ils ne nous écoutent pas. Ce sont deux tâches bien distinctes. Je vous donne un exemple. Il y avait 20 000 $ investis. Pourquoi est-ce qu'on ne nous a pas donné l'allocation de ces fonds? C'était pour faire de l'exercice pour les personnes âgées. Je suis une personne bien informée.
It could be virtual or in presence. We need that, but we are the last to be informed. I was aware because I request an update in the budget allocation. That's the only reason I am aware of this budget allocation. That is, to me, I don't have words to say because I get upset and sad. And I always said, it's not for me. I'm well spoken. I do research, but I'm thinking about other seniors who here this morning, the seniors from Orleans. I'm thinking about them, those who have language barriers. And we have, what we have learned from COVID, no sympathy, no empathy, and what seniors have become for the city, a token just for elections, Canada Day, and the proclamation of Seniors Month. No, we need more. And the money, $350,000, is plenty of money to be well managed, but listen to seniors and learn from others, like a Senior Planet in the state and Dancing with Parkinson in Toronto. Let's do something good. And now this particular person doing a program for seniors at 8 o'clock in the morning. Come on, things can be done.
Thank you, Anna. I think what you're telling us is the first thing is listen, and I totally get that. And I think we're going to be working together. I know I've talked to my colleague, Councillor Hubley, about this, and we're looking forward to working together with staff to get going. The fact that we've been appointed is a very good sign. We're taking the issues of the specific concerns of seniors very seriously, and I appreciate your frustration. And we hope to make things better for seniors, because frankly, it's a growing
population.
Yeah, and a growing segment of our population. So we have to be aware and we have to be on top of that.
And we are a fountain of the skills, knowledge, and expertise, as well as willingness to work and contribute to make the community a better place for everybody. Today we are the seniors, but tomorrow you will be wearing our shoes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Vice Chair Bradley.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Anna Maria, for your very detailed presentation. You know the budget on this inside and out, and thank you for being a voice for the seniors in our community that don't have the ability to express themselves in the way that you have here today. I don't have any questions, but I think Councillor Kavanagh put it really well, and that what we need to do is listen, and that your experience on the Accessibility Advisory Committee will lend well to hopefully to our review on the seniors roundtables. I know you were a member there as well. I will have questions to staff on some of the points that you raised, so I hope that you'll listen in later as well. But thank you for delegating today.
Thank you very much for listening and the opportunity.
Thank you very much for being here virtually today and sharing your delegation with us. I would now like to invite Stephanie Magham to present. I just want to let Henry McCambridge know that he is up next afterwards.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stephanie Magnum, and I'm from Ward 5, West Carleton March. I'm grateful for this opportunity to address the committee today on the issues affecting my region. The issues I came to address are the pressing issues of housing, mental health, and poverty that deeply affect our community. Housing is a fundamental need, and its inadequacy poses several challenges. There are individuals like a woman I'd like to highlight, a valued community member who dedicates her time supporting seniors, volunteering tirelessly. However, she faces a daunting struggle for safe and stable housing because her household's income falls just short above the threshold for assistance. Moreover, we're witnessing a troubling trend in our community where our youth are leaving in significant numbers, and the primary reason is the lack of affordable housing and mental health resources. And this outmigration is not only depriving us of our young talent, but also impeding our community's overall growth and development. To address these pressing concerns, I propose the immediate and actionable steps. The first is the appointment of a citizen housing advisory committee. And it's imperative that we appoint a dedicated citizen housing advisory committee to promote a community-led coordination of the housing registry. Citizens can work with the community-based agencies to lead the management of the registry in collaboration with the city. It's just unacceptable that some residents have been on the waiting list for a decade or longer, and this community-driven oversight is critical to ensure a more equitable and timely allocation of our housing. Secondly, I'm asking for an immediate funding for diverse housing. We need immediate funding to build the diverse housing options in rural communities, and this should cater to the housing needs of women and community members living with disabilities, members of our LGBT plus communities, and young individuals and elders. These resources should be available based on the immediate need for safe space without the strict financial eligibility criteria. Lastly, I'm asking for a complete audit of publicly owned buildings. We need urgent, comprehensive audit of inventory of our publicly owned buildings within the City of Ottawa. Additionally, we need to conduct a similar inventory audit of provincially owned buildings that are not in use or decommissioned within our city boundaries, both urban and rural areas. This audit should pave the way for the immediate conversion of these buildings into diverse housing options. And additionally, I can't emphasize enough the importance of rural transportation. And access to reliable transportation is vital for our mental well-being and overall community development. The lack of rural transportation isolates our communities and hinders our ability to advance and thrive. Furthermore, considering the importance of the internet in today's world, it's worth noting that it has been declared a basic necessity by the Canadian government, and the Ontario government recognizes it as an essential service. Rural communities are losing their youth in droves because of the detriments of isolation caused by inadequate internet access. I want to reiterate my commitment to this cause. I will be watching and waiting to see these developments in my community. These decisions we make today will leave a lasting impact on the lives of numerous individuals and families. And I have unwavering faith in our city's dedication to its citizens and its capacity to drive positive change. I thank you very much for your attention to these critical issues, and I eagerly await the transformation that will enhance the quality of life for my community and our city. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. You have a question from Councillor Carr.
Question, comment, I think is more accurate. I want to thank you for coming to delegate today. We don't often hear from rural residents about the needs for diverse housing in their wards. I'll admit, even though I'm on the Ottawa Community Housing Board, I did not know until 2 days ago when I learned from Councillor Brown that we actually have an OCH property in North Gore, which I was embarrassed that I didn't know about, but certainly the needs are all over the city. I just want to speak on a few points. I agree that we need to look at the waiting list, and I know that the staff here have some ideas about steps that we can take to look at it. One thing you mentioned about an audit of publicly available buildings, I'll just add that one of my greatest frustrations has been in my community, you know, we're using 2 community centers as shelters largely for new Canadians, and we're not getting the funding from the federal government. But what is exasperating to me is that I have vacant federal government buildings in my ward. One has been vacant since 2012, and taxpayers have paid over $1 million of maintenance on that building a year. Another one, National Defence Medical Center, has been vacant for many, many years. It's been looked at in terms of housing, but because the taps, everything was turned off, it can't be used. And it is exceptionally frustrating that we pay taxes. Our federal taxes are going to maintenance of buildings that are not being used. And I know something, I know that perhaps Chair Dudas will talk about it a little bit. She knows more than I do, but I know we are looking at trying to leverage some of these opportunities. But just more or less, just wanted to say, I really appreciate hearing that rural perspective. We don't hear it enough, and we are 2,800 square kilometers, and we need to hear about these issues from everyone across the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Thank you very much for being with us today, Stephanie.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass it to you, Henry, in 1 second. I just wanted to note that after Henry, we will have Christine Troutmansdorf from the Volunteer Ottawa, followed by Amanda Bonacci from the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers. So Henry McCambridge, thank you for being here, and your time starts.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Henry McCambridge, and I am a proud resident of Vanier, as well as an active member in the Legion. I have lived in the neighborhood now for 18 years, and over the years, I have been involved in multiple community initiatives like the Knights of Columbus, the Vanier Community Association, SOS Vanier. At my age, I have had the chance to witness the evolution of Vanier. I witnessed incredible positive changes in my neighborhood undertaken by residents in close cooperation with community partners. Today, I'm feeling the despair of people who are being squeezed out of housing or squeezed into really problematic situations. Our problem is the registry and the subsidized housing registration process. We need to stop and look at how we can effectively respond to the housing crises. We are running around like chickens with our heads cut off, trying to tackle crime, drug, and mental health issues without looking at the root causes. A special housing multi-sectorial task force, a committee, must address the way we are responding to problems. This task force must be composed of community members and residents in order to keep the process well connected to the community needs. When residents are not consulted, we feel frustrated and disengaged when faced with systematic barriers to access housing and supports. Housing has become such a huge issue, it can no longer be diluted as part of the city's social services. We need to tackle this waiting list in an intelligent manner. It's now 10 to 12 years wait, and it has a tremendous effect on so many other spheres in our personal life. It can be very incapacitating. My single friend adopted 6 nieces and nephews from Africa. She was encouraged to do so by the federal government and the provincial government. She was in a 1-bedroom apartment and tried to get a bigger unit when the children arrived in Canada. She was unable to get a larger unit and had to stay in a 1-bedroom for several years with teenagers ages 12 to 17 years of age. It was very cramped and very stressful for my friends and kids. Some of them suffered mental health problems because they never had any space to be alone. And this was caused by our government bringing in people, and we had no houses available to them. The cost of emergency housing versus subsidized top-offs, 30% of income. When individuals are pushed to homelessness with increasing rents, the city is paying big dollars for emergency hotels and motels. The cost of maintaining people in hotels is $13 million, when it could be closer to $3 million to house these folks. In Vanier, some families stay 2 to 3 years in tight and unsanitary spaces. Meanwhile, some hotels and motel owners, community support organizations are doing the best to help these people. Getting them food, space to prepare the food, and connecting to groups and spaces for their children to play. The people are left to themselves in these inadequate setups, isolating them more and more. I believe that subsidized top-offs would keep people in their homes, attached to their communities, and would cost less than paying for emergency housing and other attached costs of relocation. The impact of relocation. People now do not have the choice of where they will be relocated, even if they are given a preferred neighborhood. In Vanier, for example, families get wrapped around by social and community services, integrated school communities, develop connections with neighbors, and then they must relocate. This breaks the feeling of belonging as well as the social network that is so important in the equation. For example, some of the families that were living at the Concord Motel formed strong bonds. The women helped each other with one another's children, shared household tasks, did groceries together, and generally supported each other through difficult times. When they got subsidized housing, they were forced to move throughout the city. Sadly, the women were no longer able to help each other out because the physical distance between them was far too great. The children had to change schools, which means that they had fewer ties they had in Ottawa were all taken away. If I lived in Vanier and I was on the list and a home presented itself in Carleton Place, if I didn't take it, I would go back to the end of the list. Terrible.
Mr. McCambridge.
Vanier development projects are stuck.
Mr. McCambridge, I'm going to stop you now just because your timer's run out, but we're not done with you. You have a question from your counselor, Councillor Plante. So she has a question for you.
Sure.
Yes, hi, and I'm sorry for the background noise. Henry, I just had a quick question for you, and thank you so much for that. I've met with the families at the Concord Motel at least 3 times now, and they really are a wonderful community. They look after each other. There's like that sort of after school program where the kids play at each other's units. And I was just wondering, they are planning at that specific location a mega shelter. But I know you have thoughts about what should instead be at that location, and I wanted you to get a chance to share them. Go ahead.
I lost you there. I'm partly deaf.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Okay, so I was saying they're planning at the space for the Concord Motel a men's only mega shelter. I was wondering what you think should go into that space instead.
One more time.
Can you hear me now, Henry?
Yes, okay.
Okay, so I was saying, I know you mentioned the Concord Motel and the families who are staying there, and they're planning to tear that down and put a men's only mega shelter. I was wondering what you think should go into that address, into that location instead.
I'm just sad to hear that these women have to be replaced. They have far too limited access to housing themselves. What should go in there is, I really don't know right at the present time. A shelter will not work. Hospitalization or for addiction will not work. We'd have to come up with a different solution.
Thanks so much, Henry. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Councillor Plante. Mr. McCambridge, you have a question from Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much for your presentation today. I wanted to just say that I really appreciated you mentioning what happens when communities are displaced. And it's something that I saw in my community about 5 years ago with Heron Gate, where they displaced families and children had to go to new schools. It really speaks to the importance of keeping communities together and having a variety of housing types in the community. And I just wanted to thank you for advocating for your community. It's appreciated. And I will also add that I hope to see you at the Partage Vanier breakfast on Friday.
I would just like to mention one thing. There are many buildings that are not being used at the present time, and we should be, how would you say it? Bring under construction some homes, like 3-4 apartments. You know, we can do it. So if you can, let's try to get some of these structures in place and keep going and get some homes in the community.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor King has a question for you as well. Councillor King?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your delegation. We definitely appreciate the perspective that you're bringing, especially from Vanier, close neighbor to Overbrook. And we're also very appreciative of all the work that you do in the community personally. I think we've heard a theme from several delegates talking about the need for a citizen housing committee or a task force. And you had mentioned that where there is input from the community. Can you describe what that would look like?
With a task force, at least it would keep us in a community sense, a togetherness, because we know what the problems are in every different area. The problem here is with the registry is they're not taking into account the community spirit and the relocation penalties that are arriving if we do have to move families out of the community. They won't be prepared for it. It doesn't make any sense. If they have a choice to get a home, they have to take it. That should not be. They should be given at least 1 or 2 more choices to keep them in the area.
We appreciate those comments. We know that there are multiple challenges in terms of the structure of the system as well as the capacity in the system to provide those homes. But I think one of the themes that we've been hearing throughout the day is the need for greater resident input in the process. And so, you know, we'll definitely try to take that away and see where there is the capacity to ensure that there is greater community input into decision-making. Thank you so much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, sir, for being here today. I would now invite Christine from Volunteer Ottawa to come up. Thank you very much for being here. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and thank you for your time and care that councillors are investing in the budget consultation process. My name is Christine Troutmansdorf, and I'm the Executive Director of Volunteer Ottawa, Bénévole Ottawa. Our organization has been promoting, supporting, and celebrating volunteering in Ottawa for over 65 years. We help hundreds of local charities and nonprofits recruit the volunteers they need to provide the city with critical programs and services. We also support the business sector in achieving their community investment and ESG objectives. And most of all, we talk to people about the benefits and rewards that come from volunteering and encourage them to get involved. This committee is faced with a tough job. None of us would want to make the decisions you're facing today and at council. There are too many truly urgent needs and far too few resources. So I'm coming to you with solutions rather than an explicit request for funding, although funding is very badly needed and would be absolutely welcome. If the draft budget had a revenue line representing the economic contribution of Ottawa's volunteers, you'd be looking at a very big number. In 2018, the Conference Board of Canada estimated the contribution of Canada's volunteers at $56 billion per year. If we calculate the share of that we can attribute to Ottawa, you're looking at a local contribution of almost $1.5 billion a year and a volunteer work effort that's equal to about 6.5% of the city's total employment. Putting a dollar figure on volunteering does a huge disservice to its true value in the community. It doesn't capture the positive impact on individual lives, on mental health, on civic engagement, on inclusion, or simply making us all feel good about the city we call home. But it's budget time and dollars matter. The contributions of volunteers given freely every year by the citizens of Ottawa are not as measurable as the property taxes or the user fees we pay. And because of this, the care and attention needed to nurture and sustain this investment can be overlooked. Volunteer Ottawa's core mission is to sustain and grow those precious resources on behalf of everyone who lives here. And I'm here to ask for your help. A lot has changed since 2018. Volunteering has been severely impacted by the pandemic and has not recovered. Studies and surveys by StatsCan, Ontario Nonprofit Network, the Canadian Business Survey on Conditions, Carleton's Charity Insights Project are all reporting that over 60% of community-serving nonprofits are still experiencing a volunteer shortage. At Volunteer Ottawa, we hear about this shortage every single day. The local charities and nonprofits talk about it at every workshop we host. Their boards of directors are seized with the impact it's having on their ability to deliver on mission. And every table at our Volunteer Expo sells out in record time, and our website receives dozens of new volunteer postings every single day. So how can Council unleash more of our city's volunteer capacity to recapture and increase that $1.5 billion and help the local charities and nonprofits that are such critical partners to municipal government? We'd be happy to work with you on a citywide strategy on volunteering, but here are a few ideas to get you started. Use your individual and collective voices as councillors and community leaders to promote and recognize volunteering. Talk about the benefits that it brings to individuals and to the city as a whole. Make volunteering a persistent theme in your community outreach. Add a link to Volunteer Ottawa's website to your own webpage. Include a Volunteer Opportunity of the Week feature in your newsletter. Promote Volunteer Ottawa's recruitment fairs and drop by to show your support. Nominate one of your constituents for one of our Vosker recognition awards. Invite us to a local recognition recruitment event or an information session in your ward. Talk to the charities, nonprofits, and community groups in your ward and encourage them to get in touch with us. We introduced free membership for small nonprofits last year because these are the ones who rely most on volunteers. Over half of Ontario's nonprofits actually have no paid staff at all. And finally, when you visit one of the nonprofits in your ward, ask about their volunteers, speak with the volunteers, and say thanks. Most of all, I encourage you to look to Volunteer Ottawa for support. We're an important partner to the city and Ottawa's charitable sector in achieving the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan's vision of a sustainable community where everyone is safe, has a sense of belonging, and has access to services. I want to thank you for your time today. And if you have any questions about Volunteer Ottawa's rather desperate need for funding or the needs of local charities that we support, I'm happy to talk to you about that as well. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Christine. I see you have a question from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thanks as always for coming out. Appreciate it. I like your idea about promoting it with among councillors to talk about volunteerism in the community. And of course, that's pretty well how communities are running these days. They're all volunteers, community associations and beyond. So I liked your idea of just, working together on that. One of the things that we did, we had a volunteer appreciation award in our ward, and it helps to boost the recognition and just reminds people of how valuable it is. So I don't know if you have any other suggestions, and funding is a big issue, and I can't help you there right now, but I think that just promoting volunteerism in general is a tough sell. People are just coming out of hiding, as it were, from pandemic, and they just kind of dropped out. So I'm finding that across the communities. So I don't know if you have any suggestions, but obviously you're working on that too.
Always lots of suggestions. We have a pretty impressive reach in the community. So I've asked you to promote Volunteer Ottawa and promote volunteering. I can do the same for you. So an event like the one you've just mentioned, we are happy to write that up in one of our newsletters, to promote it in advance through our website, send it out on social media. I know you take lots of photographs, send them to us and we'll put them in our social media feed. And if it's got to do with volunteering, we're on it and we're happy. We've got about 15,000 people on our newsletter mailing lists. We've got a great open rate, great engagement rates on Instagram. Happy to support you.
Thank you so much, Christine, for your enthusiasm and positiveness. I think that we can do that. And of course, with Ottawa Community Housing, we also use volunteers as well.
Sure do.
And often corporate ones that come out and help us out. So much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor King.
Thank you so much for your delegation. We really appreciate it, and we really appreciate the work that Volunteer Ottawa does on an ongoing basis. I see it in my ward in terms of the influence. In fact, I think of the support that you provided to the city during COVID in terms of ensuring that there were volunteer networks that were deeply established. And I think that that did have influence on many community associations and residents in my ward. I think in Ward 13, the community associations all coming together to form a community collective where they worked together to ensure that seniors, as example, obtained food in a time of social isolation during the pandemic. And I think that a lot of the influence on the ideas that emerged during COVID and after that are followed by community associations and by residents were based on your influence. Another example that I have in my ward is community associations getting together to purchase local food during the pandemic from local businesses and ensuring that fresh food from local businesses was directed right to the local food bank, and $100,000 was raised. And I know that much of this modeling was based on the influence of Volunteer Ottawa. So I want to thank you for the recognition of volunteers. I know that I was involved at the VO Awards, and I was impressed by the wide range of volunteers and the diversity of the volunteers. And I also thank you for the exhibition in the sense of volunteerism that you put on in the ward at the Rideau Community Hub. I know that that was well attended according to your staff, and we want to see more inroads there. So what I'd like to see is city staff working obviously more closely with your organization, along with community organizations, to really emphasize the importance of volunteerism, what it contributes to our communities, because I see it on an everyday basis. Our communities are much better for all the work that is put in by volunteers across the board. So I think that this is the continuation of a continuing dialogue. And I look forward to contributing to it along with others in the community. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. And if some of that list of things that you can do sounds familiar, it's because you're the poster child for doing a lot of them. You've just been a tremendous supporter, and we appreciate it so much.
Wonderful. Thank you, Councillor King. Thank you so much, Christine, for being here.
Thank you very, very much.
Greatly appreciate it. Next up is Amanda Bonacci from the Coalition of Community Health and Resource Centers. Following Amanda, I just want to let representatives of the Ottawa Cultural Alliance know that you'll be up next.
Thank you. I'm visually impaired. Would somebody be able to give me an auditory cue at the 1 minute mark when I have 1 minute left?
Yep, we can do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, councillors, city staff, and community members. My name is Amanda Bonacci. I'm the Director of Community and Social Services at Southeast Ottawa Community Health Centre that forms part of the Alliance for Healthier Communities. As a first step, I wanted to thank the 9 residents of the coalition who are able to do the work and bring forward the deputations today about the residents are seeking across rural, urban, and suburban wards. We see a lot of common challenges, but today I'm speaking more about mental health, like many of the residents did speak about today, but it's not unique. Mental health overlaps with homelessness, with food security, with overall wellness, employment, etc. So as I speak about it, I'm speaking about it through the lens that these things are really integrated, and that's critical as we move forward. You have heard Shakir's presentation highlighting the need for more investment, community mental health support, highlighting that our city and residents need mobile, proactive, in-community, and person-centered mental health support. With a modest investment of $88,000, Southeast Ottawa Community Health Centre can scale up our existing mental health intake and counseling team to embed a mobile in-community intake counselor and coordination support. This would be a trauma-informed, culturally competent community worker, like all of our other staff within this team are, and will be active across the catchment, engaging with residents in outreach settings, community events, and across a number of sites where vulnerable members of our community live, work, and play. So this could be OCH buildings, youth programs, community health center sites, or in people's homes. With our existing infrastructure, satellite sites, long-standing community partnerships and community work, we're well positioned to address the mental health, well-being, and this component in our community. And this is something that could be piloted and scaled up to other wards and other community health center catchments as well. So as part of this, we'd provide mental health evaluations, access to support, and connecting people to programs and services that they may not know about or face barriers to access, like lack of transportation, support network, language, or overall agency. Other mental health supports could be nursing for medication support, health promotion, counseling, or post-incident supports after a community shooting, incidents of violence. Shakir outlined this in community support serves to mitigate future complexity, whether that's mental health, housing, or food security, ultimately reducing distress and improving wellness. Our counseling and intake team sees over 8,500 interactions a year, and almost 3,000 of those are marked by primarily mental health challenges. 90% of all of those 8,500 include mental health as a challenge. So it could be depression, anxiety, or other types of mental health challenges. We do see increasing complexity, increasing loneliness, many of you spoke about, the cost of living, long wait lists, and that complexity increases as people don't know where to go, don't know how to get it, are waiting for other services, and families are more strained. In the face of this, residents of the Southeast Ottawa are exposed to further mental health harm after the increased prevalence of incidents of shooting. Thank you. So basically, our clients are now waiting approximately 8 weeks. This would decrease that average wait time to half. We could, with this investment, this would enable us to meet emerging needs and complexity with an additional 500 one-on-one community interactions and 50 outreach activities over the course of a year. Investing in this position, if deemed successful, it would support the emerging and consistent needs, but could also act as a proactive force, preventing negative outcomes, meaningfully engaging with folks, and preventing someone to get to a crisis state or let people's wellness deteriorate. Merci, Miigwech, thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a question from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Amanda, for your delegation. A lot of the conversation today was about mental health, and I really appreciate you coming out. Obviously, we need to strengthen our partnership and, our communication with our counterparts in the community health centers. And I know that PQ wants to do that very much in my area and across the city. I think that's really important that we have that, so we don't have overlap and duplication, but also just get people the information they need and work with each other so that we can help each other. I don't know if you have any further comments on that, but I see that very, very much in my area.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think it's something unique to our catchment at all, Teresa. It's definitely that this is These are integrated needs, which are rooted in the social determinants of health. We need to start somewhere, and we know that in our catchment, the data is telling us about the increases in violence, community conflict, the number of newcomers in the community, and the complexity and mental health referrals, the percentages and the numbers we see. So that's what got us to this place, but it's absolutely scalable. It's absolutely something that could be spread across other catchments and other community health centers. We are part of the coalition, and this is something that as a coalition, others might, if it's a pilot or whatever, what have you, may very well expand.
Okay, thank you. I know there's lots of work to do, so take care.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Brockington, you have a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Amanda. It's Riley speaking. Thanks for your presentation. The Southeast Ottawa, what is the annual budget of the Southeast Ottawa Community Resource Centre?
The annual budget, I can get you the exact number, but it's in the range of about 30-some million, low 30s.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Yes.
You do operate a satellite office at the Hunt Club Riverside Community Center, where the board office is located as well. And you made reference to the first delegation today who talked about the 15-minute neighborhood hub concept, and ideally we would maximize community centers and other public facilities that would incorporate some mental health services. What does Southeast Ottawa already provide at this satellite office with respect to mental health service?
With respect to mental health service, so this is, we have a number of programs there out of this office. The main one that provides access to our mental health services is our intake, which is our social services team that is out of physically out of that office on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. And this is a team that would, we do provide food support. In the past years, the needs have, as many of you have already alluded to, gone more towards crisis. And those, the workers out of that office would do an initial mental health assessment and provide, and sometimes an initial counseling session. We also have staff that work as part of Youth Zone on Friday evenings, which garners about 30 to 40 youth on Friday evenings. And the staff there would also provide, we've done a lot of this work throughout the pandemic where we would, the staff there are well integrated and would refer youth or folks coming in for intake to access those mental health supports. And we do have in-house counseling. We have a walk-in counseling clinic out of our Bank Street office, but that's also available virtually for clients if that's feasible. And and other mental health supports that may go beyond what's offered at Southeast Ottawa Community Health Centre. There's other services out of the Hunt Club office, our Hunt Club site, but those are the ones that relate a little bit more closely to mental health services.
Thank you very much for that. The assessments that your clients initially go through with your staff, are your staff identifying mental health issues or needs that Southeast Ottawa themselves cannot assist with? Are people being referred to another agency, or are you able to assist them in-house?
Depending on the complexity and what's needed. So yes and no. Our in-house counseling, we have, I think, up to about 10 or 12 sessions. So for some conditions, we see the full gamut of, depression, anxiety, personality disorders, among other challenges. So it's a yes and no, but some mental health challenges are much more complex, require the support of maybe it's a psychotherapy, longer term. And I have to say that the increase in mental health challenges that have surfaced in the community throughout the pandemic, since the pandemic, relate very closely to people are anxious because their housing is insecure. That comes up a lot. Sometimes mental health is at the root of it, but sometimes a very real practical challenge is leading to the anxiety, depression, or other mental health challenges that are coming up. And we can address those. We can help folks address some of those things. Don't know if that's answering the question in the way that you'd hoped.
No, it's great, Amanda. Thank you very much for your presence today. Always good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thanks, Riley.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockington. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I just had a brief question. I know that you did mention the post-incident response protocol.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you could describe that and maybe talk to some of the challenges that program is encountering.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor King. It is something that and many of you know, there's no longer Crime Prevention Ottawa, which funded some training and some supports for post-incident response. So Southeast Ottawa has been very involved. We're very well connected within our community with OCH, with public health throughout the pandemic. We did all of those types of outreach activities, but really the challenges with that is the funding. We did build an updated PIN strategy and support, but we don't have any. We're doing it, and as an add-on without funding. We used to have trauma training that was a regular part of our training offerings to staff and to anybody going into after an incident of violence, after a death by suicide, after a community conflict. Many of you were probably quite familiar with the two shootings at the Infinity Center that led to and this was as a result of conflict in the community. We were involved in that post-incident response quite a bit, and that really the challenge there is, number one, the funding, the training. But what we hear time and time again, when I was met with a couple of mothers and community members, just how important it is to be there proactively, how to engage youth meaningfully, how to on the front end, not waiting until an incident happens and then going to respond, but it's really being proactive. So I'd say the intention, being proactive, the funding, the intentionality around how we prevent incidents as much as we respond to them. Because the more we prevent, the less there be, and the better the overall well-being we'll see.
Thank you so much for that description. That is a program that was near and dear to my heart. As a president of a community association, we actually had the opportunity to pilot that program in Overbrook. And it was really important to be able to bring all of the partners together, especially after a critical incident. So, I do have some concern that there aren't identified funds for the continuity of this program. I think it's a very important program, especially for high priority neighborhoods. So I think we'll continue to have a discussion with city staff concerning how we might be able to work through the challenge of finance. But I wanted to thank you and the coalition for all the work that it does, especially around programs like this, which are quite demanding, I know, in terms of the impact on staff. So thank you so much for your work and for your delegation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. Thank you so much, Amanda. There are no further questions for you. Appreciate it. I'd now like to invite the members of the Ottawa Cultural Alliance, Cassandra, Nicole, Megan, to provide their delegation.
Thank you. Merci. My name is Nicole Milne, Executive Director of the Ottawa Arts Council, and I'm joined today by my colleagues in the Ottawa Cultural Alliance, Cassandra Olsthorne from Arts Network Ottawa and Megan Walsh from Capital Heritage Connections. The culture sector contributes significantly to our city in economic returns by providing jobs and innovation, attracting cultural tourists, and delivering important social services, community engagement programs, and events with residents. And we heard from many delegates today who spoke passionately about the need for greater investment in our community's social services, including addressing homelessness, mental health, well-being, and safety. Arts, culture, events, and heritage play a fundamental role in helping support these pressures. Cultural activities contribute positively to the quality of life in our communities and foster an understanding of cultural diversity, aligning directly with the city's priority to make Ottawa a livable and safe place for all. And we'd like to note that a recent Ontario Arts Council report stated that 79% of Ontarians believe that the arts are important to their mental health. From CARP to Cumberland, 368 local organizations and professional artists were supported by the City of Ottawa's cultural funding in 2022. This represents only 0.002% of the city's total budget. But we noted that the 2024 draft budget shows a 2% increase in cultural funding envelope, and we appreciate any additional support your committee can give in order to ensure that the increase is approved at Council in December.
While a 2% increase brings much needed stability, it doesn't reflect a universal increase to all recipients of this funding, as was maybe implied by a staff presentation at the top of this meeting. It is split between the 17 cultural funding programs, and importantly, it supports the growth of new applicants. It does not fully address, though, the growth and potential of our sector. Further, in 2022, over $2 million in grant requests to the cultural funding envelope were denied due to the limits of available funding. A 2% increase is $272,000. Distributed evenly between the 113 operating organizations reflects a 2,400 potential increase. But the funds are not distributed this way. They are added to the envelope that the sector applies to. And those funds are applied to the sustainability of existing operating funding, yes, but it also grows other programs and it brings new groups into operating streams. The cultural funding envelope invests in all types of culture, museums, arts groups, festivals, fairs, agricultural fairs, artists of all kinds. There has been a significant increase in attracting new applicants and growing important programs like the Equity in the Arts program and the Rural Arts Initiative. We want this to continue to grow.
We also understand that the draft budget does not have any new financial support dedicated to cultural planning. A municipal culture plan will identify how our cultural resources can be integrated across the city's planning, decision-making, and cross-sector partnerships to achieve our collective goals. A culture plan can support economic prosperity, social equity, environmental responsibility, and cultural vitality. As this committee is aware, because we have previously spoken about it and have met with several members about it, the outcome report on the renewed action plan for arts, heritage, and culture for 2013 to 2018 has not been made public. We know there are many great projects and investments worth celebrating. We would also like to be better informed about what has yet to be completed and what commitments remain outstanding. A new cultural plan that can build on the success and gaps from the action plan and respond to where the sector is today. It can support all Ottawa communities to thrive. To echo the city's official plan, we must continue to position culture as a key city building tool and central to the health and well-being of our residents. We thank the committee for ongoing work supporting opportunities for residents to experience and participate in arts, heritage, events, culture, and recreation in their community. Thank you. Merci. Miigwech.
Thank you very much for being here. We have a question from Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Megan, Cassandra, and Nicole for being here. I just was wondering if you could elaborate on the point you made about how the arts helps support some of the other goals of this committee in terms of poverty reduction, mental health, equity, because I think we hear a lot about sports and how those are great. Sports are great for kids. They're great for crime prevention. They're great for community building. And we maybe don't hear that sort of social good argument when it comes to arts program. So I just wondered if you could speak a little bit about that.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity. Like you said, we often think about the multitudes that we can hold within sports, that someone can think of themselves as a sports fan. And that builds incredible community pride when you can witness, large sporting events, or as a athletic person, or someone who, participates in that team building activity within team sports or individuals, that benefits that brings within them. Or they can think of themselves, or maybe they are like Olympic level or professional level athletes. And the same thing exists within arts and culture and heritage and recreation. There is an intense civic pride that can be built when we're building on projects together as residents with professional artists or with heritage workers. Their art therapy is a recognized mental health treatment that uses creative processes for individuals to help cope and deal with emotional and physical challenges. It's particularly effective for those dealing with trauma, depression, and PTSD. And that's like, specialized skills for specialized workers. Public art installations like murals and community art projects can really beautify neighborhoods and public spaces. There's a big aesthetic enhancement that can instill a sense of pride in community and attract positive attention. And as you as you so beautifully put it, Councillor Troster, can also, at the Lansdowne meeting, it can also really affect decrease in street crime and a sense of community safety and well-being when there are large public art or beautification projects. Being able to participate and to create art, experience art, heritage, or through festivals and fairs in your own community has a huge sense of well-being. That same report from the Ontario Arts Council also talked about how participating in ours helps us to understand other cultures better, and that provides better unity between, better social cohesion between neighbors, between residents. It provides opportunities to meet new people, to try new things for different kinds of expression. So it does all the same things that sports does, just in a slightly different way, and there's a power in that, in being able to transform communities.
Thank you. I was an artsy kid, not a sportsy kid. So I appreciate hearing that. And three of us on our team are former theater school kids. So, I think there's kind of a direct line into politics. One more question. I know that the arts and culture represents a huge workforce in our city. And I'm just wondering if you could tell us a little bit more, just sort of the scope of that workforce, and any demographics that might be helpful, so we could just learn a little bit more about it.
Yes, we can. So there's an incredible number of jobs that's created, particularly a large number of jobs is created through the culture funding envelope funding that supports a lot of operations of arts and heritage groups. We received numbers from the StatsCan numbers around the jobs in GDP for 2020. But we're not confident in those jobs numbers because a lot of workers were furloughed or laid off in 2020. So we will have the 2021 numbers, we're told, in the early new year. So we'll be happy to report back to this committee on those more direct job numbers in the new year. But it is an incredible size workforce. I mean, I have the Ontario numbers ready. The Hill Strategies worked with the Ontario Arts Council on a report, and 1 in every 94 workers in Ontario is an artist or cultural worker. So I think we can think about the incredible force of our arts and cultural community here in Ottawa and extrapolate that as likely a similar size.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Just to remind us that culture is very important to our city. We have the reputation of being the city that fun forgot, but we have so much in our city that makes us interesting, and it's a good reminder. But at the community level, I think that's really important. And I appreciate if you can, if you gave us examples as to councillors of things we can do in our community. Recently, I had a project where we did giant murals on the side, on a huge wall on Laurier Avenue, and we used students from the community, youth from the community rather, and in coalition with I'm going to give them a plug. The Boys and Girls Club helped us quite a bit on this, but it brought beauty for everyone and something interesting to look at. So I think that it's important to have those things in our community and give opportunities for youth to try something they didn't do before. So I look forward to having more ideas, and I think that's important for all of us, because it's not just a tourist thing downtown, that we need to be interesting everywhere. I'm focusing a little bit more on the fine artsy side, but everything. So just wanted to get your comments on that.
Thank you. There's a place for all arts and all creative people. And, Calgary does this really well where they encourage all residents to live creative lives. And whether that's gardening or participating in a fine art activity or experiencing art, similar to sports, you don't have to be great at soccer to enjoy going down to a soccer game. There is, or to, go to your local park and play. It's the same thing for arts. You asked what counselors can do. I think that example you gave is exactly that. As counselors, you see a totally unique slice of your ward that those of us working on the ground might not be able to access to. So if you see the nonprofit sector, the arts sector, community associations, you have these incredible deep links into your community where you can foster different connections between groups. So being able to see a space that can bring some youth together or some community participants together to experience and create art in their community. You have connections to groups like ours or to other arts groups that can help point to which artists can help facilitate this kind of group and build that capacity. The more that we can be doing together, the more that the arts are used not just as not seen as a standalone sector, but to see as a tool for city building, for community building. I think the stronger our city will be. So I think to continue to work like that and to think about what space your residents have to experience or to create art and experience heritage and culture in their communities. So, I spoke to many counselors, if you want, on this committee around the kinds of infrastructure or projects that are happening in their communities. So what space is there for residents to take recreation classes, so not just sports or facilities, but is there flex spaces within community centers that can be used for painting classes or drama or dance classes or cooking classes, making sure that space is carved out in those rec centers or or there's extra space in libraries. That will be really important because then we know after COVID audiences and if people are having a hard time kind of getting out of their neighborhoods or getting out, we don't have to go downtown to experience art, to create art, to live that. So the more opportunities that we can build in people's communities, the more they'll be able to experience and create art and culture and heritage. I speak very often from an arts perspective, so pardon me, but we are representing culture more broadly. But thank you, Councilor Kavanaugh.
No, appreciate it. I know that just to give a plug to Stage 2 LRT, they are promoting local art at their stations, and that will be coming. So, so we're doing something, which is really helpful. People want good news from Stage 2. But anyway, thank you. And yes, it's important to have it in our community for the mental health. The whole mental health argument is I think it's essential. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one note on LRT and transit is, I know this is not a transit committee, but to make sure that residents can take transit to cultural experiences, that they have transit options to their community rec centers where the city has a great recreation program, where the community does a great recreational program, that they can get to the Nepean Creative Arts Center, to Centerpoint, to Shankman, that those routes are easy for people within communities and to get people across town. That will be really key in being able to connect our residents to local activities. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd really like to thank the delegation for their contribution here today, talking about the importance of arts and culture to our community. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for really emphasizing themes around the social good that emerges from arts and culture, the improvement to the quality of our life and our lifestyle, the aesthetic, improving the aesthetic attributes of our city, the intellectual contribution to our city through allowing many people throughout our city to tell their stories, to author their narratives, and ensuring that we have pride in our community. I'd also like to acknowledge and build upon what Councillor Troster was talking about in terms of the substantive contribution to our economy that cultural work and cultural workers make. And I know that you have said that you might be undertaking some more statistical work on that factor, but I'm just wondering if you could talk about the scope of the return of investment when the city invests in art, what the economic benefits are. I know that there were previous studies years ago that really emphasized that for $1 tax dollar that's spent, there is a multifold return to the community. So I was just wondering if you could speak to that.
Yes, thank you. I can't at this time. I don't have the data in front of me. There is the Ottawa Cultural Research Group, which is a partnership with some city departments, the University of Ottawa, and a number of community groups that will be reconvening in the new year to look at exactly these numbers. The most recent numbers we have from 2020 looks at that the culture GDP is over $3 billion in Ottawa, which is huge because that's significantly larger than the sports GDP, but of which it also is very important. We know the Ontario Arts Council just put out again a report about from Ontario perspective, but that cultural tourism spend considerably more time in cities. They spend considerably more. They visit for longer. They spend more money. They stay long. So there is, a big effort I think that we can make about building a more attractive cultural space. We talk about trying to shake off the city that fun forgot, as was said earlier, or I hear that mostly from residents. I don't hear that from a lot of other people who are coming to visit. They see, I think the more opportunities that we can get for residents to experience local arts, the more opportunities we get to promote the incredible artists and work that are happening here, the great work that's being done by museums, the amazing festivals and fairs that are happening across the city. The more resources we can put in place to promote those things, to ensure their sustainability, their stability, to grow their investments, I think these are the things that will help they drive the social benefits, because the more people are accessing these kinds of things in their community, but it will in turn also be a huge economic driver for our city. When someone goes to a show or sees a gallery, they never really get a coffee or drink before, they go out for dinner, they're paying for parking, maybe they're also using transit. There's the visitors are coming, they're staying longer. So there's those huge arguments that we keep making. We'll get the 2021 numbers early in the year. And a big kudos to the culture staff within the city. And they're working really hard to prepare those numbers and help interpret them for the community for this use. I hope that answers your question, but just another plug that the way for the community to be able to do this is more investments and considerable investments in the city in the culture funding envelope. This will help arm our community to be able to bring cultural tourism and to be able to equally serve our residents.
No, that's a very helpful commentary. I think that world-class cities make investments in art and culture to ensure a greater quality of life and to ensure that there are greater opportunities for economic development in the city. So I really appreciate the work that you do and the delegation that you made before this committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor King, and I want to thank you, three of you, for being here virtually. I have to say it's interesting because on top of the points that were made today, I can think of 3 artists who live on my street alone, and that's the ones I know of, and I'm sure that and they're professional artists. There's so many in our community that bring such value to it. So the breadth of talent we have within the boundaries of Ottawa is astounding. And by investing in them, we're investing in our own people. So I want to thank you very much for being here today, and thank you for your presentation and your continued work with city staff.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Anya Fraser. Following Anya, we will have the delegations from the Boys and Girls Club from Ottawa. So we'll turn it over to Anya.
Hello, my name is Anya Fraser, and I'm a resident in Ward 12. I want to bring to this committee's attention how the overconcentration of harm reduction programs in my area is negatively impacting community services here. Let's start with parks and playgrounds. Me and a friend wanted to take our 2-year-old to a nearby park. It was a nice day, so we thought we'd have a picnic. I brought the blanket, she packed the snacks, and we went to Cindy Mitchell Park. I was looking for a spot to lay the blanket and found a dirty needle. So we decided to go home and stay inside instead. How about daycares? Well, the daycare at Wilbrod closed down because there was a fire. There's been a lot of fires in our neighborhood recently. And the Sandy Hill Child Care Center at Cumberland and Daly had to close because the security situation there was untenable. They literally couldn't keep the kids and their staff safe. We are hemorrhaging daycare spots around here, but there are still some. My neighbor and her husband were thrilled to get a spot at Andrew Fleck Daycare after months of being on the city's wait list. But when she told her son, he said that he didn't want to go there because it's scary. They passed on the spot because they couldn't force their child to go somewhere he doesn't feel safe. On the other end of the age spectrum, the one and only seniors home in Sandy Hill shut down this summer. Libraries, I love the OPL. And the people who work at the Rideau branch are absolute rock stars who provide services above and beyond what's in their job description. Despite all their efforts, though, that branch is not a safe place to go anymore. A few weeks ago, I was on my way there when I saw someone acting very erratically out front. So I went home. I have not gone back since. Now I order all my books to the Rockcliffe Park branch and pick them up in my car. Patro d'Ottawa is closing soon. My neighbors and I are anxious about that because we don't know what's going to replace it. There are rumors that it might become a place to support homeless people. What about the Champlain Fitness Center? My husband likes to go swimming, so we got a pass there. One day he was walking to the pool, he was on King Edward Street. Somebody pulled a knife on him and demanded all his cash. We now have a Movati membership, which we each pay over $100 a month for, and we drive to train yards whenever we want to swim or work out. Now, my husband and I have the means to go elsewhere, but a lot of people in my neighborhood can't afford to do that. Ward 12 has a lot of lower income families. Some are single parents, some are newcomers, some have disabilities. If they don't feel safe accessing community services in their area, then they miss out, period. In the past few years, residents and families are losing community services that we need. During the same time, it seems that any new programming or service that Ward 12 gets is exclusively for a very small, very specific population of homeless people and people with addictions. While important, those types of services don't help the overwhelming majority of people who live in my ward. We want literacy programs, recreation facilities, childcare, and clean playgrounds, same as everybody else in Ottawa. What few community services remain are not safe to access. I want to stress to you just how traumatizing it is for anyone, but especially small children, to witness somebody OD on their way to the library, or to hear someone scream racial epithets outside while they're at daycare. This takes a huge toll on our mental health. In the short term, I have two suggestions. In this budget, can you please replace some of the community services that are shutting down in our area? And can you please provide sufficient resources to community services in our area so they can hire more security and cleaning personnel to keep their facilities safe and clean? Our parks and playgrounds need to be cleaned more frequently too. In the long term, this board needs to recognize that this is a multifaceted problem and you alone cannot fix it. Now, I know this one's difficult. Large organizations like City of Ottawa tend to think in silos, but that siloed approach is not working. The Community Services Committee, the school boards, and OPH need to sit down together and talk about how harm reduction programs are impacting schools and community services. Maybe it isn't a good idea to locate day programs and supervised instruction sites within spitting distance of playgrounds, daycares, or schools. Or maybe shelters and community health centers need to have a good neighbor agreements in place. As for your supposed community safety and wellness plan, you need to start engaging with the actual community, people who live and work here. As Councillor King says, residents' input is key. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anya. You have a question from Councillor Plante.
Hi, yeah, sorry, there's something with my camera, so it's just shut off for now. Thank you, Anya, very much for your presentation. As you know, I don't live too far from you, so shout out to the Sandy Hill gang. I just wanted to clarify one thing, and I don't know if Dan Chenier is still in the room about the Patro. It's not closing, it's just that the organization that is the Patro, which was a religious organization out of Quebec, is sort of shifting their mandate, and the whole of the building is going to belong to the city now. So I don't know if Dan is there and he can clarify what's going on with the Patro, but it would be helpful for him to chime in.
So we do have Dan here and we will have questions to staff, but I'm not opposed, Dan, if you just quickly want to clarify.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure, Chair. As the ward councillor mentioned, the building is not closing. The building is a shared ownership between Le Patro and the City of Ottawa. The city continues to run programs there. The Patro is undergoing a strategic review of their operations, and as the councillor mentioned, they are changing their operating model and trying to settle on what they will be offering the community in the longer term. But there are no concerns that the building is closing. In fact, it's the city's intent to try to expand the range of programs that are offered from that facility.
Yeah, and Anya, just to give you an idea, so the food bank from the Lower Town Community Resource Center will be moving into that location. So there'll be a lot more kids and families that are, for lack of a better word, trapezing through that location and you know, seeing the pools and seeing the gym. So we hope to kind of catnip them into some of that programming via the food bank. So just wanted to clarify that for you because you know the Petro is a really special place, and I thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us today, Anya. I know you've waited a long time, and I wanted to say all of us around council recognize the specific and unique needs of your community. Your councillor is very firm in advocating for them, and once again, we'll continue to keep them in mind as we're investing in our community. So thank you very much for being here and for bringing your concerns to the forefront.
Thank you.
I would now like to welcome the representatives from the Boys and Girls Club of Ottawa. You have 5 minutes to speak, and then I'm sure there'll be some questions for you.
Great, thank you so much. Hello, everybody. My name is Adam Joyner. I'm the CEO and proud alumnus of BGC Ottawa. I often tell folks I have the best job in the world. Right now, however, it feels like I have the hardest, as does my team. That said, I want to thank all of the committee for allowing us to speak today. I recognize the challenges you face when it comes to funding decisions and the minimal amounts of funding available. I also know that as a committee, you do your best to meet the vast needs of the community. I'm grateful to all of you, most of which have reached out to me personally or my team, offering a voice of concern and collaboration. Your staff are caring and considerate, and we enjoy working with you and them. This is a tumultuous time for BGC Ottawa. Our sustainable funding has not increased to match our growth. Our funding, which came from the amalgamation of the City of Nepean, has been stagnant outside of a small inflation increase. Our donors have been called on time and time again to provide the additional resources needed to run our programs. We are lucky to receive funding for additional programming from the city. However, at our core, our members have grown with just over 1,000 to now 5,019 communities with no increased support. This allows for year-round unlimited access to our services, most of our locations offering more than 40 programs and services weekly at roughly a cost of $1,300 a year per child. I also acknowledge that during the pandemic, we received COVID relief funding, which our members desperately needed of our services. However, as mentioned, it isn't sustainable. Last year, we were at a tipping point where we were able to secure funds to support our programs. Since that time, my team has worked hard to try and secure support, whether it be from the kind Ottawa community or through the advocacy that we do. We are the largest funded agency, fundraising agency in Canada from a Boys and Girls Club perspective. And we are 100 years old this year. If it wasn't for the sustainable funding that we receive from our amazing supporters and partners, we wouldn't be able to carry the work we do. That being said, our incredible growth, the incredible need, and the incredible issues that are facing our members have never been greater. They are facing social emotional learning gaps, education gaps, food security gaps, physical activity gaps. Many of their parents have been greatly impacted by the pandemic, and many are struggling to put food on the table. The need has never been greater. In terms of advocacy with the city, we have also advocated municipally, meeting with mayor and city staff to try and garnish and understand attention for our funding challenges. In the past 4 years, we've spent time trying to secure that public support, and we've not been able to receive that core funding that we desperately need. We have tried very hard over the past few months to shore up that support. As a charity, our teams are used to doing more with less, and have done so for the best of their ability. Their hearts are clearly into having the biggest impact in the community. I'm incredibly proud and grateful. Now, even all that heart and passion, we are not able to keep pace. I remember as a time growing up at the club myself, where the club shut down for a month for renovations. That was the longest month of my life. I remember the feeling of looking through the window and hoping to see one of my mentors looking back at me. I am now faced with telling our families that they will have permanent closures of our Rochester and Lower Town satellite clubs and significant reduction of service in 2024. This is absolutely devastating. I'm an alumni, and as many of my colleagues, all of which are here alumni today, want the complete opposite of that. And this is why we signed up for the work that we did. I am asking and appealing this committee to change this trajectory for thousands of children and youth in our families. With that, I would like to pass it on to my colleague, Medina Edmasu and Kian Najad to speak.
Good afternoon. There's just 2 points to share before Keon speaks as well. Number one, when you're making decisions about this in the short term, if you could consider us more as a community hub versus an individual agency that serves one community. We're located in 5 different communities in terms of physical structures, with one that we've already publicly shared that we're looking at closing, which has been shared already. So in terms of the reach and impact that we have and potential that we provide the community, it's just something to consider in the short term. In the long term, the question just to ask yourselves, because we ask ourselves the same thing when we're making decisions about where we have to cut. Have we allocated resources towards children and youth programming that meets, exceeds, or underfunds prevention and barrier-free services for young people from priority neighborhoods? That's the question that we ask you to ask yourselves as you make your final decisions about what happens, not just in this budget moving forward, but even in the budgets in future years. Keon, if you don't mind, you go ahead and speak to your people.
I have a lot to say, but I'll try to put into 15 seconds onto one point pretty much is we talked about mental health a lot today. And I think during the COVID period, we always talked about our kids and mental health and being stuck inside, not being able to access the resources that we have. It kind of breaks my heart to realize that we might have to close our doors longer and increase the time they're stuck at home and decrease the time they have with us. So I think the youth who went through a time period that none of us went through, or at least I didn't go through, with the 2-3 years of damage with COVID, should have to experience extra days being stuck at home, lacking resources, playing sports, getting to be a child again. So I hope we really consider that and not have another mini version of COVID for our members due to a lack of funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for combining your delegation. I was going to give you a little bit more time, but you were quick. And I know you have lots of questions lined up, so you'll probably be able to elaborate quite immensely. So I'm going to ask Councillor Carr to ask her question.
Thank you very much for all of you for coming to present today. My ward is right next to one of your clubhouses, the newest one, Taggart Parks. I can speak to the fact that this is such an important institution in our community. It is a very, very multicultural area. There are children with very high needs in that area, youth with high needs. Unfortunately, in my ward, over the past few years, we've seen the closure of community centers as we deal with the surge in the unhoused. So Heron Road Community Center is very close to Taggart Parks. It no longer has programming for youth. Likewise, Dempsey has not been in use for over 3 years for youth and families, and we lost programming for youth there. We've lost Christie Lake Kids, which were there for over 20 years. So I'm acutely aware of the high needs we have, the importance that your facility provides to youth in that area. My children went to school. Actually, I've still got one child at Ridgemont there in the community, and I know lots of kids in the neighborhood that have taken advantage of the facilities. Unfortunately, we hear lots of requests for money, and in order to be able to find any money, we need to find an offset in the budget, which we don't have. I don't personally have at this time, and I know that the community services department is faced with all sorts of demands. But what I can offer is a direction to staff, and I'll just read that into the record, Chair, if that's okay. Due to funding shortfalls, BGC Ottawa, formerly Boys and Girls Club Ottawa, has closed one of their clubhouses and is facing the potential need to eliminate programming and reduce services to children and youth in Ottawa's most vulnerable communities. So that staff be directed prior to Council's consideration of the budget on December 6, 2023, to meet with BGC Ottawa to discuss their situation and explore options for how the City of Ottawa could potentially assist in addressing their current challenges. So if that direction, I'll read that in, and I guess you'll tell me after if it can be accepted or not. But yeah, I don't really have any questions for you, but just to thank you for all the work that you do in the community. It is of critical importance.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much to all of you, and I appreciate the partnership that you've brought to us from the Ron Colbus clubhouse that's on de Maurier. It's a big help to the community right there at Foster Farm and beyond. And I know that you used to do things like have buses that brought in more kids from the other communities, such as Bayshore and Britannia Woods and Michelle Heights even. And I really appreciate it. We know it's a partner, and as well, you've partnered with us on the recent murals that I was just talking about in terms of our cultural connection. You helped us with that, and I'm very, very grateful for it. I see you as partners with our city programming, and I think that needs to continue. So I appreciate the direction to staff from Councillor Carr, and I think that needs to be looked at. It's it is a partnership. I think we have to look carefully, make sure we're not, that there's sort of a balance. We need to make sure we're not duplicating the exact same things but more is merrier when it comes to kids and youth. And we'll be talking about that tonight. I'm actually having a community meeting on community safety, just to let people know what's in the community that's available to youth, so that they're aware of programming, so that we're not just talking about any problems in the community, but also the positive stuff that happens. And Boys and Girls Club is a big part of it. So, but in terms of the funding gap, you talk about how the funding for with the city is has stagnated. What is it that you're looking at? And I know that you're talking to staff, but I just wanted to get a sense of it.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. And Keon actually was a member of the club, the Ron Colbus Club that you're talking about, and probably had a hands-on approach to making that mural happen to some degree. And if not, he certainly helped the kids that were there. So we're pretty proud of the team that we have, and pretty proud of this guy for stepping up today. So thanks, Keon, for joining us today. And I want to make sure you have a chance to say other things that are on your mind. But to answer your question, the funding that we receive that is core sustainable funding is $287,383. That's for 5,000 children and youth across our city, attending 120,000 times. So when you look at the numbers of growth, when we started with 1,000 kids, when that number came to us in 2001 with the amalgamation of the city of Nepean, that number has only grown in just a very small amount for inflationary 1-2% a year since 2001. So we're looking for ideally an additional $574,766, which is matching funding to the other two main locations. That we have an overall budget of around $9 million. So we still are going to be fundraising a majority of the resources that we need to find support for. But that would make a huge difference, and it would allow us not to have to make any type of risk mitigation cuts. The big thing for us is 100 years from now, we want the club to be as sustainable or more sustainable in our community. And I think that starts with looking for support from our partners.
Okay, thank you. Kian, did you want an opportunity to tell us your story, because you got shortchanged there a bit?
Sure. I'll just take 2 minutes quickly to kind of share my story with you guys. And I know Adam refers to 1,000 kids, 2,000 kids. I work there now as a YDPS, so I'm pretty high up, I like to think. I started off as a member at 9 years old, and then became a junior youth worker, intermediate youth worker, and then worked my way up. So I'm just going to tell you guys kind of an example of what it's like to be one of those 1,000 kids and the impact it had for me. Pretty much when I moved to Bayshore, I had the BGC there, and that's where I was, learning English, learning how to do cooking club. I fell in love with basketball. Was pushed to do my homework and all the fun stuff. And then I had a single mom, and then she experienced breast cancer at the time, and I was very young. I fortunately did not really find out she was dealing with it till after. And a big part of that is because of the Boys and Girls Club. I spent 6 days a week there. If there could be 7, I'd be 7 days a week there. And I think the biggest blessing in that was she could handle her business, knowing I was somewhere getting, fed, having my homework done, carrying adults around me, and everything's taken care of. And I'm sure you guys are aware, when it comes to things such as cancer, stress is a big part of it on your body. And I think that lack of stress is possibly one of the reasons she's still in my life today. So that's why I kind of owe that to the Boys and Girls Club for sure. And then kind of going on with that and what we heard today about, I think the food bank is needed, and I think all the mental health supports everybody asks for is needed. But as a child, I felt like there was a mini version of that for me as a youth in the Boys and Girls Club. So like, if I expressed I didn't have something, as staff might have said, hey, here's a bag of milk, take it home with you. Not necessarily me, maybe one of my friends. Or if I said, hey, I'm dealing with this issue, the staff that I saw as a big brother or older sister or father figure would say, hey, come sit down, let's talk about it. Now, I know I'm not touching on that grand scheme of things where there's serious challenges, but I'm just talking about as a kid myself, it kind of embodied that little, building with a little bit of everything for me in there. And I can go on with stories for days of parents coming to ask for support. Hey, you have a loaf of bread? I'm not sure what to, give my son. I had a youth tell me, I'm not going to school because my clothes are dirty. I don't have laundry detergent. And we're able to provide that for them, right? Because we have the funding, we have laundry detergent in the back. I can just go grab it. And I'm sure, Adam's going to say, it's okay, Keon. It was the right decision. So I have many stories like that. But when he says the statistic 1,000, every one number has a story behind it. So that's what I just really need you guys to grasp that and understand that we need, we're at 5 days a week right now. We used to be at 6. I would push for 7 in a dream world. So if we could keep it at 5, I'd be happy. But I think this funding is going to be crucial to that. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much. And you mentioned about food insecurity, which is really growing, and it's become part of the wraparound services. Like once you get people in because they need food, you do other things. And I think that's what you're saying. But now more than ever, when you were younger, but it's growing, and the need is stronger, and food costs are skyrocketing. Thank you very much for everything you do.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Plante.
Hi. Yes. So thank you so much for all the work you do on MacArthur Avenue. I'm sure some of you heard the epic schooling I got by one of the kids half my size in your basketball court. It was pretty epic. Yeah, no, he definitely taught me a lesson about that I'm not great at basketball. Anyway, I just wanted to add, because there have been the use of our community centers or our rec centers, and you've been absorbing the kids who cannot use those centers anymore. Was there an increase in your funding based on that?
So the overall funding, core funding, sustainable funding that we've received hasn't really changed in the last 20-ish years, 25 years. We did receive, and very grateful for it, the opportunity to have to host the Neighborhood Ambassador Program, and we also host the Youth Futures Program, which is amazing programs that are supported through the club. And we're very grateful to be able to have those staff to learn and build in community. But when it comes to the day-to-day operations and the core sustainable funding, we haven't seen an increase since that initial amalgamation in 2001.
Okay, and then from my understanding, nothing related to the closed rec facilities in my ward or in Councillor Carver's ward, correct?
Directed, sorry, just so I understand the question. So direct funding related to the closure of rec facilities?
Yeah, and then the children my understanding is you've had to absorb more children. The kids have told me themselves they've gone to your spaces. So there's been no increase in funding based on that, correct?
No, and the need is just amplifying. We're actually seeing a lot of young people from outside of the current catchments that we don't have catchments at BGC Ottawa. Every child is welcome, and we're seeing kids all the way from Barrhaven to Riverside South to Stittsville that are coming to centers. So the need has never been greater.
No, okay. Thank you so much for that. And whoever's coaching your basketball, please give them a kudos from me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Troster.
Hi there. Thanks for being here. I'm a councillor for Somerset Ward, which is where Cambridge Public School is. And I understand you recently announced you had to close the program there, which is a real problem in the neighborhood. It's one of the neighborhoods with the highest rate of poverty in the city. A lot of those kids are immigrant kids, refugee kids, newcomer kids in the neighborhood. I'm just wondering, one, what was the deciding factor for you to choose to close that program, number one? And number two, where you were funding it, where were you getting the money from before to fund it? Like, what changed in terms of your financial picture?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councillor Troster. And I know it's never an easy decision to close or to change programming in our clubs. That was a very challenging decision and one that we didn't take lightly. The change was, last year we received about $700,000 in donor support in a kind of a panic button moment where our donors came to us and said, we're able to fill this gap. The challenge is that we've been working towards filling that gap this year. And as we know, with inflation, with the cost of everything going up, with the cost of services going up, we and our donors, although very amazing in terms of providing that support, we just the challenge is, there's 20 amazing youth, and I actually spoke to one of those parents recently, and it's devastating. Like, I'm heartbroken for this family that this is happening, and we have 5,000 members across all of our clubs in Ottawa, and my fear is that we're going to be having similar conversations with some of those families as well. So our hope is that we're able to, be provided or find more support. We would love to be back in Rochester, Cambridge Free Public School. We see the impact of that community. We see the impact of that club. And these are the challenging conversations that we're starting to have now, and they're not easy.
Yeah, and I think it's challenging from a city perspective about when is a charitable organization playing a role that the city should be playing or providing service on behalf of the city, or when is it a nice to have? And certainly with a lot of programs like yours that are doing active poverty reduction, with kids, it is really, really important. Have you put any thought, has anything changed in your fundraising strategy, or you're just asking and not receiving the same amount that you received last year?
So our fundraising strategy has changed in the sense that we're looking at diversified revenues for next year. We're looking at those opportunities. We've actually raised the most funds ever in the history of BGC Ottawa this year, and we're the largest fundraising club in the country. So we're doing everything we can to drive revenues from donors, from supporters, from grants, from those different spaces. The challenge is a lot of those grants and opportunities are drying up. So some of the COVID relief funding that we would have received in the past, some of those opportunities, we don't have the same opportunities to drive revenues. So it's challenging because of the timing, of course, and also the fact that things are drying up in a very quick way, even with all of the amazing donor support that we're receiving.
But how do you decide where to pull out? Like what community pull out of? Because I'm just wondering, are you using metrics of rates of poverty in the neighborhood? Are you how do you choose what to close?
I'll let Mindin speak to this. He's ready to talk.
Sorry. Okay. So just a couple of things. You've spent the whole time now and you do a lot of these meetings to hear. The truth of the matter is a community. So let's speak about Rochester. For the past 5 years, there's been a deficit for one location. And how that gets covered normally is direct donor appeal. And that's what covers that difference. So by the end of the year, it's not a deficit anymore, but that's because donors have stepped up. The sustainable funding that we did receive from that, we do receive provincial funding, for example, that covers 3 different locations. And so independently, we have to make decisions about where that goes. But our struggle is to find the sustainability piece, and that is the commitment to the community. So that's the issue that the reality is that's how these decisions get impacted at the end of the day.
For sure. Although if you have a neighborhood that's especially poverty-ridden, especially poor, the chance of raising more donations in that neighborhood from those families is probably lower because the need is higher. So I'm just questioning that. And the other thing is I am very connected to the community, and I did not hear that there was a funding crisis until you decided to close. We have really active community associations and business improvement associations in that part of the neighborhood. Had you raised the alarm with me, with us, we could have hustled some donations. So please come and speak to my office. I'd be happy to connect you with members of the community. We can't help unless we know we need to help. And once it was a done deal, people are feeling really betrayed and really, really worried about their kids in the neighborhood.
Yeah.
And nobody had approached me and told me that this was an issue. So if it's an issue of wanting to rally donor support in a particular neighborhood, please do reach out, because councilors' offices tend to be really well connected to sort of well-known individuals in the community who, had they heard the alarm bell being raised, had they heard that this was a thread being cut, I'm quite sure they would have stepped up if they had been asked. Thanks.
Sorry, if I can just briefly respond to that. We started our work with the Ottawa Carleton District School Board months ago to try and build a relationship or try and find the funding gap that way. We are constantly fighting for dollars to support the programs and services that we have at the club. And we've been coming to our city partners for a long time saying that this is a challenge that we're facing. And it's not specific to one community, although I know the impact is great and we really are devastated to have to make this decision. It's a really tough one, and we really hope we can remove that decision if funding was to become available. But the challenge is much greater. We have a $600,000 funding gap that has to be solved, and it's going to create a lot of challenges within all of our spaces.
So to be clear, how much per year would you need to maintain the Rochester?
Roughly 140,000.
Okay, thank you very much. I frankly don't think that's a completely insurmountable number to raise in the community if we had known. So let's connect, because I think people are really eager to see that project continue. Thank you.
And just to give kudos to the parents, we even met with them yesterday, some that are still trying to mobilize and figure out options. So it's to add to your point, there definitely is a mobilized community there.
Before I move to the next question, I will point that the direction as it is worded to speaks to city staff meeting with you and speaking about that might also be an opportunity to discuss, whether councillors want to be involved in helping with the fundraising and aspects of that. So it's not just conducive to having one stream of funding coming straight from the city or its coffers. It's an opportunity to speak about tapping into that. And you also mentioned too that you don't have access to the funding that was available through the pandemic. I assume that was provincial funding.
Provincial. That would have been
less of a question, more of a comment. My thought would be, again, is under that direction, if it's accepted by the committee and staff, is to have that opportunity to speak about how you could further advocate for funding through other sources, other levels of government as well. Next question is from Vice Chair Bradley.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your delegation today. I was very fortunate actually to have the newest Boys and Girls Club, the Taggart Parks facility in my community of Gloucester Southgate Ward in Hetherington, which has a very high need. I can't take the credit for that. Obviously, there were a lot of people that worked hard to get that in place, including my predecessor, who fought hard to keep that land in public ownership because we saw that it could be a valuable place for this type of facility. And it's sad. I felt your emotion, Adam, when you were delegating, because it was such an exciting day to see that facility open up. I've been there a few times to see it bursting with kids. And so it's sad to be here today for you to be fighting for dollars in order to keep that facility that we all celebrated operating. I think you characterized your organization right. You're a hub. You're not just one organization in the city. You're a hub and a lifeline for so many. And you are delivering services on behalf of the city. If your absence would be felt if your organization didn't continue to exist, and we would have to step up, and frankly, it would probably cost more than what you're able to deliver. I don't think it's fair that at the end of the year, you're going to have to fight for donations. I think you should have the benefit of sustainable funding and that the city has a role to play in that. My colleagues pointed out that unfortunately, due to our governance rules, we can't advocate for an increase or do an increase here today without taking from somewhere else. And I'm sure you can appreciate with the types of services that this budget delivers, we can't cut here. And so this will be a conversation that we'll have to have at the council table to continue to support your organization. I guess what I would like to know is that you mentioned 2 programs that might have to cut if you don't get the funding for next year. But if you don't get sustainable funding long-term, or an increase in your sustainable funding long-term, I should say, what's next?
It's a great question. So first of all, for the Taggart Parks Clubhouse, we're lucky for the time being to have that funded. So that's one of the locations that is funded through the naming and through, so we're not asking for funding through that location. We are looking for the other 2 main clubhouses in our city, which will help us build our fundraising profile and continue to grow that piece. So that's the hope. If this is our whole 3-year vision moving forward is based on sustainability as an organization. So we just are in the process of building out our strategic plan, and the focus of that strategic plan is sustainability. We are not the only organization or charity in this city that is going to be having the same conversations, and you've heard them today, around sustainability of resources, sustainability of staff, sustainability of the things that we do. And so our goal over the next 3 years is to create that sustainability. It can't just be backed on donors. It can't just be backed on city support. It can't just be backed on provincial support or government. It's going to be a mixture of different things, whether that be social enterprise opportunities, whether that be government grants, mixed grants, whatever that the case may be. At the same time, we're going to focus on the sustainability of our teams because, as Keon pointed out, mental health is a challenge. It's also a challenge for all of our staff, especially given the circumstances that we're facing right now. So we're doing our best, our very best, to continue providing the best service possible in a challenging time. And more importantly, in a 3-year plan, we want that ship to be completely self-sufficient and sustainable.
Thank you for that. I have no doubt that you'll be here for another 100 years and the need will be there. You provide such important critical services to youth in our community, but I do think that the city has a role to play in this. And so, I think we want to continue to be your partners. And I hope that with Councillor Carr's direction that we can find a solution between now and council. But if not, I'm sure that there'll be other channels that we can work together on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And Councillor Bradley asked my last question around sustainability. So I'm really pleased that there's going to be work that will be done there, not just with our level of government, but I think it's important that the provincial and federal governments also step up to the plate to ensure that there's proper funding. As we heard here today, the work that you do is incredible, especially around poverty reduction. We see it every day at the McGann location on MacArthur Road, MacArthur Avenue. And it's important to note that your organization provides a safe and supportive place for children and youth. Like I see that every day of all backgrounds to experience new opportunities. And I think that's very important to ensure that our children continue to overcome barriers and develop the confidence for skills in life. And you do that every day. And I just wanted to reiterate that that's much appreciated by all around this table. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing your personal experiences. The Boys and Girls Club is phenomenal. They do incredible things for young people in our community. I've had the opportunity to visit one of your sites in the past and just, seeing the faces of the kids. They have somewhere safe to go, right? And they have somewhere that they can hang out with people and their parents have confidence in where they are. So thank you very much for being here. And we will talk to staff shortly. I'm sure they'll accept that direction. I know they helped Councillor Carr work on it. So I'm sure that will be good. So thank you very much for being here today. I appreciate your time. Thank you. I will now invite Linda Howie to delegate. I will note that Danny Roberge, who had been at the beginning of this meeting, if he is online, he is welcome to come after Linda speaks. And if not, we will be done our delegations. Thank you, Linda.
Thank you. To today, thank you, is I want to be a voice for cats that have no voice. So I've worked a long time with the Ottawa Humane Society, and right now I do a lot of rescue work. And these creatures don't have a voice. They don't have anybody to speak for them. So that's what I'm here to do today. Ottawa and the surrounding area has an overpopulation of cats problem. People are dumping them. They're not getting them fixed. They roam, they mate, and there's more kittens born. And the cycle continues to get worse and worse now more than ever. Domestic cats are not equipped to survive on their own. And yet we see this happening all over the city. They become sick, they become diseased. They lose their eyes to disease. They become frozen to the point of losing ears and tails. I've seen this myself. And kittens being frozen to death. Had that happened 2 weeks ago. Anybody with a drop of compassion should find this unacceptable in our city. The Ottawa Humane Society is flooded with cats. They're very short on staff. Rescues are working to exhaustion and having to close intake. Rescues and OHS are scrambling to raise money, selling cookies, selling toys, selling knickknacks. My big question as one of these exhausted rescuers, who also, as I say, has worked with the OHS, is why do I and people like me have to pay for the irresponsibility or the financial strain of Ottawa citizens who are unable to care for their pets? Can we not come up with a more effective, efficient, creative way to solve this problem? Other communities are. Montreal is completely revamping their shelter program. Edmonton is beginning a new program to solve the problem. I think Ottawa can be more progressive and solve it also. I'm one of those strange people that believe that all living things are connected and that we are caretakers of the earth. We have a responsibility to improve this situation the best we can. And I think we can do it without a huge expenditure of public funds. I'd like to see funding to the OHS improved so they can work with rescues and the public for more reasonably priced spay-neuter clinics. I'd like to see consequences for allowing unfixed cats to roam. I'd like to see rescuers who are caring for lost, abandoned, and unowned cats have access to free or inexpensive spay-neuter clinics. I've raised myself in the past 4 days $3,000 to travel south of Montreal to get 15 cats fixed tomorrow. Why can't I do that in my own city? I can get a female spayed tomorrow for $90 at a clinic in Quebec. Here, if I went to a vet, it would cost me $450 to $700. Even the clinic in Brockville, which is open to the public, costs $225. I'll be getting it done tomorrow for $90, going to Quebec. And I had to beg for the spots. I think this could be done with moderate funding. So I know money is always tight. I think we could recruit volunteer veterinarians, educate the public, improve public support for the Humane Society. Why, I think even one more traffic camera in Barrhaven could earn thousands of dollars for this program. I think if we make the effort to really push an initiative like this, microchipping and spay-neuter clinics could even generate money for future clinics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Linda. You have a question from Councillor Plante.
Hi, Linda. Can you guys hear me? Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for your delegation. I know in my ward, we know from the pandemic how important our four-legged friends are. Now, I'm a bit more partial to dogs, but we'll leave that debate for another time.
I train dogs as well.
So I just want to point you in the direction, and you may know about them already. So in Ward 12, we have something called veterinarian outreach. They work about, I think, every 3 months at various locations. And I know for a lot of our unhoused population, having those pet companions and having someone that they have to take care of is so therapeutic for them. So thank you for all the work you do. I guess this isn't really much of a question, but I'm happy to put you in touch with Veterinarian Outreach. They are a wonderful, wonderful organization. And they also gave my dog a greenie. So they're good in my books because my dog will do anything for a greenie. So thank you so much for your advocacy. It's really important.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We also have Councillor Riley Brockington, who's also the chair of the Emergency Preparedness Committee.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to thank you for your delegation. Obviously, you show great care and compassion for cats in particular, and we appreciate that. The committee that I chair includes Ottawa Bylaw, who offers this type of service.
Yes.
And recent communication to a number of my colleagues has raised this matter as well. I've raised this with the chief of Ottawa Bylaw. He's going to have an answer back to us this week. Our committee meets on December 1st, and I will ensure that this question is raised again in the public forum so we can get some more information on this matter.
And I'd be happy to come back if that's something that would
Fair.
be helpful.
I just wanted to let you know we are aware of the matter, and we're going to have further public discussion on this next week. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Brockington. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much for your delegation. I appreciate what you're doing, and I can imagine that this has grown exponentially since the pandemic, this issue. Is that correct?
Yes, yes, it has.
Yeah. No, that's what I figure. I mean,
They had 2 families approach me to take their cats because I couldn't afford to feed them.
wow.
And I did.
Yeah, I got 2 cats during the pandemic. I still have them. Their names are Bart and Lisa. They're brother and sister.
I was thinking about the baseball game somebody was going to organize, and I thought, well, maybe I should bring a kitten for each of you.
Oh. Well, anyway, when you say they don't have a voice, I can say that Bart and Lisa do. But anyway, but thank you. I think there could be a problem also with the fact that there's a shortage of veterinarians. I know that was an issue and obviously that may be the reason the costs have gone up, and I'm not just talking about the cost. The city is, obviously increasing costs, but is that a factor as well?
I think there are some laws that differ between Ontario and Quebec, is my thinking, because like I said, in Quebec, I can get this done and we'll get a male neutered for $65, a female for $90 at a clinic that just does rescues and just does cats. But there isn't anything in Ontario that I'm aware of that there are things that can help people who are low income. There are public clinics that, like Brockville and Belleville have one. But for somebody like me that's bringing in a cat that I don't own, there isn't any help.
Yeah, no, I'm hearing about more people spotting cats that don't belong to anybody.
That's right.
And they're seeing them in the neighborhood. You see it on Facebook groups, and it's clear
if they're
that-
not fixed,
Yeah.
and people let them out intentionally, cats escape, but if they let them out intentionally, then you have more kittens born outside, and it's a brutal life.
Yeah, no, I appreciate your delegation, and I appreciate Councillor Brockington's comments because it does pertain to this committee. And I think that's good that we're going to take a look at that, because I think it's actually an overall public health problem too, in terms of just the fact that we're letting things get out of control.
Yes, and other cities are coming up with innovative programs. Montreal is getting rid of their for-profit shelter, and they are changing their their donation-run shelter, and they're coming up with a completely new program. Edmonton has a good program starting too, so I think Ottawa can do it.
Okay.
Thank you both
Thank
very
you so much.
I will recognize that this does belong at the other committee, and it doesn't pertain to our particular budget. But Linda, you mentioned that you might be able to come be a delegate at that committee as well. I know I'm a member too. I'm happy to bring it up. Teresa, I'm sure, not sure if you're a member, but I feel like all of us are on every committee.
It doesn't matter. I can show up.
But thank you very much. You've spent all these hours sitting here to talk to us about this. So we very much appreciate it. And we look forward to bringing it up at that other committee on that day.
Okay, should I come back to the other committee?
We would love to see you again.
Yeah.
And I say that on behalf of the chair, myself, and whoever else we're going to hear. And we'll be sure to ask those questions, even if you can't attend. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very
Thank you,
much.
Councillor Kavanaugh. I appreciate it. All right, I will invite city staff. We don't have Danny Roberge online, so we're done our delegations. I will invite city staff to take their seats. I'm sure that there are questions for them. I will remind my colleagues that at the moment, we will have Following questions to staff, we will have the direction from Councillor Carr, we'll have the motion from Councillor King, and then we'll have Vice Chair Bradley read the roadmap motion in, but we'll hold off on that for the moment. Okay. So everybody looks as settled as they're going to be. So let's get started. Councillor Kavanaugh, you're up unless you want to take a moment.
Yeah, give me a moment because
Okay. That's okay. I'll go to you next. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. And although I'm not a member of this committee, I very much am very, very interested and concerned about the subject matter that this committee covers, and I appreciate the opportunity to sit on it this morning and this afternoon. I just have some high level things, most of it in my ward, but appreciate all the time and attention that went into this budget. This budget is very, very important. There are a number of major facilities in the ward in particular, some of which I've raised with staff, but just want to get it out there on the public record because of the number of inquiries and the number of years in particular that these matters have been in the public domain and staff are working on them. The first is the Mooney's Bay Pavilion that staff have been engaged in for a number of years. The pavilion is 10 years now past the end of its life cycle. I call it the Soviet bunker for its look and feasibility, and look very much forward to the day where this facility is renewed, rebuilt. Can staff give us an update on where we are on this process? How does the budget for 2024 reflect the evolution of the planning and development of a new pavilion in this major park?
Chair, I'll start, and then perhaps Karina, who might be able to speak to the life cycle piece of this. Funding was approved for beach pavilion renewal 2 years back, I believe. There is 2.8 million, I believe, which was intended to cover both the Mooney's Bay Pavilion and the Westboro Beach Pavilion. In the interim, the NCC has undertaken a major renewal of the Westboro Pavilion, and our contribution is likely to be relatively small compared to what we expect at Mooney's Bay, simply because they are building the building. We will have to fit up essentially the lifeguard stations, so place for lifeguards to change, a first aid room, that kind of thing. We expect that at a minimum, we will likely have about 2.5 million to go towards Mooney's Bay. Unfortunately, the building is in bad shape, so 2.5 million is not likely to buy us very much. Part of this solution might be life cycle funding that is against the building and whether we can leverage that. I'm seeing on my screen that Kevin Weary is also on here, and I don't know if Kevin has more detail to add. I know that some consultation was done with the community a few years ago, but Kevin might be able to speak more to that.
Thanks, Dan. Chair, for the committee's awareness, there is a feasibility study underway right now, and it's targeted to be completed by April 30th of 2024. So that will help speak to both function and use of the facility and what is needed for it to go forward.
Okay, I appreciate that. And like I said, I appreciate that, we're moving forward slowly, but surely. I guess on behalf of the community, when a major asset like this is now past its prime 10 years later, there's some frustration now about the process or the speed at which this process is going. There's a lot to consider here. The water that feeds the pavilion, parking lot expansion, Canada 150 playground washroom in addition. So we're going to need a lot more than 2.5 million, but certainly when the feasibility study is done this spring, I think the committee would like to re-engage on that matter. So I appreciate that update. My other question is regarding the Alexander Community Center in Carlington, a 60-year-old community center that has never been renovated or expanded with the exception of one office when there was a small fire. Can staff again comment on how does the budget speak to funds accrued for this project? Again, similar to the pavilion, there's been significant community engagement, design plans formulated, but we just aren't ready to pull the trigger yet to get this constructed.
Chair, funding was approved for this project. Again, in prior years, there is approximately $8.5 million in funding and development charge funding allocated to this project. One of the issues, because the Alexander Community Center is in the Carlington area, so in an older neighborhood that's been there a while. So the benefit to existing from the DC funding is quite high. It's 55%, I believe. So what that really means is that 45% has to come from other sources, which reduces the 8.5 down to just a little under 4, I believe. The project itself was costed out in 2021 because we did consultation, and I believe there were 3 scenarios that were developed for this. The preferred scenario at the time came in at about $9.9 million. That is probably closer to 11 by now, given the cost increases. So we are still short in terms of that. The councillor, you have offered up $1 million of your ward CIL. There is a contribution from the Westgate Shopping Center site redevelopment that is coming to this project. So we're close, but we're still probably within $4 to $5 million of being fully funded to move ahead. One of the opportunities that is coming up is the 2024 DC review, where we can update the value of the project and hopefully be able to narrow the gap a little bit in that. And again, I'll call on Kevin to see if he's got anything that I've missed.
Thank you, Dan, and through you, Madam Chair. Everything Dan said is bang on. I would just only add to Dan's comments in the sense that we were always missing the benefit to existing portion to match with the DC. However, I'm pleased to point out that next year you will be seeing in the 2025 budget the city contribution towards allocation of the benefit to existing for Alexander as well. So in addition to hopefully escalating the capital value of the entire project through the 2024 development charge review, we are also looking to commence adding tax supported dollars toward the city's contribution to make the project whole.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. Looking around our great city, and we have some fabulous rec centers, community centers and rec centers in this city. And what my residents are looking for is simply a refurbished community, expanded and refurbished community center that we would really like to see take off here. High level question. I don't have any particular to name, but tennis courts and wading pools, again, in wards like mine, quite aged, quite in need of repair. Can you just talk about some of the challenges you're facing to getting to the number of tennis courts that need attention? And in past conversations, you've said, I believe all, with the exception of 1, wading pools in the city have come to the past of their life cycle. Where are we headed with wading pool renewal in the city?
And again, I might ask Infrastructure Services to comment on this since this is their budget. There is a provision in the 2024 budget for just over $6 million in park renewal funding. Some of that will be allocated to tennis courts and to wading pools if it is their turn. We did lose a wading pool two years ago, I believe, to end of life, where the ward councillor decided to go the splash pad route rather than a wading pool. And that remains an option, although not popular in all communities. I am not aware of any that are in such bad shape that they will not operate this year. At close-up time, most of them were holding their own, and they do require a spring rehabilitation restart up, which our colleagues in parks undertake. With tennis courts, again, we are working on a tennis and pickleball strategy for 2024. We are meeting with tennis clubs, with tennis courts users to talk about priorities, to talk about standards, talk about all of those things, understanding that the demand for pickleball has pretty well eclipsed the demand for tennis courts, and that some modifications are now required to either to completely redesign the courts or to simply double line them to accommodate that. And we have a small budget to be able to do a few of those every year. And we understand that it's not meeting demand because of the popularity and the rise of pickleball.
Thank you for that. My last question now, Chair, and then I'll park it, is the Trees and Trust program. My understanding is we always end the season with greater demand than the ability to supply trees for people who have applied through the Trees and Trust program. With the derecho and ice storms and the beating that our trees have taken, 400 Hunt Club, but that's not Mother Nature, the trees coming down. How is the Trees and Trust program reflecting the ongoing demand from the public so that I don't want to get to a point where we say no to people. If there's sufficient time between the request and our ability to procure trees and plan for them, we should be able to implement sooner rather than later. So if staff could comment on that point, that would be appreciated.
Thank you for that question, Chair. The Trees and Trust program, perhaps I'll just pass it over to Kendra LaBrosse to speak to the details. Our expert really is Tracy Schwetz, and she's not available today, but Kendra has some knowledge she can share. Thank you.
Yes, hello. So the Trees and Trust program, we're always accepting new applications. Just given the planting season for the fall has a specific window, we always account for a certain number to be planted in the fall, but always taking new requests to continue to plant in both the spring and fall seasons. And I believe the tree planting strategy will be looking at some modifications to the various tree planting programs that was in the Environment Committee budget.
So just so I'm clear, what's the longest period of time a resident would wait to get a tree?
I would say if they had applied in the spring, they're likely to get a tree in the fall. So,
and if I apply today, will I get one in the spring?
Sorry to interrupt, Councillor.
Yeah.
Budget related.
Yeah,
You're going to ask
I'm trying to understand whether we have sufficient budget.
There you go. Budget related. Perfect. Work that into the question, and then we're good to go.
Does
I
Jeopardy
just want to keep the
feel like
committee
Jeopardy?
rolling.
Okay,
Oh,
what
that's
is?
wonderful.
So are you confirming that your budget is sufficient to meet all needs? I was under the impression that that wasn't the case, and that's why I'm asking this question today. But you're saying that residents are able to basically get every request fulfilled. It's not a budget issue. You're able to fulfill all those orders.
yes, I would say on an ongoing basis, we're always accepting for the Trees and Trust program. It's more a matter of fitting into the windows of time that we have for the tree planting season.
Fair enough. Okay, I appreciate that. Thanks, Chair.
Beautifully done, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Kavanagh, I'm coming back to you, madam.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you all. There's so many questions for all of you. And, you know, obviously the delegations reminded us of what's going on in the community. I'll start off with with seniors. We are having senior liaisons, myself and Councillor Hubley. And so that's definitely a budget angle. And what are we doing in terms of showing that is an objective, that we're looking at seniors and getting started on perhaps revitalizing a roundtable to get input for future budgets?
Thank you for that question, Chair. So we continue with implementing the older adult plan. We did a year of review. The Seniors Roundtable has restarted, and we're soon going to be launching the internal call for proposals to, again, move forward with initiatives of importance to seniors. In the past, we have implemented, and I have a long list that I can share with the councillor after today, several initiatives, including infrastructure initiatives and other seniors activity, recreation activity type initiatives throughout the last several years that have been very well prescribed, attended, and very successful. So our commitment is strong. We continue in that commitment.
Okay, well, I look forward to working on that issue with you. Mental health supports was a big part of the conversation today, and our partnerships with our community partners such as the community health centers. How is that working out in terms of the budget? We do give funds to the community health centers, a portion. And what changes are we making there in terms of the greater need for supports?
Chair, the draft budget includes a 2.8% inflationary provision for community-funded agencies, especially those in particular receiving sustainability fund. Community health and resource centers receive just over 50% of that funding. So over 13 million of the 26 million. And they continue to be critical partners across the city in neighborhoods. And of course, we've heard today how important these interventions and services are. In addition, we continue to implement the council-directed alternative mental health and substance use response initiative. And we have in our budget 2.1 million in 2023 to move forward that prototype. We have worked with the police services to apply to Solicitor General for funding for 2024 and beyond. And we continue other work, including poverty reduction work, investing in youth programs, and other work that also contributes to neighborhood well-being and in particular mental health.
In terms of our budgeting, are we reaching out to the federal government in terms of the helping us out with newcomers? Because that is a big portion of the extra costs that we're having is the newcomers coming to Canada that, that we just can't anticipate ahead of time. And we need to house them. We need to make them welcome as Mr. Tilley was talking about, even at the mission, they're having that issue. But how is that? How are we doing on advocacy on that?
Thank you for that very timely question, Chair. We are in active conversations and discussions with the federal government, and we recently submitted a proposal to the federal government for the IHAP program, which is the reimbursement program through the federal government for services provided to immigrants, newcomers within our system. We're expecting a response very soon. We also continue to actively communicate with the federal government about the global migration issue and how it's now a local concern. And we've asked the federal government to consider funding to the City of Ottawa to open reception services, additional reception services, a reception site or reception-like programming in Ottawa because of the very pressures and concerns that we're facing, but also more importantly, and we heard Mr. Tilley speak earlier, as newcomers and asylum seekers come to Ottawa, we want them to be welcomed. We want them to land, receive the culturally informed services they deserve, and then be empowered enough to move on. And we do not want them, in particular, in community shelters if they don't have to be.
Thank you very much. On a related topic, in terms of the work of this new task force on homelessness, how is that being integrated into the budget? What new things are we seeing, and are we looking at finding new ways of getting data on who is out there and who's homeless? We heard that from Kate from the Alliance to End Homelessness about the importance of that.
Thank you. So for the first part of the question, in the draft budget is a $5 million operating budget for transitional housing. It will also support us to implement the integrated transition to housing strategy, which includes the winter strategy, and look to other initiatives, including the rapid rehousing initiatives, the local allowance initiative that Katie spoke about. The second part of the question relates to data. So in terms of our HIFIS program, our HIFIS is a federally owned and operated data program. Our staff have worked with the community and within across our department on a data strategy that includes HIFIS and improving our ability to mine HIFIS data, use HIFIS data, and share HIFIS data, and address some of those data culture issues that Katie spoke about. We continue to actively do that as part of our departmental data strategy.
In terms of partnering and for our budget, are we seeing more from the provincial government for supportive housing? Are we advocating for that as well?
Thank you for that question. We continue to advocate with the provincial government. They have recently signaled a willingness to review the funding formula that was the subject of our report and presentation to committee last April. And we continued that conversation with them. To this point, we have not seen an increase in our operating funding since the announcement in April.
Thank you. Appreciate the work. I'm gonna, do I have time for another question? Okay, thank you. I'm gonna completely switch gears. I'm gonna talk about tennis courts too. We've had that as an ongoing issue of deteriorating tennis courts in particular communities, and I just want to know what are the opportunities there to get them redone. What I'm finding is that even an offer to get them fixed doesn't work because it doesn't do any good. They have to be completely redone. So I want to know what the opportunities there, and Corkstown Road is a big one.
Chair, the opportunities still remain relatively limited in terms of affordability. This city has more than 200 tennis courts, and a lot of them are old and in some cases showing their age. And you're right that in some cases the deterioration is so great that digging up the base and relaying the base and proper asphalt is what's required. Some other cases we're able to just do a surface resurfacing, but that generally isn't the rule. And it's relatively expensive within, as I said, there's a $6 million renewal program for parks, but that gets gobbled up pretty quickly. So a couple get done every year, but just from experience of taking calls from every ward, it doesn't meet the demand.
Yeah, this is a concern because this has been requested for many, many years. It's not the first time we're asking, and it actually was mentioned in the budget years ago that there was possibilities of that particular courtyard or court, but it never took place. So I would urge you to consider it, since it's not the first time that we're asking for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Vice Chair Bradley.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to staff for your presentation earlier today and for all the work to build this budget. I have quite a few questions. I might have to get back on the list, but I'll just get started. My first one is around alternative call response. So in the staff presentation, there was a point in the slide that talked about the reduction in that budget this year because we advanced the funds from reserve in the previous year, and that's what's funding 2024. Well, I'm very supportive of the alternative call response pilot project. I've not been a fan of how we're funding it. I'm wondering how much of the money that we advanced to be spent in 2023 has been spent, and what allocation do we have left for 2024?
I'll start off, and Chair, I'll start off and maybe Claire can top me up. I think the last time I checked in with the group, they're still working through the procurement side of the equation. So we may not actually have it all spent this year, but really likely we will have it all committed. So once we actually sign an agreement, that means I got to commit that funding. So we should be able to, we likely will be leveraging and committing all that funds this year.
Okay. And then I had moved a direction at the time that we had approved the report at council that talked about reporting back via memo around the success of securing funding from upper levels of government and or through, I think the police were going to be doing some advocacy for money as well. And I'm just wondering if you have any sneak previews of whether or not you've been successful at securing funding beyond 2024.
Chair, we have not at this time received word of any funding.
Okay, thank you. My next question is around the EquiPass funding. Cyril, you had mentioned in your presentation, I wasn't sure if I understood it correctly. I know that each year we don't spend the entire amount and that it's reinvested in the next year in order to keep that, that fare structure from rising. I thought I heard, though, that we were reducing the amount that we were committing to align with ridership. Could you just verify, is the funding that's allocated for the EquiPass in 2024 less than what we've seen in previous years?
Chair, so what we've been doing since the pandemic when the ridership tanked, I think the total budget is around 5 or 6 million. So what we've been doing each year in, year out is basically reducing the budget just one time to align with that year's ridership level so that we preserve the base ideally once we get back to that level. So that's what we're doing again this year is bringing it down to that 70% ridership level to align with the transit ridership.
Okay, so it has reduced then, to clarify.
Chair, one time. So we're just, I'm not taking it away as from a permanent perspective. We haven't done that yet until the ridership normalized. So what we do is we reduce it one time, bring it back. So basically in 2023 budget cycle, I bring back the one-time reduction. And then I say, okay, what's my new ridership? And then I reduce it one time for 2024. When I start the 2025 budget process, I'll bring that back to the true base. So it's kind of a true up, true down, as opposed to taking it and committing it to a base funding issue somewhere else. I'm just kind of doing the ins and outs just to kind of, as the ridership comes back.
So, and I'm not sure if it's appropriate for this committee or for Transit Commission, but I would think that the riders that stuck with us through the pandemic likely might be in that lower income bracket and could benefit from the EquiPass, and that I feel that we maybe don't do a sufficient enough job at promoting or reducing barriers to access that EquiPass, and that there are a lot more eligible people out there than are accessing that pass. And so I don't know if we collect demographic information in that way, but just because the ridership has decreased by X amount doesn't mean those who are eligible for that type of fare have decreased by that same amount. And so it feels to me that now more than ever, we could be utilizing that EquiPass as opposed to reducing it. So I see Mr. Scrimshaw come to the table, so perhaps he can comment if we have demographic information on riders in that way.
So Chair, maybe Pat, I'll go first and you can top me up. So from a budget perspective, we haven't seen a risk to the utilization. So each year that we brought it down, it doesn't come to a point where, okay, we've maxed out to what we brought it down to and now people go without. Don't do that. So we haven't seen that erosion down below. We've been tracking pretty good to that alignment. But I can certainly have Pat speak to any metrics that you have from true utilization or need, I guess.
Madam Chair, I can draw this into 4 quadrants. There's the EquiPass and there's the Community Pass. The EquiPass is for people with low income, the Community Pass for people who are receiving ODSP. Each of those groups, once they have their registration for the pass, can purchase either a monthly pass or can purchase discounted single ride fares. The reason I'm giving you these 4 definitions is the situation is different in the 4. The number of single ride fares that we're selling to these customers is approximately the same as in 2019. It's been consistent throughout. But for monthly passes, we're selling about half the number of Equipasses now that we were previously. And we're selling about 60%, a little over 60% of the number of community passes that we did previously. What this likely indicates is that customers who are eligible to these passes are traveling less, perhaps because of the changing nature of where people work, where people travel, and the need to do so. So because we don't sell as many passes, we don't receive as much revenue, since some of that revenue comes from the budget that you're looking at today, we don't need to draw as much if we don't sell as many passes.
Thank you for that. I guess, Mr. Scrimger, does OC Transpo ever do any check-in on demographics of their current riders and what past product they have and what past product they might be eligible for? Because I guess what I'm trying to get at is I think that the need is greater than we are realizing around the Equipass. And I think that part of the problem is that there's barriers in any application process. We see it in other subsidy type programs where there's applications. And I think that if we removed some of the barriers around the application process, or maybe increased the expanded the criteria to make more people eligible for this reduced fare, I think that would be a positive. But I'll just ask that final question. I'll move on. But do you have do you ever do any type of survey of your current riders and if they're in the right fare class product?
Mr. Chair, yes, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Yes, we do. We do survey customers to find out something about their demographics. We don't know universally. We also cooperate with our colleagues in community and social services to get the word out to everyone who might be eligible to subscribe to either of these passes, that we're happy to help them do so. We're always working to make the application process simpler while still adhering to the policy direction that we have from Council.
Thank you very much. I'll stop there on the Equipass because I know I talk about it a lot, but I think that there's more to this program and I'd like to maybe explore that with Transit and Clara with your group as well for next year. I will move on. The 5 million that you had mentioned that we have integrated into this budget for transitional housing. Obviously, we've done a lot of work over the past number of months to address the growing issues of people experiencing homelessness. And it seems like we're in an environment right now where people are one paycheck away from falling into homelessness. And it's really that precarious. And while we can't predict, I suspect that it's your team's job to sort of look at the trends, whether we see conflicts that might bring in more newcomers, costs of living going up. Do you think that what we have in this budget is sufficient to make sure that we're not in a situation next winter where we'll have to strike an emergency task force?
Chair, I think what we have in this budget enables us to continue to implement our transition to housing strategy, which includes short, medium, and long-term elements. What you're witnessing right now is what we predicted would happen in the winter, a high demand for shelter. And we are in an emergency because the demand is actually even higher than we anticipated, given the migration issues and concerns that we're experiencing globally and that are hitting locally. In addition, you heard us speak today, and even you heard Katie speak today about some of the immediate things that we're doing to house people. And the decisions that this committee and council have made over the last 6 months have helped us to do that. The 5 million adds on to that and gives us even more runway to be able to be flexible, for instance, to enhance a local housing benefit, to move people immediately out of a PDC or a shelter into permanent housing is a great example. So yes, I think we're in a very good place to continue that work. And I think that coupled with what will be heard tomorrow at planning in terms of our capital strategies are going to serve us well in 2024.
Great, thank you. I would be remiss if I didn't ask this question on behalf of Anna Maria Cruz, who is a resident of mine and who is a fierce advocate for seniors in our community. She spoke very specifically about funding in the older adult plan. And in particular, and she's raised this with me in the past, around the different allocations. So she had said there was $100,000 for fitness programming, and that the fitness programming that's provided through this funding is the uptake is low. while others that are provided by other organizations seem to be high. And I'm just wondering if you audit to make sure that we're getting good value for money. So that's the first question. The second would be, I heard that the Seniors Roundtable is up and or about to be up and running again. And so perhaps this is irrelevant. Like, is this funding changing completely? Or so maybe if you answer the second question first, it might negate the first.
Thank you for that question, Chair. As part of the review of the Old Dorado plan, there was an evaluation of how the funding was being spent, and we can certainly take that question back. I know Sausan Al-Rafai is here. I don't know, Sausan, if you have the answer to that question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the plan, it was evaluated during 2023, and what we did is we engaged with the senior roundtable members and with city staff, and there is what we heard was that the plan is going to be extended in the coming year. The decisions that are made on allocations are made through the roundtable. The roundtable is formed of community members, and the resource allocation committee is also formed of members of the roundtable. So to answer the question, the allocations are based on the senior roundtable, and what they decide are the priorities. For the next coming year, we will be continuing with the priorities of the plan, but also follow what we heard from the community to have a more robust engagement with the diverse community groups, and also to integrate an equity perspective into this. I hope this answers the question.
Thanks, Austin. Yes, it does. And I'll take the more minutia of that one offline. Moving on to Mr. Chanday's group, if I still have a little bit of time here. I noticed in the budget that there was some repair money for the Sawmill Creek Community Center and Pool, which is a facility in my ward. I noted in your comment that the South End lacks a lot of pools, and that's why the new facility in Riverside South will be such a benefit. The Sawmill Creek Community Center and Pool, as you know, has, I think it was 2013, we had funding to do a design for a new facility. It kind of sat on a shelf. We were hoping to leverage an infrastructure program, but that hasn't come to fruition to date. But every year I see there's money in the budget for repairs. And I'm just wondering, how do you prioritize now that we've had a design ready for some time? Like, how does that ever get into a funding stream if an infrastructure program doesn't come?
Thank you, Chair. There's approximately $4 million, I believe, that was part of an initial $12 million allocation that was split between Alexander Community Center and Sawmill Pool and Community Center. In the case of Alexander, it was to expand. In the case of Sawmill, the original intent was to do a renewal and possibly a small expansion on the community center component. But I think that the councillor at the time wanted to look at potentially a redevelopment of the site. And you're quite right that we did come up with, I believe, 3 concepts that looked at what would be possible on that site. It is heavily contaminated, and so there were some limitations in terms of what, and some significant premiums. Frankly, I think we probably need to get back to deciding whether any of those plans are still viable at this site, or whether we renovate the community center and look at another plan for the pool. It's something that was kind of languished a bit during pandemic because we weren't consulting, we weren't talking with community. There was a squaring off of the lot, I recall, with the school board so that we had enough space to do what we wanted to do. But we haven't come up with how best to use that funding. And do we go ahead and use the $4 million just to do a community center, perhaps a cosmetic pool improvement? Or do we look at a different plan than that? So undecided, but I think we'll just need to engage with your office and the community in terms of, as you might recall, it was rather heated in terms of the baseball diamond and not losing the baseball diamond. So there are issues beneath that. I think Kevin is still with us. I don't know if he has more to add than that to that. No, maybe not.
My final question.
I suggest perhaps we meet, oh, there he is.
There
Okay.
I am. Sorry, my mute button was not my friend just this minute. Thank you, Dan, and to you, Madam Chair. Dan has captured the existing scenario, but we did start looking into feasibility of, is there a different option for the pool? So some of the technical in the weeds detail was the existing sawmill pool is very hard to renovate, upgrade, or expand because of its original design and its age. So we will also be consulting with our colleagues in asset management about, is there something here to be looked at as well?
Thank you. I look forward to connecting because what I'm hearing makes me a little bit anxious in terms of potentially losing an important facility in my community. So we'll take that one offline too. My last question, if you'll bear with me here, because it bleeds right into what I just had asked. I saw a slide on facilities optimization review, assuming this is part of the service review initiative. You mentioned some facilities have already been closed. What are the operational savings in this budget of those facilities?
The operational savings in this budget are $166,000, and those are from the closure of buildings that we no longer have to heat, clean, pay utilities on. Bear in mind that this process and the actual start to the service review component was really only mid-year, and so it captures the beginning. And it captures facilities that really were at end of life and that had minimal impact on service or community in any significant way.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I know that Councillor Kavanagh and Councillor Bradley asked this question in a different way, but just to be clear, so we've promised communities that we will not have people sleeping in their community centers next year. Do you believe that the investments in this budget are sufficient for us to meet that promise? Or are you expecting / hoping for a specific dollar figure from other levels of government to be able to meet that promise?
Chair, I believe that the funding in the budget gives us the runway we need to implement the strategies we've been directed to implement. Notwithstanding that, we will definitely require funding from other levels of government.
Okay, so any decision makers from other levels of government are watching, not that they are in hour 6 of this meeting on YouTube. But I think it's important for residents to know that we're really committed to this process. We really don't want people sleeping on community center floors, but unless the federal government steps up and helps us support refugees and asylum seekers, we'll have no choice. And we don't want to become a city that ever says no. We want to say, yes, there's a warm bed if you need one, but the pressures are really intense. So thank you. Just a question. So I know that we're adding $428,000 for food security. My understanding is, I'm just wondering if you could provide a little insight on how you think it'll be distributed. Do you have any organizations in mind specifically for it to go to? You know, or will it be a top up to organizations that already receive sustainability funding?
Chair, yes, the 428K includes 128K, which is the 2.8% on the community the sustainability fund, and then plus an additional 300K inflationary provision only for agencies that have food security as either a primary program offer or as a significant component of their overall programming.
Okay, that's great to hear. I mean, I hear Rachel Wilson from the Food Bank's voice in my head saying the way to solve hunger is not actually to provide more food, it's to make life more affordable, right? To provide affordable housing so people can afford to eat. But that additional funding is a start, and it's something my office was asking for too, because we hear so much about it in our community. So thank you. And thank you to Councillor Carr, who I know really advocated with the mayor's office for that. Just my final question could be to staff, or Councillor King, you probably have insight on the 3 new FTEs for gender and race equity, inclusion, Indigenous relations and social development services, longest department title ever. What programming will that support specifically?
Thank you for that question. So Chair, the 3 FTEs will help us to advance the anti-racism strategy, which is very important to us, Councillor King, and to others. The women and gender equity strategy, and the older adult plan. So there's a provision for resources to advance the older adult plan, and in addition to support our poverty reduction efforts as well.
Okay, and will there be an opportunity now? I didn't have a specific budget ask in terms of the women, gender, 2S, LGBTQ piece, but would these folks be supporting those equity priorities as well? Or is this really just rooted specifically in the anti-racism work, which is also fine with me, by the way?
Chair, it will be supporting the anti-racism work and the women and gender equity work. And I forgot to mention the corporate diversity and inclusion plan as well.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation today. I just have a few questions, and I think they're to Dan mostly. And they all have to do with budget, so I'll make sure to fit that into every question I have. With respect to the budget, I understand that museums are under your purview. And are there ways that we can maximize revenue from the museums, which I understand are not a great source of revenue? You know, specifically thinking in my ward, I have a museum that is not well utilized. It's not, it's in the heart of the community and occupies a lot of land. Can you speak a little bit about some ways that we could potentially use museums better?
Thank you, Chair.
In the context of the budget, sorry.
Yes, and we're talking, just for context, we're talking about the 5 municipal museums. In fact, staff have been putting some work into looking at opportunities to raise new revenue. So you know, it's Christmas time. Cumberland Museum, for example, has got a great sponsorship to do a Christmas lights display event, which is bringing in revenue. It's a fee for service. Likewise, in your ward, Councillor Billings has experimented with tea on the lawn and weddings and parties. So they've tried to maximize the use of the site. We have several new staff at the leadership of the museums. And so they're doing some good work in looking at both what we offer as part of the museum program, but what other opportunities might be to do that. At the same time, because you brought up museums, we are also looking at deaccessioning our collection. I know this has been brought up on several occasions. We do store a lot of museum artifacts that we inherited going back pre-amalgamation, and part of our commitment has been to try to free up some real estate in terms of deaccessioning some of the artifacts that we have. And what that will hopefully do is free up some city buildings for other purposes, which again isn't a direct revenue source to the city, but might be a cost avoidance for other departments to reuse those facilities. And that is part of our accommodation facility rationalization initiative that figures in there. But revenue sources are a top of mind priority for the museum staff.
Okay, thank you. And hopefully I'll be able to meet with one of the new staff on opportunities for billings. Second question with respect to your area, Dan. My understanding is there's 4 community groups that have sort of legacy agreements to deliver programming. 1 is in my ward and 3 are in Capital Ward. Do they provide a percentage of their earnings to the city?
They do. Those groups and their agreements were reviewed by the then City Auditor General several years ago, and recommendations were made to incorporate what is essentially a recovery on using the city facilities. They vary because they have very different scopes of operations and revenue streams. And I have to say that that was paused during the pandemic. Each one of them, including Canterbury in your ward, asked for relief from that simply because they had no revenues. And so the annual commitment that they made under those contracts, we waived, but have since resumed because program revenues have started again.
Okay, thank you again for you, Dan. We heard today from organizations such as baseball on the need for facilities, and I remember reading the Parks and Recreation Master Plan some time ago, and it talked about developing relationships with schools on terms of shared facilities. Do we have any update on that? Specifically, I think some schools have baseball diamonds, they have gymnasiums. What is the status of those discussions on sort of better relationships with schools?
The relationships have been primarily board to city individual boards and not a broader all four boards with the city. And we have been successful in negotiating some site-specific agreements in recent times. And I note the Des Châtelets project on Main Street, where the city will be working with the school board to develop a community center and build a standalone gymnasium as part of a site agreement for it. We're also looking at, in Councillor Troster's ward, a possible 1010 Somerset agreement with the school board that could involve things like sharing gyms, sharing outdoor play spaces. So the agreements tend to be one-offs, opportunistic as development comes along. And by and large, it's a negotiated situation for each of the projects that comes along.
Hey, thank you very much. And I'll give you one final question, then I might get back on the list. We all have cash in the accounts. Some of us have close to zero balance in them. I'm wondering about one thing I've not heard about. I'm not sure if it's under the purview here or planning committee. The citywide cash in the account. What is that used for? What is that being planned to be used for in the upcoming budget year?
It is used for a couple of things, Councillor, to pay the city share where there are new developments and the development charges do not pay for anything, and that's everything from parks to new facilities to those kinds of things. It's also used for projects of a citywide nature where we would invest in parks, facilities that have a citywide, not a ward-specific mandate. And I'm thinking of some of the regional parks that we have, some of the larger facilities where we would invest in, district skate parks are another example where if we build a park that is beyond just the local scope, there might be an injection of citywide. So it's exactly what the name kind of infers, that where there are projects of a city broader than a neighborhood scale, then we might tap that source for some funding.
Okay, thank you. I have a question about cricket pitches, but I'll reach out directly to Kevin Wary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cavan, I see you're next on the list. Is it all right if I head over to Councillor Hill, who hasn't asked a question yet? Because I think, okay, perfect. Councillor Hill.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Great discussion this morning, and I appreciate the conversation from my colleagues. I will pick up on a thread that we haven't spoken to with staff yet, and that's with regard to field infrastructure, outdoor baseball field infrastructure. We had a delegation on that this morning. A few questions from that. Currently, do we have a direct funding mechanism that connects revenue raised from fees for outdoor facilities to the spending that Public Work undertakes for the maintenance of the sports fields? For example, is that something that we track, or does it all come from a general pool?
I can start, and Allison may want to. The revenues that we collect, and from sports fields, it's about 2.3 million in any given year, is not shared with our colleagues in Public Works. I keep it within my budget. There is a budget target, a revenue target to achieve, approved by council as part of this budget and prior budgets. And in a general sense, without being specific, the expenditures to maintain ball diamonds and other sports fields would exceed the $2 million in revenue.
Okay, and how much of the 43.8 million in gross expenditures for the parks maintenance services budget is directed towards maintaining the various outdoor sports fields?
Thank you for that question. I can say at a very high level, 33.4 million are directed towards parks, grounds, and sports field maintenance.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Can you confirm that when we add new parks to our city portfolio, that we increase the operation maintenance budget accordingly?
So I know Cyril can maybe talk about growth in a more general way, but we work with our partners in recreation to understand the parks that are coming online, and we review our services that we are providing. And it's not a one-for-one. If you get a new park, it will cost you this. We review whether or not we can continue to absorb that growth or not. And if we can't, then we would put pressures forward in our budget. And we have done that over the 3 years that I've been the director. So.
Okay, no, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Plante. Councillor Plante. All right, Councillor King, we'll come back to Councillor Plante.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just did have a question around the $120,000 that was allocated to the expansion of Black-led community initiatives as part of the anti-racism strategy commitments. I was just wondering if staff could describe what these initiatives will ultimately look like.
Thank you for that question, Chair. You're right that the budget also includes funding to enable us to move forward operationally on several initiatives. And one is Black-led initiatives. Another would be Indigenous relations. And then again, the women and gender equity strategy initiatives. But under the Black-led initiatives in particular, we're looking at things like training and awareness building, cultural change initiatives, communications. We're also looking at evaluation across the portfolios. We would like to develop a more general accountability framework across all our equity portfolios. And of course, data is very important. So integrating some of the work we're doing, as I mentioned earlier, departmentally in terms of our data strategy with our equity work to improve our ability to collect aggregate data, disaggregate data to inform decision-making, critically important to the community and to staff as well.
I appreciate that answer. I know that the community has really been emphasizing the collection of disaggregated data for decision-making. And this is in line with what I was hearing at my budget consultation that was primarily for the Indigenous, Black, and racialized communities, that the Black community was looking for explicit investments in terms of initiatives. So really pleased at this development that I think will continue to allow us to move the anti-racism strategy forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. I see we have Councillor Plante back on. Councillor Plante.
Yeah, sorry about that. My phone jammed up. So my question is for Clara, and it's sort of continuing what I was asking Katie earlier. So what is the definition of like high acuity? How do we define that as a city?
Thank you for that question. I see Paul is here, so I'll ask Paul to provide some of the definitions.
Thank you, Chair. The definition of high acuity speaks to the level of need of the person for supports.
Is there like a scoring system? How does someone get that like tag, I guess?
So we administer an assessment tool, which is referred to as the SPDAT. And there is a ranking system within that tool. There's the VI SPDAT, which is a more simplified, quicker way of assessment. And then there's the longer SPDAT questionnaire. And individuals can fall between low, medium, and high acuity.
Okay, and then so is that test done when someone sort of say arrives at a shelter, or like is done, like how does that test get administered? Is that just done on the spot?
Usually not right on the spot. When a person accesses a shelter, especially for the first time, there is relationship building. There's a lot of getting used to their new environment and settling in. We hope that that the assessment tool can be administered within 30 days. Again, depending on the specific situations going on in the shelter at a particular time, but that is the general rule, is that there's going to be an assessment done within 30 days.
And then what shelters in our city are designated high acuity?
Well, a lot of shelters provide services to people who are high acuity, including the Ottawa Mission, including Salvation Army, including Shepherds of Good Hope. Shepherds of Good Hope tends to have programming and specific health services that cater to people who are more high acuity. But we also see people who have high acuity in our physical distancing centers, overflow shelters as well.
Okay. And then when you designate a shelter to sort of absorb the high acuity, and by the way, like, you know, kudos to the work they do. I could never do it. It's quite difficult, and often for not a lot of pay. Is there a consideration for the other services around in that area, whether that be schools, daycares, parks, that kind of thing?
Thank you, Chair. We don't we don't assign specific areas like that. That's not, we don't assign specific in areas or locations for high acuity. We are dealing with an emergency right now, and we're trying our best to meet the needs of everyone that needs shelter, regardless of acuity level.
No, I get that. It's just that these shelters have been high acuity long before even the pandemic. So that's why I'm asking if there was some sort of framework to designate where high acuity would go. So on that note then, so there's been a request in the Lowertown community when there was so we've had two shootings in pretty close proximity, both related to sort of drug dealing and gangs, very close to two schools. And I know crossing guards come out of the transportation budget, but is there a way, say maybe with the community safety and well-being budget, that we could also look at importing some money from there to go, you know, play a little bit of chess or checkers, I guess in this case, with some of the budget. So some communities that are faced with some of the realities around social disorder could benefit from some of the community safety and well-being funding, so they don't have to wait sort of in the queue like other communities.
Chair, when we have any funding in our community and social services budget that's designated for community, we follow an allocation process, and/or it's allocated as part of a budget process. With that in mind, what we have done in the last year, following the direction at last year's budget, and following meetings that were had with the community in terms of the mental health needs, in particular in the market in Lowertown, is we've allocated budget to community organizations in the market in particular to extend hours of service, for instance. We also have in our budget for 2024, for the first time in 2 years, a core allocation for our community engagement team, which now becomes a dedicated service to our essentially feet on the ground, boots on the ground in Lowertown, Centertown, and the market.
Right, but they're not dedicated around schools. They don't deal with children who are heading to schools. Am I correct?
Chair, the programming conducted by agencies that are funded through the city relates to whatever we're funding in terms of their programming mandate. If their mandate is to support local communities to be safer, then that's what they would be doing. I can't comment on specific initiatives targeting safety of children walking to school, for instance.
Okay, thank you. And I apologize for the announcement going on up ahead. So are you aware of the judgment that came out of Kingston regarding encampments that came out on Friday?
Chair, there have been several judgments in recent timeframes around encampments. One of the initiatives that is part of our emergency winter strategy is to ensure that we have enough beds, emergency beds in the system over the winter so that anyone who is outside is able to come in.
Yeah, so the judgment on Friday, and I'm happy to send you a copy, says that we can't remove encampments from public parks anymore. It's a judgment out of Kingston. Kingston was challenging a lower court decision. It's now been decided. I'm assuming it's going to go all the way to Supreme Court, but it's now at the provincial level, sort of, I guess, the de facto law of the land. So I was just wondering if there was any discussion around that or any plans of maybe talking to the community about what that could mean for our parks. I mean, if you haven't had a chance to read it, we can maybe table this for another time.
Chair, I would suggest that we defer to legal services to interpret the decision from Kingston.
Okay, thank you so much. My last question, and thank you so much for your patience and listening to the overhead announcements here at the train station. But it seems we have, so I'm just making a short list here, the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, the Guiding Council, the Byward Market District Authority has a Safety and Security Committee. We have the overdose strategy from Ottawa Public Health, and we have a lot of different patrols that are going around. We also have the community engagement team, as you mentioned. So who oversees, like, is there any coordination among all of these? Because a lot of them involve police, a lot of them involve Ottawa Public Health, some of them involve bylaw. Like, who do we have, like I don't like to use the word SAR, but is there someone sort of coordinating the collection of all these services at the municipal level?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we're coordinating as part of the community safety and wellbeing mandate. Part of our work in terms of our market strategy is service coordination. So the team is right now working on a service coordination framework and identifying who is providing services directly in the market and where there are some potential gaps. That's a first step. In terms of our community safety and wellbeing program writ large, there are several pillars within that program. And some of the other initiatives that have been mentioned are part of other mandates and initiatives that exist to support the community writ large. So from a targeted outreach perspective, yes, we're doing some coordination of those efforts. And I would like to underscore how much coordination is actually happening on the ground. So with the police's neighborhood response team, with our community engagement team, with the Sandy Hill outreach team, with the Ottawa Hospital outreach team, with the Royal Ottawa outreach team, on the ground, the teams are coordinating, they are communicating. And I see Sarah Taylor is on the line, and she can explain more about the service coordination initiative that's currently underway at a staff level. Sarah?
Thank you for the question. And just to add to what Clara said, in 2022, we provided a report to City Council that outlines the governance framework for the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, which talks about the Community Safety Wellbeing Advisory Committee is the overarching systems level and strategic body that oversees the entire and advises on the entire plan. That work then feeds up to this committee through Community Services Committee. Some of the groups you mentioned, such as police or Ottawa Public Health, Dr. Etches is part of the Community Safety Wellbeing Advisory Committee, as well as the Chief of Police as well. And then some of the individual groups that were mentioned. So for example, the Guiding Council, they represent the mental well-being priority within that work as well. And so there are systems and coordination happening, which the Community Safety Wellbeing Office provides backbone support to provide overall from some of the strategic perspective for the implementation of the strategy.
Okay, thank you. I would love a briefing on that at some point. If you like, we don't have time today to get into deep dive, but I would love an update on that sometime if you have the chance. And finally, my next question is just for Dan Chenier. Dan, just for the sake of everybody in Lower Town, can you just provide a sort of Patro 101? Like, how did the relationship with the Patro start? Where have they, if you were taking courses at the Patro in 1990, 2000, 2010, how was the relationship with the city to where we are today? Could you just kind of give a bit of background, please?
So, Councillor, I'm just going to weigh in, just because we are in hour 6, 7, I've lost track, and knowing that this was an item that was brought up by a delegation, and we're talking about budget. I'll turn it to Dan, but Dan, if you can be completely brief. I do know you brought forward that direction previously, or it was a motion, forgive me for forgetting, and I know there'll be follow-up to that. So Dan, feel free to answer, be concise, and stick to budget if possible.
Thank you, Chair. I will frame my response in a budget sense that we do fund Le Patro. We have renewable recreation funding with the group. We have had this relationship since 1972 at a minimum. We share a building and ownership of 40 Coburg. In the last year, Patro has been undergoing a strategic review, looking to renew itself in terms of what they offer, who they offer it for, those kinds of things. The city has participated, but also has some concerns with expanding the scope of programming at the site because Patro has primarily offered only Francophone programming over the years. We want to maintain a strong Francophone programming presence at the site, but we also are mindful that the Lower Town of today is different than what it was in the 60s, the 70s. So looking to expand the scope and working our way through what the renewal of Patro will be, what their role will be, and what the partnership and funding arrangement, which is the budget angle to this, what the funding arrangement will be. So all of that is a work in progress at this point.
And then in terms of budget, so for the groups that were using the space, comme les Petits Bonheurs, will they be able to have their funding renewed for January?
Chair, the groups that are within Le Patro as their clients, and some of them were rental clients, some of them were programming groups, we don't have a complete handle on at this point. Because we have not had those discussions in terms of what Patro will continue to do and what they won't. Our commitment has been that if a program has been successful, either under Le Patro or operating independently, because there are groups in there that, or there's, for example, the seniors group that is primarily a rental and is self-governed, that we will work to try to maintain as many of those as possible so that impact to residents, to the community is minimal.
Great. And if we could have a chat about this as well in the coming days, I would appreciate it. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff. I'm just following up from what Councillor Bradley was talking about in terms of Aqua passes and community passes. Pat, just giving you a heads up. Thank you. You were talking about pre-pandemic levels and that only half the number of Aqua passes are being used for, this is monthly passes, I understand, and 60% of the community passes. What are we doing in the budget to encourage to get those numbers back up? I mean, we talk about how we're encouraging overall ridership, but what are we doing to encourage that? And for example, can we work with Ottawa Community Housing on that? That's something I've talked about with Ottawa Community Housing, not formally, but informally, just because it strikes me that we should give every opportunity for people to know about these passes and get a hold of them as easily as possible.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, we are determined to increase the outreach for the of information out to the community with regard to the EquiPass and Community Bus Pass. And I know our staff have been working very close with Pat's staff over the last year to identify how further to expand the use of those two vital programs. And Stephanie Bordage from our office, Director of Employment and Social Services, is here. Maybe can explain a bit more about what the plans are for 2024. Stephanie?
Thank you for the question. One of the things that we're working on with Pat's team and OC Transpo for 2024 is an update to the Equipass, because the eligibility currently spoke to individuals who were receiving provincial employment funding, who were in receipt of Ontario Works. And given that that funding is changing as of January, all Ontario Works recipients will be eligible for the Equipass. And so our team is working to promote that information with Ontario Works clients. And we're also working with OC Transpo in terms of bringing some simplicity to the application process, given there's opportunities there. And so we'll be looking at that for early next year in terms of that process. We've also been talking with OC Transpo around opportunities to promote the pass as a whole. And so how can we do that through OCH, other community partners as well? And we'd be happy to share an update with you at a later date around what that outreach is looking like and what are some of the opportunities we're exploring.
Thank you. I think this is an important budget item because it's talking, I hate to say revenue when we're talking about low-income people. Frankly, I wish they were free. But this is more people using the transit services, and we need that, and they need it. And I believe there's people that don't know the opportunity is there. It's not getting through. And the fact that there's changes to the requirements is a big reason. And I think you should also reach out to all counselors to pass on those informations, all your bump we can put in our newsletters everywhere we can go. Community houses as well to promote that, but anything we can do that's necessary to promote that, because I'm really concerned about the numbers. It seems like a waste of a wonderful resource that we can use. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Chair. My reading of the budget indicates there's only 2 parks within the city of Ottawa where we charge for parking, Mooney's Bay Park and Petrie Island. Can staff just confirm this and indicate why some parks we charge for parking and other large parks or facilities we don't?
Chair, there's the 2 that the councillor has identified are the 2 that my department charges for. Mooney's Bay was started years ago before amalgamation, and it was primarily to discourage post office employee parking during the daytime. After amalgamation, when the beach at Petrie was finally opened, part of the council of the day's direction to offset the cost of lifeguards and other site expenses was to look at revenue opportunities, and one of them that was looked at was parking. And so it was primarily done as a way to help offset the operating costs of supervising the beach. There is one other park, which is in Ward 12, Riverrain Park, that has parking, but it is charged by the city parking authority, and it's because it's adjacent to Vanier, the 2 high-rises, employment high-rises across the street. That revenue does not come to offset recreation expenses. It goes into parking revenue.
So the 2 major parks is more of a historical issue, but given that there are costs associated to maintain and operate parking lots and other costs, has staff not considered the potential of parking sort of across the board, not target a couple and
Probably a decade ago, consideration was given to bringing Britannia into the fold. But because it is also a community center, operates community programs, there was no support to do that. And there really hasn't been much of an uptake on the idea of charging parking at parks. It's a rather unusual thing unless there is a specific attraction like the beach or something else there. So we have not explored going down below some of those big regional parks.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that, just for the record, but the cost to maintain Mooney's Bay Park is probably in the hundreds of thousands of dollars to cut the grass. We do some plowing in the winter, just basic repair. And I think I think this is something that we need to think about. What gets me is we charge at Mooney's Bay Park, and at the Terry Fox Center, which is abutting this, we don't. And think about the different cohorts of visitors who go to Mooney's Bay Park versus the people who go to the Terry Fox Center. We charge one and not the other. One can afford to pay, one can't, and it's the other way. My last question is regarding a city park that's part of a sales agreement. The city sold land on Riverside Drive to a company called Canoe Bay, and as part of that sales agreement, they were to construct a park, which once they construct the park, we obtain the park. The sales agreement said up to $900,000 will be set aside to pay for the amenities of the park. That was a few years ago. Since then, we've had price creep, inflation. By the time they build this park, it's going to be probably 5, 6, 7 years. The $900,000 assigned to this park is going to buy much less. Do we have anything in our clauses that says, hey, if you delay construction, because the developer could construct 25 years from now, what would that $900,000 buy at that point?
Chair, I'm really happy that Kevin just showed up on the screen now. I have no information, so Kevin might.
Chair, I'm going to need to get back to Councillor Brockington offline. Many of our agreements, we include some escalation clauses. It is, I don't have the detail. I wasn't expecting this question, so I wasn't prepared to answer, but I'm happy to come back with a response. As I mentioned in another response, we are looking at escalating our development charges. So if this comes under the same umbrella, this would be an escalation, and that happens every 5 years, and it so happens that 2024 is the year.
Thank you, Mr. Weary. We'll look into it. That's all I need at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I just have one quick question for Clara. With respect to the funding that's currently being used to house asylum seekers, newcomers to Canada in PDCs, where is that funding currently coming from?
Chair, that funding is currently unbudgeted, and it's spent as part of our operations because we've made a commitment that anyone who wants shelter will receive shelter. What the federal government has is the IHAP program, which is?
The Interim Housing Assistance Program.
Thank you, Paul. The IHAP program, which is designed explicitly to refund, essentially, municipalities for their expenses in housing and supporting newcomers, migrants, and refugees.
Okay, excellent. So what you're telling me essentially is that if we do receive federal government funding and we use that there will be no excess money to be reprofiled elsewhere because we're currently basically borrowing against money we don't have in order to pay for this.
Chair, correct. That money would be money to compensate the city for expenses already incurred in 2023.
Okay, excellent. So we've applied for funding from last year. What year are we in? 2023, sorry. We've applied for money for this year from the IHAP program to be compensated retroactively. And then next year we will apply towards the end of the year for the costs that will start in 2024.
Chair, in theory, yes. So the program exists as a reimbursement program. In 2023, what would typically happen is we would get to the end of the year, and then we would submit a proposal to the federal government, as we did last year. We asked for $11 million. They gave us $9 million. This year, given the crisis, we've been talking to them for months before today. And so we have 2 weeks ago sent a proposal into the federal government for their consideration that will see us partially funded for 2023. And then we expect to send the delta from that those expenses in 2023 to them by the end of the year. We are predicting that by the end of the year, that will be a $23 million request.
Excellent. Last question for this. I read, and I'm not sure what, I think it might have been Peel, that the federal government provided funding for a newcomer center. Was that funding through the IHAP program, or was that, do you know, or is that additional funding that came from the federal government for that?
Thank you, Chair. My understanding is that it's not through the same program because that program is a reimbursement for cost already incurred. And this is a new program that was announced.
Excellent. So I know I said last question. So am I to assume, because essentially we have a full community center operating almost as a newcomer center with wraparound supports, with newcomer services, it's serving people, that we are also going to be seeking similar funding here in Ottawa in addition to IHAP?
Chair, I think that will be a discussion that we will have as part of the task force, the Emergency Crisis Shelter Task Force. We'll have that discussion in terms of what level of advocacy needs to occur in order for us to approach the federal government with that request.
Thank you. I was trying to link it to budget, but I will be part of those discussions elsewhere as well. Thank you very, very much. Yes, we're done.
So there was just a comment from Councillor Trosser if we're done questions. No, we're not. I haven't spoken yet. So I'm going to talk for about 20 minutes and then I'm just joking. I'm kidding, everybody. I'll be brief. I was going to actually ask Clara and team something similar to Councillor Carr in respect to just a high level update on their conversations with provincial and federal partners, but I'm not going to ask that because you already answered. What I will say is whether we're talking about our whole housing portfolio, sorry, it's been many hours. Whether we're talking about our housing portfolio, whether we're talking about the sustainability funding, whether we're talking about those who are most vulnerable in our community, we are constantly talking about how we're trying to stretch our municipal dollars thinner and thinner and thinner, and the cost is going up. The conversations that we're having with the province and the federal government are ongoing, and I know staff and the mayor's office have been integral to keeping that discussion, that communication line open. I have grave concerns, I know many of my colleagues probably do too, that we will not receive the amounts of funding we need to see the level of investment that we need to continue to not only provide the services that we provide, but also to continue to improve them. We're hearing from community members who have been here today about how they'd like to see more investment, or at least see a level of, status quo enabled. And I have grave concerns that we won't be able to do that without the assistance of our federal and provincial partners. So while I was going to turn it to you to say that, I'm just going to say that outright, because I think, that's the elephant in the room, and that is something we're going to have to contend with in this budget and then future budgets. Dan, I'm not leaving you off the hook. I have a question for you. So I guess my question is, as I mentioned, the cost of everything is going up. Materials procurement of items is going up. I'm going to give you an example of a rink chalet that maybe 4 years ago, my office had purchased for, I think it was $40,000, which I thought was exorbitant at the time. And now we're going back, and that same provider for the exact same product is looking at almost $90,000. It's a sea can, really. So my question is, we're talking about investments in our community. We're talking about, how we get more bang for our community's buck. Are we re-looking at procurement? Are we looking at who's providing us with these services? Is there an opportunity to find cost savings through that mechanism?
Thanks for the question, Chair. Yes, we are looking, and we're looking at innovative ways to offer the same thing. In fact, the sea cans were an evolution from bunkers and trailers into something different. But as you note, the pandemic has added a lot of cost to these things, as have regulatory requirements to fit up these things. There's layers upon layers. The other thing we're looking at is sponsorships. There is interest in wrapping these with either corporate or foundation type sponsorship agreements. And so staff are on the lookout for those kinds of things. And we'll continue to look at new products that are hitting the market that might be the next CCAN idea, if you will. There's nothing obvious that I'm aware of right now, but we know that, the cost versus the intended use on a seasonal basis just doesn't line up when you get into those kinds of dollars, and that we need different solutions, which in part might be to go back to the rental of trailers and those kinds of non-capital investments. So yes, we are looking at it to try to make it more affordable, recognizing that for this and so many other areas, it's gone up. And we're trying to look at, is there another way to procure these that is more competitive, that brings in different ideas?
Thank you. And to your point, I'm not only referring to these rink chalets, if you want to put a nice word around it. I'm speaking to every item, whether it's a splash pad, like the costs are going up. So if we can get more out of our dollar by, trying to see if we can achieve it with other providers. Once again, I would love to see us prioritize local providers if possible. I know how difficult that sometimes is, but once again, that would be a wonderful way. My last question, I'll wrap it up. I probably could talk for hours, but I won't do that for you guys, is I would like staff's input on the direction before us from Councillor Carr, as well as Councillor King's motion.
Chair, which one would you like first?
Direction, please.
The direction. So we're happy to take that direction, and we've already have a meeting scheduled with the Boys and Girls Club.
Wonderful.
And on the motion, we're also pleased to take that motion. And as I said earlier, it'll be part of the work that we plan on doing should the budget be approved.
Thank you very much. I'll just quickly say before I go to voting on the motions is I wanted to thank staff. I mean, you've done a phenomenal amount of work this past year. You've developed 2 budgets in 1 year, and you've stretched every dollar to get the most for our community. So the appreciation is genuine, and thank you for everything you do and continue to do. And once we're done with this year's budget, I'm sure we'll have conversations immediately, Cyril, with you about next year's budget. Wonderful. So I'm going to the direction has been accepted by staff. So thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Did anybody wish to talk to the direction? No? See no hands? Wonderful. So we have Councillor King's motion. Would anybody wish for Councillor King to read it in, that therefore be resolved? Or the whole thing while you're at it? No, I'm just,
We're good.
I think we could probably vote on that. Is that carried? Carried. Carried. Thank you so much, Councillor King, for doing that. I'll ask Vice Chair Bradley to read in the roadmap motion. It is going to take a little while. And if you have to pause and get some water, don't worry about it.
Lucky I'm a fast talker. Okay, be it resolved that the Community Services Committee recommend that Council, sitting as Committee of the Whole on December 6, 2023, approve the Community Services Committee portion of the 2024 draft operating and capital budgets as follows. 1. Community and Social Services operating budget as follows. General Manager's Office and Business Support Services operating resource requirement, page 2. Community Safety, Wellbeing Policy and Analytics operating resource requirement, page 5. Employment and Social Services operating resource requirement, page 8. Children's Services, user fees, page 13. Wage enhancement and Canada-wide early learning line items of the operating resource requirement, page 11. Remaining operating resource requirement, pages 11 to 12. Housing Services operating resource requirement, page 15. Long-term care services operating resource requirement, page 17. Gender, Race, and Equity, Inclusion, Indigenous Relations, and Social Development Services operating resource requirement, page 21. Number 2, Recreation, Cultural, and Facility Services operating budget as follows. General Manager's Office and Business Support Services, user fees, page 24. Operating resource requirement, page 23. Community Recreation, Culture, and Sports Program, user fees, page 28 through 30. Operating resource requirement, page 27. Complexes, Aquatics, and Specialized Services, user fees, pages 34 to 36. Operating resource requirement, page 33. Parks and Facilities Planning, user fees, page 40. Operating resource requirement, page 39. Facility Operations Service, user fees, page 44. Operating resource requirement, page 43. Number 3, Public Works Department operating budget, Parks Maintenance Services operating resource requirement, page 46. And number 4, Community Services Committee's portion of the capital budget, pages 47 through 48, and individual projects listed on page 85 through 136.
Oh, that's it. Okay. Thought there might be more. I wasn't sure. So I'm going to ask the committee's indulgence if we're going to carry the roadmap motion as a whole, or would you prefer to go clause by clause? I ask because we have a declaration of interest. So I'll have to break those portions out. So is everybody interested in doing it as one piece? Okay, so what I'll do is we're going to vote on the motion as a whole, except for items 1D II and 2C. So is that motion carried? Carried. Perfect. And then Councillor Hill?
Bye.
We'll just awkwardly all watch him as he walks away. Wonderful. So our items 1D II and 2C also carried? Carried. Carried. Excellent. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, we have a little bit more to do, just a little bit. So we're on item 6.1, status update, Community Services Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending November 10th, 2023. We have no motions on this. Does anyone wish to speak to this item or hold it? Is this item received? Received. We have no in-camera items. We do have two IPDs, 8.1 and 8.2. Does anyone wish to lift these onto the agenda or speak to them? Nope. Are these items received? We do have one notice of motion from Councillor Troster. Councillor?
Thank you. No, God, it's great. Where staff has indicated work on a new municipal culture plan will begin in 2024. And whereas the median income of artists and culture workers in Canada is 44% lower than the average Canadian's income. And whereas in 2022, the Unison Benevolent Fund dispersed more emergency funding and provided more mental health support to artists and culture workers than all the previous years combined. And whereas the majority of artists and culture workers are members of a marginalized group, and whereas due to a lower median income and other contributing factors, artists and culture workers are more likely to deal with mental health and addiction issues, precarious housing, food insecurity, and other impacts of poverty. And whereas other cities, including Toronto and Nashville, have made significant efforts to assist artists and culture workers. Oh, did I do something? To ensure they can remain in the city and reduce poverty among artists and culture workers. Therefore, be it resolved that staff explore including poverty reduction initiatives for artists and culture workers as part of the municipal culture plan, and that these initiatives support the representation of artists and cultural workers alongside others in precarious employment in the corporate anti-poverty strategy currently underway. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So that's a notice of motion. We'll talk about that next time. We have no inquiries that I'm aware of, unless anyone has an inquiry. No, we're good. No other business. And the only thing left to do is adjourn. Is that carried?
Carried.
Carried. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a good evening.